Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Acquired Too Many Quirks? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was 5 years after Izuku graduated from UA that the world was flipped upside down. Maybe that was the wrong description. It was more like someone threw the earth into a blender and dumped it on the ground. The League of Villains released Nomu across the world. The worst part is that the nomification was contagious. Random people would suddenly turn into Nomus. After a month, there was no place that was truly safe for anyone anymore. That included the League. Only All for One was safe. How does Izuku know this? It's because his survivor group contained 3 former League members, Toga, Dabi, and Shigaraki. Speaking of the group, it probably had more members than was safe. Izuku's group contained the former pro heroes Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Midnight. It also had some of his former classmates, Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Shinso. 12 people was more people that most people would see these days. It was by pure chance that they found All for One's location. Aizawa came back from a food run acting different. He told us he found AFO. We left everything at our hideout. If we were going to go down anyway, we might as well take him down with us. Izuku POV. The battle against AFO was ruthless. After we attacked, the Nomu started swarming. The others held them off as I went after All for One. After many hours he finally died, but Izuku was dying. Izuku looked around in desperation. He tried to get up to keep the rest of his group alive, but they were already dead. As Izuku stared into the smoky sky, he knew that he was dying. In the end it meant nothing. He saved no one by killing AFO. As Izuku regrets his past, something happens. Izuku feels like a switch has been flicked. As soon as Izuku takes his last breath, he feels like he is being pulled into a vortex. He can feel more people being pulled. He can't see, he can't breathe. Izuku jumps out of bed. He looks around for the others in his group. All he sees is yellow, red, and blue. Izuku calms down. He looks around and sees his childhood room. Izuku's POV. Izuku was confused. Didn't he just kill All for One? How did he end up at his mother's house? Izuku tried to pull himself together and try to figure out what was going on. He tries to remember what happened. He killed AFO after a few years of surviving the apocalypse. Izuku's heart clenched as he realized that everyone he cared about died because of him. If he had been better, then he could have saved them all. He should have stopped AFO sooner. He could have prevented, not the time. He needs to figure out what happened. After Izuku saw everyone dead, something happened. Did One for All have another quirk in it? No, there were only 7 users of OFA that had quirks if first was counted. One for All. Izuku tries to feel OFA under his skin. He feels that OFA is there, but for some reason he can't use it. He doesn't know why. He should have built up enough muscle strength over time to use OFA at max power. Izuku looks at himself to try and find out why he can't use OFA. He looks down and sees the floor much closer than normal. He also sees how small and thin his arms are. He looks around his room again. Seeing all the All Might merch made him realize where, or more accurately when he was. He thinks that he is currently between the ages of 4 and 5. Izuku continues to wonder how he got back and only thinks of 2 possible solutions. Point 1. Something or someone sent him back. Or 2. He was misdiagnosed as quirkless. Speaking of being quirkless, he needed to figure out if he had been to the quirk doctor yet. Izuku walks into the living room to find his Inko sitting on the couch talking on the phone. Izuku listens to Inko's call. I don't think I can take care of a quirkless kid. I don't want to dishonor my family name by being associated with such a worthless child. Especially since I don't want my family to die with me. Izuku heard enough. He knew when this was. It was the day after he was diagnosed as quirkless. He only had a limited amount of time left with Inko. That meant this was real. As Izuku was processing that he was in fact not dreaming, Inko continued talking to whoever was on the phone. Izuku walked to his room. Izuku snapped out of his dazed state. He quickly got onto the computer and looked up how much money he could get by selling his All Might merch. Better that he sold it now and kept the money than his mother sold it later. No one's POV. Somewhere else in the Japan, a tall, buff blonde man is on alert. His quirk has been reacting to something, and it never steered him wrong before. Izuku POV. Izuku had been training. He needs to be able to use one for all as soon as possible. During Izuku's training, he had started cleaning Dakoba Beach. He knew that it would take him longer than last time to clean it. This is because he was several years younger than he was the first time he cleaned the beach. Izuku had found a pipe at the beach and tried to use it. He was lucky that his muscle memory stayed with him from his past life, or he wouldn't have been able to swing it properly. Izuku had built some muscle, but he was only mildly stronger than the average 7-year-old. That's somewhat impressive for a 5-year-old, but still. However, while training was going, there was still a large problem he had tried to ignore. Kaken and the other people at school. He should really think of a way to distinguish between the Kaken he had been in a survival group and the Pomeranian with a stick of dynamite and a personality as heroic as muscular that used to live in Izuku's head rent-free. Anyway, Kaken the Small has been bullying Izuku because Izuku didn't have a quirk. Izuku knew that if he fought back he would be blamed for everything, so he would just have to take it for now. When Izuku got home, Inko was nowhere to be found. He also saw that the furniture was gone except a chair. He went into his room and saw that there was no hero merch at all. Izuku knew what this meant. Inko had abandoned him. Izuku knew that this was going to happen, so he was just glad that he hid all of his expensive merch and only left the cheaper stuff on display. Izuku went to the kitchen and was slightly surprised to see that there was still plenty of food in the fridge. He made dinner and went to bed. There were only 2 weeks until he would be kicked out by the landlord. Izuku had been cleaning the beach when he found something that he would have loved when he had been homeless in the Apocalypse timeline. What did he find? Somehow a bus had ended up on the beach, and even better, it was hidden. Partially in a trash pile. Because of this it was almost completely hidden from view. It was a miracle that Izuku had found it at all. Izuku started moving all his stuff into the bus. The only things that were still in his apartment were his bed and anything that required electricity. He would have to get some sort of generator soon because he had received an eviction notice and had 3 days to leave. Izuku had finally found a generator that was both cheap and strong. He was lucky that he sold some of his All Might merch before Inko had taken the computer with her. He brought the generator to the bus. Now that he has a generator, he can get to work on fixing the busted-up mini fridge and microwave he found on the beach. Izuku was now living in the bus full-time. His eviction had been 2 days ago, and things were already going better than the first time. Izuku didn't mean to start fighting before he could access one for all. He really didn't. He was just walking back to the beach after we went to buy food when he heard noises from an alley. Being the curious person that he is, he went to check it out. He saw a tall man pointing a knife at a small guy. Before Izuku had time to think the tall guy was on the ground below him, crap, he thought he trained that out of himself. Wait a minute, when did he build up enough muscle to be able to take someone down? He also was able to drag appliances around. He must have had a growth spurt or something. Thank you so much for saving me. Izuku had forgotten the man was there. No problem, do you mind calling the police to take this guy in? Izuku asked. Sure, how old are you? Izuku quickly runs off. Wait, where are you going? Izuku is out of breath when he gets back to the bus. Then again he did sprint for about 8 minutes without stopping. Izuku knows that what he did would be called vigilantism even if he didn't use a quirk. Yes, he knew about vigilante laws. He did used to be a hero. He puts his food in the fridge and opens his laptop. He was looking up more illegal dumping grounds. He realized a while ago that once he cleaned the beach he would need a new home. After Izuku finds a few promising dumping grounds, he decides to make a costume for his vigilante work. He realized today that he could take down full-grown men without using a quirk. He would have to rely on ambush attacks, but he could still do it. He made a voice modifier, then went to a store to buy a black hoodie with green accents and black pants. He also grabbed a knife and pole he found at the beach. Who cares if the knife was probably a murder weapon at some point? He is finally ready to start. Izuku has been a vigilante for 3 years. He has been taking out full-grown men 3 times his size as an 8-year-old. But even if he is mentally over 20 years old, he can't escape the one thing that haunts most children, him most of all, school. Izuku truly hates school, and it's not because of the work, it's because of the people. Izuku walks into the school. He starts hurrying to his class, dodging other people on the way. He managed to get to class with only a few bruises. However, things didn't go well once he got to class. He quickly dodged the explosion sent his way and looked at the embodiment of anger issues. Are you looking down on me, Deku? Was it really necessary to try to blow me up, Kakin? If you think you can get away with looking down on me, then you're dead wrong, Deku. Katsuki Bakugo was a boy with blonde hair spiked out like a puffer fish, red eyes, all of this held together with a combination of a superiority complex and an inferiority complex wrapped with anger issues. He also used to be Izuku's best friend. Bakugo hates Izuku because Izuku is quirkless. Bakugo calls Izuku Deku because it means worthless. In other words, Bakugo is a quirkist with mental issues that were constantly being increased by his peers. Are you ignoring me, Deku? Sorry, Kakin, I was busy thinking. Are you looking down on me? What does looking down on you even mean? When I protect myself, you say I'm looking down on you. When I mind my own business, you say I'm looking down on you. When my life doesn't revolve around your fragile ego, you say that I'm looking down on you. If you think you're the best at everything, why do you feel the need to beat the people around you down to try and prove yourself? Who are you even trying to prove yourself to? Everyone in this school basically worships you. The only people that don't are the people like me. The people that you refuse to give basic human decency. Why do you think I would look down on you? The only reason I would look down on someone was if they were hurting people to satisfy their own desires. Oh wait, you do that. So the answer to your question is I didn't down on you until you decided to attack me and assumed I was looking down on you. If you don't want people to look down on you, don't give them so many reasons to. Class is about to start, so sit down and shut up. The classroom was dead silent. No one expected the quiet, quirkless kid to rant at the strongest kid in the class. Bakugo is frozen in shock. Izuku walks to his seat. Bakugo snaps out of his shock and lunges at Izuku, screaming, "Daihu!" at the top of his lungs. Izuku sidesteps Bakugo and trips him. The bell rings and everyone goes to their seats. At the end of the school day, Bakugo tries to corner Izuku, but Izuku evaded his attempts. When Izuku went home, he was too tired to do any vigilante work, so he went to bed. He could do more tomorrow because it will be Saturday. Izuku woke up at 5 p.m. on Saturday. This was strange because he went to bed right after school. Izuku made some instant ramen. When he was eating, he accidentally bit his tongue. For some reason his blood tasted good. Izuku stuck out his tongue and saw that the wound on his tongue was bigger than he thought it was, but it shouldn't be a problem. Izuku cleaned the beach until dusk, then he changed into his vigilante outfit and went to the place in the city had been abandoned by Limelight heroes and the police. He jumped across roofs until he heard a commotion. He saw a group of around 5 people that looked drunk harassing a boy with what looks like an anteater mutation quirk. Izuku jumped onto one of the people, a man with no visible quirk. He had learned a while ago that people without visible quirks were wild cards. He looked at the other 4 people, a man without a known quirk, a girl with an ice quirk, a girl who he had seen with electricity on her palms, and a guy with a fire quirk. He went after the first guy with his pole and knocked him out. He dodged a spike of ice. He looked at the ice girl and saw the fireman melting the trail of ice. He remembered the electric girl and started bouncing off the walls to avoid the wet floor. He uses his knife to injure the fire guy's hands to stop his quirk. A bit of his blood got into Izuku's mouth. Izuku sees the 2 girls standing still. He knocks them out. He walks over to the kid, but he cowers away. Izuku is a bit confused, but he looks down at the puddle of water and sees the face of the fire guy looking back at him. He startles and gray sludge falls off of him and reveals him. He is shocked, but he moves to comfort the kid who isn't cowering anymore. Izuku calls the police and waits on the roof next to the alley for the police to take away the criminals and to take the kid home. Izuku goes home. He looks at the mirror he has at the bus. He smiles and sees that he has fangs, exactly like Himiko's fangs. He just used Himiko's quirk to transform into the fire guy. Izuku wonders if developing Himiko's quirk was what made him sleep so long. Izuku decides to freak out about this tomorrow. Izuku goes to bed and wakes up in the mindscape of One for All. Izuku POV. Izuku startles as he finds himself in the mindscape of One for All. He sees the 7 thrones that occupied the space. He looks around and sees the first 7 users of One for All. He always wondered why All Might didn't come here when he died. Izuku thinks that All for One somehow separated All Might from the quirk because All Might's half-formed vestige disappeared with his death. Izuku is tackled by a blonde blur. Izuku looks and sees Himiko holding him up in a hug. Himiko, how did you end up here? Izuku asked. Small Izuku-an. What? Baby Izuku-an. Izuku realized that Himiko is much taller than him. He also realized that Himiko was calling him that because he was physically almost 9 years old. Himiko, let go of me. No. Himiko, Toga, put me down before I kick you in the kidney. Okay, you don't have to threaten me, small Izuku-an. You wouldn't have put me down if I didn't. I am offended that you think so lowly of me even though you are correct. Good grief. Back to my question, how did you get here? We're curious about that too, Squirt. Izuku looks up to see Dabi standing there with Shigaraki. Dabi, Shiggy, you guys are here too? Izuku asked in surprise. Yup, we've been here since you ended up restarting the game. Shigaraki responded. We're literally been through an apocalypse and you still haven't dropped the gaming terminology? WS. Never will. This conversation is cool and all, but is there more people here or is it just you guys? Izuku asked. All of our group that went to fight All for One is here, but they are looking to see if there is anything out in the mindscape that wasn't made by us. There is also the past users of One for All in the fancy chairs. W said. Himiko picked Izuku up again. Izuku tried to kick her kidneys, but she was holding him in a way where he couldn't. She carried him over to the past One for All users. Second and third were trying to cover their smirks, fourth and sixth were chuckling at him, first, fifth, and seventh were full on belly laughing at him. Are you done laughing at my misery yet? Sixth glanced at the three that fell on the floor because they were laughing so much. I don't think they are. Izuku started fading. Himiko tries to keep him there by holding him tighter, but he vanishes. Izuku wakes up on his mattress in the bus. Finally, I'm out of there. Himiko is awesome and all, but she can be a bit much. Don't think you can get rid of me that easily, Izuku-an. Why does the universe hate me? Izuku has been training with Himiko on how to use her quirk. Despite how she acts, her teaching skills are at least comprehensible, or Izuku has just gotten used to how she talks. Himiko has been treating him like a younger brother, and he hates that because in the apocalypse the roles were reversed, and Himiko knew how much he hated it. Izuku is now able to use her quirk efficiently. He has been speeding up his beach cleaning because he found another dump that had a place he could live in. He should have Dakoba Beach cleaned before his 10th birthday. He probably would have to do a bit more before he could have access to One for All because of how long it's taken, or maybe not because of his vigilante work. Anyway, when Izuku went back to school, Himiko really wanted to stab that angry disgrace to all blondes in the face. She was also muttering about how kneecaps are a privilege, not a right. So that was interesting. Bakugo did his normal routine and attempted to explode Izuku while he dodged until class started. After the school day ended, Izuku immediately jumped out the window and went back to the beach. Eraserhead POV. Shodaizawa was tired. To be fair, he was always tired, but he was really tired now. There was a new vigilante in the area. But he was good at hiding. The closest he had ever gotten was a fight that seemed to have been finished recently. How have they not seen him at all? From the reports, he seemed to be rather small, but that could be from a quirk or stunted growth, hopefully. He didn't have an official name yet, so they went with one of the placeholder names. This vigilante better not be a child, or Shoto would eat a proper meal for once. All Might POV. One for All had been acting up recently. One night he was going on a walk and One for All basically dragged him to an alley where he saw someone jump onto a roof, leaving 7 people tied up on the ground. He felt One for All trying to pull him to the man that jumped away, but the pull stopped after a little bit. Nizu POV. Nizu was just looking through city cameras when he saw the new vigilante. He could feel the chaotic energy through the screen. He smiled. This would be fun. Everyone in UA felt a shiver go down their spine. Speech, thought, telepathy. Izuku POV. Izuku finally found a place he could stay for a long time after he finishes cleaning the beach. Sure, it was a building that was probably less structurally sound than it should be, but he had checked it every day and night for a month and no one had been there, so it was probably fine. Now that Izuku had a place to go, his progress on cleaning the beach dramatically increased. He spent every day after school cleaning the beach with Himiko occasionally speaking in his mind. Something Izuku was noticing over the last few years was the return of his desire to cause a little chaos. Sure, he didn't do it much at the Apocalypse timeline, but that was because up until high school he was punished harshly for everything, and mid-apocalypse wasn't the time to mess around. But now that his life was somewhat stable and not at risk at all times, he was getting so bored, so he did the reasonable thing and went to go mess with this timeline's Eraserhead. Izuku hadn't met him properly yet, but Eraserhead had been close a few times. He also remembered the one time All Might had seen him. That was just sad seeing him again. It took too long to find Eraserhead, but when he did, Eraserhead was in a fight. Eraserhead had everything handled until a person behind him pulled out a gun. Izuku pulled out one of the things he was planning to use to prank Eraserhead with and threw it at the hand holding the gun. He watched as Eraserhead looked at the man with confusion before knocking him out. Izuku took out an apple and threw it on another person's head. Izuku put something over his head, then jumped into the alley. Eraserhead POV. It was a normal patrol, fight a few thugs, get mistaken as a homeless person, and running around on rooftops. That was until a random fight with a group of people. The fight had been pretty normal. There was one person left. He heard a yell of pain, the sound of metal hitting the ground, and a splat. Shota turns around to see a man with hands that look broken, a gun on the ground, and a watermelon? Shota looks at the man in confusion before snapping out of it and knocking the man out. He hears another thud and sees the other man on the ground as well as an apple. Is it raining fruit or something? He heard a thud from behind him. He turned around to see a very short person with, is that a watermelon helmet? Shota just watches as the person kneeled down in front of the destroyed watermelon on the ground and begins sobbing. Brother, why did you have to sacrifice yourself to save him? It should have been me, not you. Shota just stared dumbfounded at a person in a black and green outfit with a robotic voice and a watermelon as a helmet, who was talking to a broken watermelon as if it was his brother. With you gone, who will be able to lead the melon army? I am not a good enough leader for the uprising to trust. Shota looks at the person again to make sure the watermelon is a mask and not Quirk related before pulling it of the person who was wearing a hood and mask, but he is clearly a small male kid. What are you doing this late, kid? Viva la resistance. The kid ran away, and by the time Shota started chasing after home, the kid had left the alley and was nowhere to be found. Izuku POV. Izuku was doing a very good job of not bursting out laughing. Himiko, however, was cackling enough to make Nizu proud. I have never seen him so confused before. Me neither, but can you calm down? I am trying not to laugh until he is gone. Izuku finally finished cleaning the beach. Well, all he could without One for All's help, which was everything except the bus. He had moved all his stuff into the abandoned warehouse he had seen before and made something to cover where he lived. He had found another illegal dumping ground to clean up. He would be more focused on cleaning this one than he was cleaning Dakoba Beach. Hopefully he should get access to One for All partway into cleaning it. Izuku had been harassing Eraserhead a lot recently. It took Eraserhead seeing Izuku take out a criminal for Eraserhead to realize that Izuku wasn't out there just to harass him. Really? You're the elusive shadow? What kind of edgelord gave me that name? I mean, even Watermelon Master would be less cringy than that. That name is just the basic name for an edgy teen trying to act cool. Please change it. I don't want people to think that I have that level of daddy issues. All for One sneezes. Who's talking crap about me? Izuku watches Eraserhead as he looks at him like he just roasted him. Wait a minute. Did you seriously give me that name? Look, kid, I just picked the first name of the placeholder list. Sure, let's go with that. Izuku starts running away from Eraserhead. Eraserhead is chasing him a second later. Izuku dodges Eraserhead's scarf. Izuku pulls out a vial of blood and drops into an alley. He drinks the blood and moves to the back of the alley. Eraserhead drops down, looks around the alley and asks if Izuku saw a kid wearing black and green drop down here. Izuku said there. The kid turned left out of the alley. After Eraserhead is long gone, Izuku leaves the alley. He should really thank that homeless man for letting him buy some of his blood. Izuku gets home after a good night of messing with Eraserhead. He is wondering if Eraserhead will take his advice and change his vigilante name. He also wonders if Eraserhead will find the note he left where Izuku was pretending to be a homeless guy. Eraserhead POV. Shota was on patrol again. He was looking for the vigilante that liked to mess with him. the one with the placeholder name of Shadow until a suitable name is decided on. The kid has been around on most of his patrols recently, whether that is to mess with him or help him he doesn't know. He heard a fight in an alley below. It looked like a gang fight. He started taking out the people around the edges. He saw when one of the gang members was pulled behind a wall. He saw when they walked back out with no injuries. He continued to fight. It got to the point that only one hand was left standing. One of them spotted him. They all went after him. However, some of the gang members were knocked out without him getting close. Eraserhead was surrounded. He couldn't erase all their quirks. As he was fighting, someone knocked him down. He heard a click from behind him. It was from the guy with gun fingers. Eraserhead looked up and saw the person who he noticed earlier, the one who was pulled behind the wall, looking at him in fear. The man looked at the gunfinger guy, and his eyes started glowing red. "Why isn't my quirk working?" the gunfinger guy asked. Eraserhead took the chance to get out of Gunfinger's grip before knocking him out. Eraserhead used his quirk on the man with glowing eyes. His eyes stopped glowing and some sort of gray sludge fell off of him, revealing the vigilante kid. The kid knocked out the two people next to him and started fighting the few leftover gang members with Eraserhead. Once all the gang members were restrained, Eraserhead called the police. He made sure the kid stayed with him until then. "Kid, what were you doing in a gang fight, and why did you look like one of them?" "May I ajik? Kid, you literally turned back into yourself when I used my quirk on you. And how did you use my quirk? Do you gave a copy quirk? I'm sorry, but that information is not available for your status. Pay $45 for quirk detail DLC. What are you, an EA developer? Wow, I wasn't expecting you to get a pre-quirk reference. Are you going to answer my question? I'll answer when you have a healthy sleep schedule. Great, so never. Anyway, I'm off to go crumble some heroes' egos, so bye. Shota chases the kid but loses him as usual. What is up with this kid? Izuku POV. Izuku is 11. He has been cleaning up the same illegal dumping ground for a while, but he was close to as muscular as when he got one for all the first time. He was moving a car when he felt a familiar surge of power. He finished moving the car before he used one for all. He tested his limit and found out it was 4%, which wasn't as much as he was expecting, but it was still good. Izuku tested his strength more on the beach. He could crush a fridge with no problem. He could also pick up a car. Izuku decided to leave the dumping ground and go move the bus off of Dakoba Beach. He was surprisingly able to get it off the beach. He picked up some trash that had washed up before going home. Did you seriously clean this beach in the first timeline, Problem Child? Shota, is that you? Yes, Problem Child, it's me. Why didn't you say anything before? He was too busy feeling sorry for the Eraserhead you've been harassing. Thanks for the helpful insight, Toga. Do you want to go turn into Eraserhead in front of Eraserhead? Outvoted Shota. Let's go get Eraserhead's blood. Eraserhead POV. Shota should have expected this. His vigilante could have done anything at all, but this is what he spent his time doing. He just stared at the kid, who somehow turned into him, advertising a party-sized bag of Cheetos to villains he took down. At the moment he was advertising it as packing peanuts. Shota used his capture scarf to grab his look-alike and pull him to the rooftop. What are you doing, Problem Child? All you do care about me. What? You gave me a nickname already. You must really like me. You really are going to live up to the name, aren't you? I'll do my best. That wasn't a challenge. You're right, it was a plea for help that I am going to ignore. Why can't you just sleep like a normal kid? The vigilante looked at him. Eraserhead, you sleep for at most 2 hours a day, as well as working as a teacher and underground pro hero. You have no room to talk about a normal sleep schedule. How did this kid know that? He was about to ask if the kid was stalking him, but the kid was already gone. Izuku had just ditched Eraserhead 5 minutes ago when he ran into someone that was almost never seen at night. Izuku was being chased by Endeavor, dodging fireballs when he thought of a great way to troll Endeavor. Izuku used Erasure on Endeavor before running at him to get his blood. Izuku ran and eventually escaped Endeavor. He knew just what to do with this blood. Izuku falls asleep and wakes up in the mindscape to see Dabi and Shoto looking at him confused. What are you going to do with Endeavor's blood squirt? WS. Ima confuse everyone so much that they wonder if Endeavor is sane. Will it be harmful to Fuyumi or Natsuo? Shoto. From what you told me, Fuyumi will be confused and Natsuo will be on the ground laughing. Toya probably will be too. I approve, Squirt. Okay, bye. I should go before Himiko realizes that I'm here. Himiko picks him up again because he is small. Crap. Eraserhead POV. Shota didn't normally watch the news, but when Nizu told him to stop class and put the news on the TV, he knew that something important was going on. What he did not expect was this. The news was showing a video of Endeavor introducing a flaming hot bag of Cheetos as his mom. He was going on and on about how great the bag of Cheetos parenting style was and how he could never compare. Mr. Endeavor, why are you treating a bag of Cheetos like your parent? The reporter asked. Are you questioning why I treat my mom like my parent? Endeavor shouted angrily. Eraserhead's class burst out laughing, and honestly he wanted to join them, but he knew who this was. The Cheetos gave it away. This was his problem child. I am sorry, Mr. Endeavor, it's just. Cheetos aren't sentient. The Cheeto bag jumped out of Endeavor's hands and started walking away. Great, now you offended Mom. She's going to call Dad to pick her up. Who is your father, Endeavor? Endeavor pulls out a framed picture of Tony the tiger sitting next to the flaming hot bag of Cheetos. This is my dad. He is the best dad. Anyone who disagrees is wrong. They watched as Endeavor rants about how good a bag of Cheetos and a cereal mascot are as parents. Eventually, one of the children's cars that you can find at the grocery store drove up. Tony the tiger was driving. The Cheeto bag got in the passenger seat and the car drove away. You've insulted my parents enough, I'm out of here. Endeavor says while leaving. Shota has a headache. He was going to have to ask Problem Child how he made the inanimate objects move, but at least his quirk is known now. A type of transformation quirk, but the requirements are still unknown. Nizu POV. Nizu was having fun, real fun that had nothing to do with plotting revenge on humanity. The new vigilante has been a puzzle he couldn't solve yet, and even better, he had been causing so much chaos. He had been using his transformation quirk to do the most confusing things as pro-heroes. He turned into Present Mike and challenged the real Present Mike to a dance battle, and won. He snuck up on Midnight and put a cardboard box on her that had, "You must be 18 or older to view this content," written on the side. Endeavor had water poured on him frequently. Hawks had memes attached to his feathers. Snipe lost his entire cowboy hat collection. Ectoplasm had cowboy hats on all of his clones no matter what. Nizu knew this would be going on for a long time. Izuku was 14 years old by now. He had cemented himself as Eraserhead's problem child. He knew because they went to the same cat cafe and he had heard him ranting to Present Mike and Midnight about the pranks Izuku had been pulling, as well as how a kid could take out entire gangs with no problem. Izuku could use 50% of One for All now. He had unlocked the quirks of the previous users as well as a few of the others' quirks. He figured out how to use One for All to boost his quirks. At the moment, the quirks he could use were One for All, Yoichi Shigaraki aka Senii Wu but with comics, Gearshift, Kudo aka Inertia? What's that? F.A. Gene, Bruce aka Abusing Newton's Laws for Power, Danger Sense, Hikage Shinomori aka Hermit, Black Whip, Daigoro Banjo aka Discount Spider-Man, Smokescreen, N aka Smoke Bomb on Steroids, Float, Nana Shimura aka Best Mom, Transform, Himiko Toga aka Infinite Energy, Erasure, Shota Aizawa aka Coffee Addict, Brainwashing, Hitoshi Shinso aka Aizawa Clone, Decay, Tamura Shigaraki aka Average League of Legends Player, Half Hot Half Cold, Shoto Todoroki aka Daddy Issues, Somnambulist, Namuri Kiyama aka Dragzaz. A quirk. If you don't know what a quirk does, look it up. It was his last year of middle school and Izuku knew what today was as soon as the teacher walked in. It was the day he met All Might in the Apocalypse timeline. The teacher was talking about career aptitude forms, but he threw them into the air and said that they all wanted to be heroes. Everyone but Izuku and Bakugo started using their quirks. The teacher told them to stop. Bakugo started talking. Don't lump me in with these extras, these losers would be lucky to be sidekicks to some D-lister. The class started talking about how rude Bakugo was. You wanna fight, you extras? You're going to UA high, right, Bakugo? The class starts murmuring about how low the acceptance rate at UA was. Bakugo starts ranting about how great he was. Oh right, Midoriya wanted to go to UA to write? There it was, the teacher trying to get him killed. The room was dead silent. Izuku knew what was coming next. His classmates started laughing. Are you joking, Midoriya? You can't get into the hero course without a quirk, his classmates said. Bakugo exploded. You think you can get into UA? You're even worse than these wannabes. You're quirkless. Yet I have won every time you attacked me. Are you looking down on me, D? It's time for class, everyone sit back down. Everyone went back to their seats. While the teacher was talking, Izuku pulled out his hero analysis book number. He had his villain analysis book but didn't need to use it now. When the school day ended, Izuku put everything but his analysis book away. He slapped Bakugo's hand when he tried to take the notebook. Are you looking down on me, D? Bakugo, we have been over this multiple times. The only reason I would look down on you is if you have little to no moral code, abuse people that you think are weaker than you, act like a villain, or are a villain without a good reason. If you think I am looking down on you, then you admit that you do those things. So knowing that, do you think I'm looking down on you? You're not giving me the respect I deserve, so you have to be looking down on me. Respect is earned. What have you ever done to earn any? What do you think you're saying, Hadikiyu? Why did you come here, Bakugo? If you want to be a hero, there might be a way. I really don't care about your opinion, but go ahead and share it. Pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Izuku forgot that Bakugo said that until now. The people in Izuku's head were already creating pitchforks in the mindscape. Izuku blocked them out. Maybe it was time to give Bakugo a reality check. Wow, Bakugo, that was so creative. Maybe if you want to make an impact on me, say something I haven't heard before. Bakugo turned around to yell at Izuku but froze when he felt the bloodlust coming off Izuku. You know, Bakugo, until now I had hoped that you could actually help people, but now I see. You're hopeless. Unless a miracle happens, you will never be a hero, well, a hero that people would be willing to call a symbol of peace. If you made it to be a pro, well, you'd just be a legal villain. Izuku walked to the window and jumped to the ground, leaving a stunned Bakugo behind. Izuku goes to the underpass where the slime villain would attack. When the sludge villain appeared, Izuku kept dodging until All Might came and took out the sludge villain. All Might put the sludge villain in a soda bottle. Before All Might jumped away, Izuku froze the bottle to All Might's pants without him noticing. Izuku stayed around the area where the sludge villain attack on Bakugo happened, but the sludge villain didn't escape All Might. Izuku wondered how All Might would pick a successor in this timeline. All Might POV. Toshinori had been chasing a villain made of sludge through the sewer when he felt the pull of One for All. The pull went in the same direction as the sludge villain, so he followed it. He jumped out of the sewer and saw the villain attacking a teenage boy. He punched the villain and scooped him into a bottle. He was about to try and figure out why One for All was pulling him to this boy, but he felt his time limit running out. He cursed his bad timing and jumped away with the sludge villain. He lands on a roof nearby. He runs to the nearest police station. He is about to hand the villain over, but the bottle fell out of his damp pocket. Why was his pocket wet? Oh well, at least it didn't fall out sooner. He goes to a secluded space and deflates. He starts wandering around to see if he could find that green-haired kid. Izuku POV. Izuku was looking for Himiko Toga, not the Himiko that had been like a little sister, despite him actually being younger than her, but the Himiko Toga of this timeline. According to Himiko, she had recently fled from her home and hasn't started hurting more people to satisfy her need for blood. He had figured out where to buy blood since he also had Himiko's quirk. He needed to find her before she lost control. He was wandering around Muzutafu as his vigilante persona, who still had the cringy name that Eraserhead was too tired to fix. He heard noises from an alley and saw someone standing over Toga. He knocked them out with Black Whip before sitting down in front of Toga. Are you okay? Get back, I don't want to hurt you, Toga said in a weak voice. Why do you think you would hurt me? My quirk, it's evil, it's trying to make me attack people. What is it about your quirk that makes you think it wants to attack me? It needs blood. Have you had any recently? Why would I have blood that's bad? Izuku pulls out a blood bag he carries on patrol. Here, drink this, it will help you with your blood deprivation. What's blood deprivation? It's a common occurrence among blood-related quirks. The individual has to consume some amount of blood in order to keep certain factors in check, whether it be sanity, health, or strength. In response to the lack of blood consumed, the brain heightens the individual's instinct to stay healthy to the point that they start becoming aggressive until they get the blood they need to be fully healthy. Because of this, many people think that blood quirks are evil. This, however, is completely false because anyone would go crazy if they were deprived of one of the things that keeps them alive. What did any of that mean? You feel like you're going to attack someone because you haven't drank enough blood, so go ahead and drink some. Toga takes a sip of the blood before her eyes light up and she starts to chug the blood bag. Izuku knows that Toga can't stay with him for long, so he will need to find someone he could trust to take care of her. Hey, what's your name? I forgot to ask earlier. I'm Himiko. Toga, what's your name? I would tell you, but I am a vigilante and I think my alias is, so I'll tell you later. Rude. Do you have anywhere to go, Toga? No. Would you be okay staying with me until I find someone who will take care of you properly? Why wouldn't I be able to stay with you long term? Because my only form of income is pickpocketing drug dealers. Toga gave him puppy dog eyes. Izuku had dealt with her doing this for years, so he was able to resist his big brother instinct. Toga eventually agreed and they went home. Izuku introduced himself to Toga and showed her his face. Izuku knew only one group of people he could trust with Toga. The UA staff were all good people who had faced some kind of quirk discrimination, so they would know how to deal with Toga. They also had Vlad King, so they would know how to take care of someone with a blood quirk. He asked Shoto what Eraserhead's current number was. He called Eraserhead and set up a meeting. At the meeting, Eraserhead POV. The problem child asked for a meeting with him and Tsukachi. This was alarming because Shota didn't give the kid his phone number and he knew about Tsukachi. Shota and Tsukachi arrived at the set location to see a homeless man in an alley. They look around, but when they look back, the homeless man had been replaced with the problem child. What do you want, problem child? I need a favor. Eraserhead looked at Tsukachi to see if it was true. It was. What kind? I may or may not have stolen a teenager off the street and they need a proper home because I'm as broke as your sense of humor. You stole a child. I took them off the street and decided to find a home for them. They did agree to come with me. Why are you asking me, problem child? Because members of the UA faculty are the only ones I can 100% trust not to be quirkist. How did you know I work at UA? Why would I tell you? Anyway, do you think you would be able to make her a ward of UA? I would have to get approval from Nizu first. I know you're watching, Nizu. If you accept, I will play chess with you. Shota felt bad for the kid when Shota immediately got a text from Nizu approving the deal. You don't know what you just did, kid. I know exactly what I just did. I signed a contract to cause more chaos. Oh, and give you more gray hairs that will be fun. His problem child handed over papers with what they needed to know about the kid they were housing at the school, then jumped onto a nearby roof. This is going to be a headache. It was the day Toga was becoming a ward of UA, and she was nervous. Izuku tried to convince her that the UA teachers would take care of her, but she still had lingering trauma. Izuku put on his hoodie and mask to hide his appearance before walking to UA with Toga. He knocked on the gate. It opened. They walked inside the building and met a scowling Eraserhead inside the school. Hi, Eraser. Are you busy contemplating how your life ended up like this, or are you mad that I gave Miss Joke your address? Of course that was you, problem child. Is that who you were calling? Togast. No, I was harassing Endeavor. Eraserhead, can you take Toga to where she will be staying? I have to play chess with Nizu. Nizu wants to talk to Toga as well, problem child. I was asked to take you there. Toga, follow me. Izuku bolted off. Toga followed close behind. Eraserhead chased after them. When they got to the office, the door opened for them. Aizawa went to the coffee machine and grabbed the already full pot. Ah, Shadow and Toga, you both made it. Nizu said with a chipper voice. Nizu, please don't call me Shadow. That name is more immature than Eraserhead when he is drunk. Eraserhead spat out his coffee. Nizu started cackling. Problem child, how in the world do you know what I act like when drunk? We were on patrol and you got hit with a quirk that made you drunk. I called Present Mike to pick you up. With that out of the way, let's get to business. Eraserhead, can you take Toga to where she is staying? Yes, sir. Eraserhead left with a very nervous and energetic Toga. Now let's start that chess match, Nizu. The chess game went on for a long time. Izuku managed to check Nizu a few times, but Nizu won in the end, but even Nizu admitted his struggle. Izuku went to find Toga. He gave her a hug and left the UA grounds. A few months passed and it was finally time for the UA entrance exam. Izuku had unlocked voice, Hisashi Yamada aka Banana Man, during a solo patrol. He bolted as soon as the villain was taken out. Anyway, Izuku entered through the UA gate. He stood in front of UA. He wanted a vote on something. So guys, do we try to get in without showing off, or do we blow away the competition and give Bakugo an aneurysm? It would be more practical to stay hidden, Shota said. Come on, show, we need to break Bakugo's fragile ego, Nemuri said. I wouldn't put it that way, Nem, but maybe if we damage the little listener's ego, he can be a better person, like Katsuki here present, Mike said. I want you to beat Bakugo, so does Ejiro, Ochako, Dabi, and even Katsuki, Shoto said. As much as I want his ego to be fractured, I think you should stay hidden, Izuku Hitoshi said. What's the point of holding back? You're top over-leveled for anything here to challenge you, Tamura said. If you beat him, he might attack you and you can stab him in self-defense. Himiko said. I think you should stay hidden, Second said. I agree with Second, Third, Fourth, and Sixth said. Go all out, First said. Blow away the competition, Fifth said. Bakugo is a JRK, but you need to ignore him. But I still want you to get first, but I wouldn't mind his ego being crushed. Nana muttered that last bit under her breath. So that's 13 for get first and 6 for fly under the radar. Izuku felt danger sense ping and sidestepped Bakugo's attempt to shoulder check him. Make that 14, Izuku said. The written test was a breeze for Izuku. He finished first. He was sitting in the presentation hall next to Bakugo. Izuku was minding his own business until Bakugo started shouting at him. What do you think you're doing here, Deku? Isn't it obvious? I'm buying a Big Mac. Bakugo was about to start yelling when the lights dimmed and Present Mike walked into the room. What's up, little listeners? Can I get a YF? The auditorium was quiet. Present Mike went on to explain the exam while Bakugo keeps whispering insults at him. Just as in the original timeline, Tenya stood up and asked about the fourth robot. He then turned to Izuku and Bakugo. You two have been chatting this whole time and distracting other examinees. If you are not taking this exam seriously, please leave. Izuku stood up. Why are you berating me for something I wasn't doing until now? It was this guy, Izuku points to Bakugo, that was talking. And you interrupted Present Mike when he was going to talk about the last robot, so sit down and learn to wait until someone is finished talking to ask questions. Izuku sits down. All right, calm down, little listeners. The last robot is actually not worth any points, so it is best to avoid them. After the briefing, Izuku goes to his testing site. He has decided only to use quirks that could look like one quirk or that could be passed off as good instincts. During his time at UA, he will do his best only to use one for all, FA gene and danger sense. He looks around the testing site to see Achiko nervous. He is walking towards her when he grabs the hand that was about to hit his shoulder. He looks at Tenya, giving him a glare that shows how done Izuku is with him. Tenya doesn't get the message. That girl over there seems to be focusing. Why are you trying to distract her? Have you ever tried not assuming you know everything about someone? I was going over to her to help calm her nerves, but here you are making a fool of yourself because you can't mind your own business. Izuku drops Tenya's hand before going to help calm Ochako's nerves. As soon as Present Mike shouts to go, he enters the battlefield. He used 60% one for all to break apart robots with ease. He had 38 points before the others got into the arena. He moved around the testing site gathering points and sabotaging his former classmate, Mineta. He obviously didn't make the sabotage obvious, he just destroyed the robots near him. He had 111 points by the time the zero-pointer came out. He waited on a roof for a few seconds to see if anyone would help Ochako. To his surprise, a blonde girl started running towards the zero-point robot. Izuku jumped down to help her. The girl jumped up and punched the zero-point robot while Izuku got Ochako out of the rubble. Izuku saw the girl falling. He also noticed her broken legs and arm. Guess this is the 9th in this timeline. Izuku jumped up and caught the girl before digging his hand into the nearby building to slow their fall. Izuku put her down next to Ochako before examining his bloodied fingers. Recovery for showed and healed all 3 of them. Izuku went home that day feeling sure that he got in. Izuku went to his P.O. box to see if he got his UA letter. He was excited to find the letter there. He went home and opened the letter. The small disc inside fell out and activated. I am here as a projection. Izuku smiled as he heard All Might's voice from the disc. You did amazing in the written exam, managing to get a perfect 100%. But what you are really waiting for is the practical exam results. You passed with 111 villain points, easily taking first, but that's not all. How could we call ourselves a hero school if we didn't recognize your heroic actions? For your help rescuing the girl who was trapped in the path of the 0-point robot, you have been awarded 20 rescue points, bringing your total points up to 131 points. That is only a few points below my record. Congratulations, this is your Hero Academia. Izuku grinned. He had destroyed Bakugo's score. The more energetic people in his head were cheering loud enough to give him a minor headache. The new 9th POV. She couldn't believe it. She made it into UA. She thought she failed because she wasn't able to destroy any robots that would give her points. But there were rescue points. She got 60 rescue points. All Might told her in her acceptance letter. She was going to be a hero. Izuku POV. It was the first day of classes and Izuku was wondering if his classmates would be the same as last time. Well, the same except Mineta because he only got around 5 points. Izuku entered class 1A to see Bakugo and Tenya yelling at each other, just like the good old times. Izuku stood in the door looking around the class. There were 18 people in class including him right now. All of them were his old classmates. He knew they weren't the people who had been pros with him before the apocalypse, but he couldn't help but think of them as his old friends. That was obvious because he had been mentally calling the Ida that was in front of him Tenya this whole time. Ida noticed Izuku standing in the doorway. He speed walked up to Izuku. Hello, I am Tenya Ida. Pleasure to meet you. I am Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you too. Midoriya, I misjudged you. You were able to discern the hidden portion of the entrance exam. You truly are the better hero. Diyu, what are you doing here? That is no way to speak to a fellow classmate. Izuku was smiling as Ida started berating Bakugo while Bakugo yelled about him being an extra. Izuku sat in his seat and waited for class to start. He saw the blonde girl that had One for All enter the classroom. He felt One for All react to her and she must have felt it too because she was looking for something but couldn't pinpoint it. Good, it was bad enough that All Might had been able to tell something was off about Izuku. He didn't need her confirming it with All Might. Uraraka entered the room and started talking to the blonde girl. Soon after Eraserhead entered the classroom. Only one person noticed me in the 15 seconds I've been here. The classroom was quiet for a second before Mina asked how a homeless guy got into UA. Izuku covered his snort. Didn't cover it well enough because Eraserhead glared at him. My name's Shota Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Now put these on and meet me at the training ground. Aizawa put out the UA gym clothes and left the classroom. Izuku quickly grabbed his clothes and went to the changing room. He went outside as the other boys arrived in the changing room. He was waiting in awkward silence with Eraserhead. After a few minutes his classmates came out of the changing room. Midoriya, you were first in the entrance exam. What? How did you cheat your way into first place, you quirkless freak? There is no way you got into you, let alone first with how useless you are. Bakugo, I suggest you shut up if you don't want Aizawa-sensei to be expelled on the first day of school. Izuku said. Bakugo, shut up. Midoriya, what was your record for the ball throw in middle school? Eraserhead said. 70 meters. Izuku said. Eraserhead tossed Izuku a ball. Now throw it with your quirk, anything goes as long as you stay inside the circle. You, with the earphone jacks, cover your ears. Kyoka covers her ears and Izuku uses One for All at 65%, his current max. He throws the ball with all his might, creating a shockwave that pushes the class back. Eraserhead held out the device that recorded distance. Izuku threw the ball 957 meters. The class started to get loud. Izuku felt danger sense ping. He turned around just in time to see Bakugo explode towards him. When did you get a quirk? Do you think you're better than me by hiding your quirk? I'll kill you. Izuku just looked at Bakugo, thinking about how predictable Bakugo was. Eraserhead erased Bakugo's quirk before sending his scarf to restrain Bakugo. Bakugo, this is your only warning. Do not attack any of your classmates. I know your type, having a strong quirk won't save you from punishment here. Don't make me use my quirk, it gives me dry eye. Bakugo walked back to the class. Eraserhead turned to the rest of the students. Here we will figure out your current limits so we can push past them. The class erupted into cheers. Mina made the mistake of saying how fun the test would be. Fun, huh? Do you really think that hero work is all fun and games? We have 3 years to train you all to be heroes. If you think you will just be having a good time, then you can leave. But since you think this will be fun, then let's make it more fun. The person who comes in last place will be expelled on the spot. But that's not fair, Uraraka said. Natural disasters, villain attacks, and other destructive events. Do you think these are fair? The world is full of unfairness. As heroes, it's our job to combat that unfairness. Now get on with it. The first test is the 50-meter dash. Izuku smiled at hearing Eraserhead say that. The physical tests for everyone were identical to how they were in the first timeline, except him, of course, though the other ninth holder of one for all got similar scores to himself in the first timeline. Izuku beat Ito with a score of 2.5 seconds. Izuku got third with a grip strength of 200 kg. Momo made a hydraulic press for it and Mizo had 3 arms. Izuku cleared the sandbox in the standing long jump. He easily beat everyone in the repeated side steps since Mineta wasn't there. He barely beat Ejiro in the sit-ups. Mina was the only one that beat him in the seated toe touch. Izuku did the best in the distance run by a long shot, even though Momo made an electric scooter and Ito was there. He did notice that Ninth had the same thought that he had the first time and broke her finger instead of her whole arm. When the results came out, he only looked at his name at the top before looking at Eraserhead. By the way, that expulsion thing was only a logical ruse to get the best out of you. The class started an uproar about Eraserhead's logical ruse. Eraserhead told everyone to grab their class schedule from the classroom, then they would be dismissed. When Izuku was gathering his stuff from the classroom when his classmates came in, Mina wanted everyone to introduce themselves. Bakugo had scoffed and left the school. Mina started the introductions. I'm Mina Ishido, call me Mina, my quirk is called acid. It lets me produce acid from my body. I like to dance. She poked Ejiro in the side to tell him to go. I'm Ejiro Kirishima, my quirk is hardening, I can harden my body. I think it's manly to train. Random people started going after that. I'm Tenya Ida, my quirk is engine, the engines in my legs help me move faster. I like the rules. Izuku almost laughed at Ida's introduction. I'm Denki Kaminari, my quirk is electrification. I can discharge electricity around me. I like video games. I'm Tsuyu Azui, call me Tsu Karo. My quirk is frog, I can do whatever a frog can. I like my siblings Karo. I'm Hantasiro. My quirk is tape. I can dispense tape from my elbows. I like classic manga. I'm Kyokajiro. My quirk is earphone jack. I can hear a lot better than normal and I can project my heartbeat through my jacks. I like music. Mon Ami, I am the fabulous Yuga Oyama. My perfect quirk is naval laser. I can shoot a fabulous laser from my belly button. I like sparkles and cheese. I'm Mashireo Ojiro. My quirk is tail, I have this prehensile tail. I like martial arts. I'm Rikido Sato. My quirk is sugar rush. Whenever I eat sugar I grow 5 times stronger. I like baking. My name is Mizo Shoji. My quirk is duplicate arm. I can grow body parts on my arms. I like Sudoku. My name's Shoto Todoroki. Koda signed his name, no one knew JSL except Izuku so he translated. He said his name is Koji Koda. His quirk is Ani voice. He can control animals, he likes being around animals. I'm Toru Hagakure. My quirk is invisibility. I like stuffed animals. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. The name of the darkness within my soul is. Oh my gosh Fumi, just say you're trying to act cool but don't know how to talk to people, Dark Shadow said. Izuku caught the embarrassed Fumicage's eye before giving him a grin that would make Eraserhead regret not arresting him even more than he did. Fumicage shuddered. My name is Dark Shadow and I'm Fumi's quirk. I know Fumi won't tell you what he likes. He likes country music. Izuku was 5 seconds away from bursting out laughing, because this was not something that Fumicage ever let out in the original timeline. Momo decided to spare Fumicage some embarrassment and introduced herself. I'm Momo Yayorozu. My quirk is creation. I can create anything if I know its molecular structure. I like tea. Izuku had one thought, hopefully Niza never notices that. Uraraka went next. I'm Ochako Uraraka. My quirk is zero gravity. If I touch something with the pads of my fingers they float. Izuku decided to go next. As soon as he started to speak he noticed Ninth's eyes widen. She must have just pinpointed what One for All was pulling her to. Great. My name is Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is stockpile. It allows me to store kinetic energy and use it later. The less I use it the more energy is stockpiled. I like forcing stuck-up people or people who take things too seriously to relax via methods of confusion and disrespect. Izuku looked at Ida with an evil grin. Izuku waited for Ninth to go. Hi, my name is Melissa Shield. My quirk is superpower. It gives me a massive strength boost, one that, at the moment, is too strong for my body to fully handle. I like looking into support gear on the side. Izuku was not expecting that. He knew that All Might knew David's shield, but he didn't think that David's daughter was quirkless. The reason he knew that Melissa was quirkless before One for All was because she didn't seem to have any true knowledge on how to use a quirk. Izuku had One for All for years, so it was easy to use the quirks he got from his friends. Izuku decided to help Melissa out. After the group disbanded, Izuku approached Melissa. Shield, right? Yes. Do you need something? I was just wondering if you needed help figuring out how to not break your bones when you use your quirk? I do. Do you have any advice? It would probably be better to do actual training instead of just giving you advice. Are you sure you know what you're doing about this? Shield, I have a stockpiling quirk. Do you really think that I never used more power than I could handle? I know what I'm doing. Is there a place where we could train? We could probably ask Principal Nizu if we could use one of the training grounds after school. Do you think he would let us use one? He probably would, as long as we bring a sacrifice of tea. What? Anyway, if Nizu lets us use the training ground, I'll kidnap you after classes end and drag you there. Why would you need to drag me there? To cause chaos and to annoy Ida for not acting like a stick in the mud. Okay? I'm going to go home now. See you tomorrow. Melissa left the classroom. Izuku was glad that he had been able to confuse her while also letting her know that he would help her with One for All. Izuku was walking out when he noticed Toga in one of the general education classes. He walked up to her. When she noticed him, she tackled him. Izuku was able to stand his ground this time. Toga started bouncing around him and talking at a speed that could almost rival his analysis, muttering. She was talking about how nice all the staff were. Izuku asked if she caused any chaos. She mentioned dropping a banana peel from the ceiling onto a new staff member's head. Izuku started laughing because the only new staff member was All Might. Toga went on about some of the pranks that she had pulled during her stay at UA. After a while, Izuku went home. Tomorrow was going to be entertaining. Talking, thinking. Izuku got to school an hour early for his second day. He pretended to need a map to find his way to the principal's office and purposely getting lost twice. He arrived at the office 30 minutes before class starts. He walks into Nizu's office. Like normal, Nizu had opened the door before Izuku knocked as a show of dominance. Hello Midoriya, is there a reason you have been wandering around the school pretending to be lost? I wanted to ask you something, but I didn't want people to know that I memorized the building already. Understandable. What did you want to ask? Can I use one of the training areas to teach a classmate some quirk control? Their quirk counselor clearly failed them. Who is this classmate? Melissa Shield. She has a quirk too strong for her body, so I was wondering if I could help control it. And if you're on the fence about this, Izuku pulled out a few bags of the best tea he could afford. Do I look like someone who could be bribed? If it's for a non-harmful purpose, yes. You are absolutely right, you can use one of the training grounds with supervision from Aizawa. How much coffee are you giving him for this? Why would you assume I would give him coffee? Aizawa definitely will not want to do this, and I have never once seen him drink anything other than coffee, so it is very reasonable to assume coffee is one of the best things to bribe him with. Nizu started clapping his paws. Correct, but the other best things is cats. You love sharing any embarrassing secrets about your employees, don't you? Nizu grinned and sent Izuku to class. Izuku arrived at class 5 minutes early. He saw everyone being loud and went behind Ida and pulled something out of his bag. Ida POV. Ida was about to tell everyone to get to their seats, but he feels something near his engines. He looked down and saw bananas sticking out of his engines. He looked around and he saw no one behind him. Back to Izuku POV. Izuku wanted to laugh at the expression on Ida's face. Izuku went behind the Mr. Aizawa's desk and put a carved watermelon under it. Izuku went to his seat without being noticed. Aizawa came into the room and went to his desk. Izuku saw his face turn to confusion then shock as he read the watermelon. Last night Izuku had carefully carved the words, "The watermelon uprising has begun." Izuku knew that Eraserhead would figure out who he was soon, but Eraserhead couldn't do anything because there would be no evidence until the USJ, where he would need to bully the Nomu there. The rest of the day went by like a normal school day. At lunch Izuku sat with Uraraka, Ida, Shield, Tsu, and Todoroki. It was time for the last class of the day, Foundational Heroics. Most of the class was asking who the teacher would be. "I am here." Coming through the door like a normal person, All Might shouted while coming through the door in a way that was not normal. Soggy Cheetos fell out of the vent above All Might and onto All Might's head. The classroom was quiet. Izuku was sitting next to a floor vent. He retracted Black Whip and left squishy strawberries in the vent. All Might looked at the vent and opened it. A bunch of very squishy strawberries fell onto him. Everyone looked at All Might in shock. All Might stood on a chair and looked into the vent. He found nothing there. He got down from the chair. He looked around at his students. No one had a quirk that could do that without being noticed. This became one of the many mysteries of UA, because how do you set off a trap with no trigger? All Might decided to ignore the mess that was on him and went to the podium and held up a card that said battle. All Might made a spectacle about their hero suits, then told them where to go and ran off. Izuku grabbed his costume and went to the changing room. Izuku kept an eye on Kaminari, but he was behaving. Maybe Mineta increased his perverted tendencies in the original timeline. Izuku put on his costume. Izuku's costume had black pants with dark green outlines, a pair of black steel-toed combat boots, a black hoodie, a utility belt, goggles that could block bright lights like flashbangs but still let him see properly to protect his eyes but not distort his vision, also so he can use erasure properly, but they don't need to know that. Fingerless gloves made out of the same materials as Bakugo's gloves, so he can use zero gravity, decay and explosion, but again, they don't need to know that. And a dark green mask with green lightning bolts on it. Izuku also had way too many weapons on him. He was surprised that this got approved. He had several kunai and ninja stars in a hidden pocket in his hoodie. He had 4 regular knives for close range. He had a bow staff, tonfa, a slingshot, and a bow with arrows. Some of the arrows had capsules that he could fill with sleeping gases from Somnambulist. The surprising thing was that he actually knew how to use all of them. Izuku was planning on getting a copy of Eraserhead's scarf later. Izuku walked out to the training grounds to meet with his classmates. He glanced at everyone's costumes and choked when he realized how bad his classmates' costumes used to be. Izuku looked at some of the girls' costumes and was wondering if he could get Nizu to arrest some of the people in charge of making costumes. Momo's costume did nothing for protection and was way too revealing for a minor, and Toru's costume or lack of costume wasn't even legal. Izuku looked at Shield's costume. She had dark blue boots. Her suit was light blue with black and dark blue stripes along her arms and legs. Her costume wasn't skin-tight and looked to have some built-in support gear. She had a metal mask that somewhat resembled All Might's smile and had basic eye protection. For weapons he could only see brass knuckles and a shield on her back. He wondered if she knew how to use it. Wow, Midoriya, you look great. I wish I was more specific on my costume. It's a little tight, Uraraka said. Thanks, I already have plans to get Nizu to file a lawsuit for inappropriate costumes. What do you mean? They made every one of the girls' costumes inappropriate except for Jiro and Shield. I mean, look at Yaoyorozu, she looks incredibly uncomfortable in that. And if they made that instead of using common sense, what are the chances that Hagakure has a costume other than those boots and gloves? I see your point. He is definitely an older brother. You all look like real heroes. Now, off to the observation room. All Might said. The class followed All Might to the observation room. He said that they would be doing a team exercise. Izuku's classmates asked some questions, but All Might quieted the class down. He pulled out note cards and read the rules. The rules bubbled down to 2 people on a team. The teams are chosen by lot. Hero teams needed to capture the villains or touch a fake nuke in the building to win. Villain teams need to capture the heroes or protect the bomb for 10 minutes to win. No causing major injuries. Villains have prep time and heroes have a building layout. All Might randomly selected the teams. The teams were Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team A, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team B, Momo Yaoyorozu and Melissa Shield. Team C, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team D, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido. Team E, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team F, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team G, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team H, Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team I, Ijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Team J. The teams were exactly the same as last time, except for Shield replacing Mineta, but oh well. All Might got 2 boxes out. He pulled out 1 ball from each. Team A as heroes versus Team D as villains. Game on Bakugo. Izuku was outside the building with Uraraka. They were planning what to do. Bakugo is going to come after me and Ida will most likely defend the bomb. Bakugo does seem to hate you, so you're probably right. When Bakugo attacks me, I want you to go up to the bomb. It will most likely be on the 4th floor. Ida seems smart. There is a chance he will remove anything you can use your quirk on. Have you psychoanalyzed our entire class or something? Uraraka joked. I have been told that I am terrifying when I analyze people. Is that a yes or a no? Uraraka asked with a worried expression. The alarm to start rang. Izuku grinned at her before pulling his mask up and running into the building. Is that a yes or a no? Uraraka shouted with very obvious concern. Izuku entered the building. Uraraka was continually asking if he already psychoanalyzed their whole class. Izuku felt danger sense ping and pulled Uraraka back. An explosion went off where they were standing a moment ago. Deku, Bakugo shouted in rage. Uraraka go. Izuku shouted. Are you ignoring me, Deku? Bakugo shouted as Uraraka ran off. Who are you talking to? There isn't anyone named Deku here. Do you want to die? Already did that once, 0 stars, would not recommend. Bakugo lunged at Izuku. Izuku sidesteps Bakugo's explosion and flips him into a wall. Bakugo was about to start talking, but Izuku grabbed his explosive gauntlet and kicked Bakugo's chest. The gauntlet came off, but it injured Bakugo's wrist in the process. With Bakugo's left hand no longer able to create explosions without hurting him, Izuku kicked Bakugo's right ankle and knees his head. Izuku then chopped Bakugo's neck, knocking him out. Izuku wrapped capture tape around Bakugo before leaving. Katsuki Bakugo has been eliminated, All Might announced over the intercom. Izuku ran upstairs to where Uraraka had been trying to stop herself from laughing at Ida's acting. Izuku, who was talking over the communication devices they were given, told Uraraka to float herself to the ceiling and go for the bomb when he entered. Izuku sauntered into the room looking arrogant. Izuku looked directly at Ida and started doing repeating backflips. Uraraka floated to the ceiling and pushed herself towards the bomb while Ida just looked at Izuku like he had liked the wall. Uraraka dropped onto the bomb. The bomb has been captured. Hero team wins. Ida turned around in shock just to see Uraraka on the bomb. Ida congratulated them on their win before they all started going downstairs. They were about halfway down before they saw Bakugo running up the stairs. Izuku's eyes widened as Bakugo exposed the pin on his gauntlet. Danger sense pinged as Izuku grabbed Ida and Uraraka and jumped out of a nearby window. Bakugo pulled the pin. The massive explosion barely misses the teens that were falling out of the window. Izuku used one for all to kick at the ground to break their fall. Izuku ran while still dragging Uraraka and Ida to avoid debris. When the trio were out of range, Izuku let go of Uraraka and Ida and ran back to the building to see if Bakugo was okay. Izuku found Bakugo standing in front of the wreckage. Izuku walked up to Bakugo, knocked him out and dragged him out of the building. Izuku gave Bakugo to the medical robots and went to Ida and Uraraka. Did you guys get any injuries? Surprisingly nothing, well, nothing except the trauma of a classmate trying to kill us. Uraraka responded. I have not been harmed, but it was very unheroic for Bakugo to attack us, Ida said while chopping his arms. You might want to see Hound Dog for that trauma, Uraraka. Actually, maybe I could get Bakugo anger management therapy, Izuku said. The trio went back to the observation room, everyone's eyes snapped to them. Izuku blocked out their questions and stood in the corner and barely paid attention to the other battles, though from what little he gathered things went the same as the first time. Then the match Izuku had been waiting for came. Kaminari and Jiro as heroes versus Yaoyorozu and S.H.I.E.L.D. as villains. That he watched S.H.I.E.L.D. carefully. She mostly did what Yaoyorozu asked her to do, but when she had to fight she went against Jiro since S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gear was metal. She was able to get a few punches in with her brass knuckles, but the versatility of Jiro's jacks was hard to counter. She resorted to flicking Jiro with one for all. Izuku winced. That must have hurt. S.H.I.E.L.D. wrapped Jiro with capture tape and snuck up on Kaminari. She put the capture tape around his body and All Might called the end of the exercise. Melissa POV. By the time Melissa got her shattered finger healed by Recovery Girl, the class had finished. Melissa was leaving, but Midoriya dragged her to one of the training grounds. What are we doing here? Melissa asked with a hint of fear. Don't you remember yesterday? I'm helping you make sure that your arms don't shatter like glass. Midoriya responded. Okay, so what do I do? It's actually pretty simple. Charge up your quirk, but don't use it, just hold the energy in place. Melissa charges up one for all in her arm. She feels the strain of holding it there. You feel the strain, right? Yes. Deactivate your quirk. What is the best way you can describe the energy flow of the quirk? It feels like a river about to overflow. Okay, good. Think about the physics of water. When water is pushed through a small gap, the pressure is high, so you need to expand the gap. Reactivate your quirk, but spread it out through your whole body except your head. Don't want to cause that much strain. Melissa was concerned with Midoriya casually implying that she could get brain damage, but she does as told. The strain is still there, but it's dulled down a bit. Feels a bit better? Midoriya asked. Melissa nodded. Now imagine someone diverting a small portion of the river, maybe 5%. Melissa is confused by that specific number but imagines the small portion of the river being separated. Now try to latch on to the diverted section of the river and try to detach from the main river. Melissa felt the strain nearly disappear as she latched on to the diverted path. Now deactivate your quirk and try to activate it with the starting point being the diverted path. Melissa activates at 5% without difficulty. After a few seconds she deactivated her quirk and started bouncing around. I did it! She shouted. We're not done yet, Midoriya said. Melissa deflated. Let that 5% flow through your whole body. Melissa allows the power access to her whole body except her head. Your whole body, don't leave it out unless you're testing the strain a certain power level causes. Melissa let the power flow to her head. She saw yellow sparks around her. She looked at Midoriya with a concerned expression. Try taking a few steps with your quirk. When you get used to it, gradually increase the speed until you're running. Melissa starts going around the training ground. When she starts sprinting, she feels like a car, especially when a bug hits her glasses. She jogs over to Izuku. Thanks for the help. Do we need to do anything else? Jump as high as you can, then throw a few punches. Midoriya said. Melissa jumped 22 feet, 6.71 meters, in the air. She didn't know how to land, but Midoriya caught her. She threw a few punches that didn't break her arms. Izuku POV. After the training was finished, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Izuku were walking to the train when S.H.I.E.L.D. asked a random question. I've been wondering, Are your fangs quirk-related or a genetic mutation? What fan? Oh right, he had Himiko's fangs from her quirk. She is like a sister, so half-truth it is. Some of my family have fangs too, so I think it's a genetic mutation. Interesting. Izuku and Melissa separate at the station. Izuku was going home, but then he remembered that Shigaraki would break into UA to get a class scheduled tomorrow, and he had to tell Eraserhead. He gave his most tired sigh, got to his home and told Eraserhead to meet on a rooftop. Talking. Izuku met Eraserhead on the rooftop of an apartment building. What do you want, problem child? You never send me anything other than memes. The USJ is going to be attacked when your class goes in 2 days. Problem child, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a joke, but you are as serious as you were when you asked us to make Toga a ward of UA. How are you so sure? I have ways of gathering information that no one else has. Shota Aizawa. Izuku watched as Eraserhead froze. Tell Nizu now. Izuku said. Izuku left the rooftop. He didn't tell Eraserhead about the break-in tomorrow because he wanted to make sure he met Shigaraki in the USJ. It would be one of the best ways to make him doubt all for one. Hey Tamura? Yeah kid? You are a gamer, right? You know this by now. What is the purpose of that question? Did you view the world as a game? I did. I still occasionally fall back into that mentally. Did you ever make some sort of code to see if someone could load a certain point of the world like a game? Oh, you really do know me. Izuku could feel Tamura grinning. You know that thing we've been practicing. What about it? I just think Shigaraki would be more likely to believe something he told himself. Izuku was taking down the few villains that were around that night. He knew that a lot of the people who would normally be out were gathering for the USJ raid. Izuku has been trying to unlock one of the other quirks he might have before he has to deal with the USJ. As he is dealing with a group of criminals, he suddenly felt very tired, one of the possible signs he was about to awaken a quirk. Every time he got a new quirk, he was afraid he would turn into a Nomu. The reason this fear was not unfounded was because some of the Nomus had less quirks than he did, if the files were trustworthy. We should probably talk about that first, said to Izuku. Why do you sound so tired? I've been looking into that, and I think I figured it out. Really, tell me. Wait until you fall asleep, then I'll bring you into the mindscape. Phi-Thean. Izuku pouted. Izuku used Black Whip to finish the fight and went home while shaking off the homeless-looking hero following him. Izuku lays down and falls asleep. Izuku wakes up in the mindscape. He dodged Himiko's tackle and picks her up. Who's the small one now, Himiko? Izuku said, glad to be the big brother again. No, small Izuku isn't small anymore, Himiko whined. Ha, I win. Izuku shouted. Ninth, remember what you came here for? First interrupted. Oh right, sorry about that. First, are we going to talk here or somewhere else? Let's talk somewhere else, then you decide if you want to tell the others. Okay, bye Himiko. Izuku set Himiko down and followed first. They arrived at their destination, a room that the vestiges had made for private conversations. So what is so important about the fact that I'm not a Nomu that we had to go to your fortress of solitude? I've been looking into this for a while, and a few of my theories have been related to you being quirkless, but that had already been disproven by 8th. What do you mean? One for All has bonded more with you than it did with 8th. It let you use the other's quirks despite the small time you had control of it. I can bet that the other 9th will not awaken one of the other's quirks until after the battles between Class 1A and Class 1B despite having control for more time. What does that have to do with anything? 9th, One for All is transferred through DNA. Every user who it has been transferred to has had some sort of adverse reaction when they receive the quirk, and no, the kickback of One for All is not counted in that. So, One for All forcibly alters DNA so that it doesn't kill the user. What? Because quirks are tied to genetics, people have to have similar DNA to use someone else's quirk, or their own quirk must have altered their body to be able to handle others' quirks. So One for All adapted my body to be able to handle more quirks? One for All only adapts the user to itself, and as I said earlier, you had no sign of adaptation, which means you're related to me. Huh, I was expecting something more dramatic considering how we are in the private room. That's the thing, your body was not only compatible for One for All, but there has been no adverse reaction to the quirks that aren't part of One for All. This means your body was already able to handle multiple quirks. So I got a lucky gene pool. You really don't get it, do you? The only other person who is able to handle multiple quirks without major consequences is All for One. Your body can handle multiple quirks as well as he can. Izuku, you are most likely All for One's son. First said with a serious voice. Izuku just stood there. First waited for Izuku's brain to stop lagging. What? It took Izuku a while to process the fact that his sworn enemy was probably the most dangerous villain ever. After Izuku had calmed down, First said something that made him feel a completely different kind of despair. Hey, at least you have a cool uncle to help deal with it. Izuku bashed his head into a wall. I'm not that bad, am I? First asked. Any and all form of wisdom you know is from old TV shows and comics. At least some of that wisdom came from Sensei Wu. Who even is that? Pre-Quirk TV show, some of it might still be on YouTube. You mean HeroTube, right? Nope. Izuku's amazing uncle distracted him from an existential crisis with a discussion on pre-Quirk media. By the time they finished, it was almost morning. Izuku had one thing to do before he woke up. He found Kaken and sat next to him. You know you aren't like that anymore, right? But I was. I still let loose that explosion originally. I almost killed you. How can you just forgive me after that? Kaken yelled. Because it wasn't your fault. But it was. Let me finish, Kaken. It wasn't your fault that no one in authority tried to correct your behavior. It wasn't your fault that Aldra was a meta-liberation army indoctrination camp. It wasn't your fault that every single person you met other than me and your family fed your ego so much that you thought that you could do no wrong. That doesn't excuse it. You're right, it shows how much you've changed that you realize that, and with that realization you can do better. Izuku started walking away. I'm gonna go wake up now. Izuku was walking away from Kaken. Izuku started fading away. Himiko tackled Izuku because she couldn't let him attempt to be cool. Izuku woke up in his room with an itch in his fingertips. He looks down to see that he had almost unnoticeable pads on his fingers. He places his hand on his phone and watches as it floats up. He grabs his phone before deactivating zero gravity, Ochako Uraraka Kirby but human. He puts on the artist gloves he got when he was training Decay and went to UA. When Izuku got to UA, the first thing he saw was the reporters swarming students. He saw some of his classmates in the swarm. He started pushing his way through the crowd, telling any reporters that tried to interview him every single law they were breaking before grabbing some of his fellow students and dragging them inside the UA gate. Once he was inside the gate, he let go of the students, Kaminari and Mina, and started walking to Nizu's office. He explained the costume situation so Nizu could ruin the company that approved the inappropriate costumes for minors. Izuku suggested getting DNA-infused fabric for Yaoyorozu and Hagakure. He finished his discussion with Nizu and headed to class. Most of the class was there when he arrived. Eraserhead entered the classroom. You may have noticed that Bakugo is not in your class. That is because he has been put in general studies. I would have expelled him, but the school board didn't allow it. He is taking anger management classes, and if he is mentally stable by the sports festival, he might be brought back into the class. Anyway, today you'll be doing something very essential to your time in UA. Eraserhead paused for dramatic effect. Even if he would never admit it, Izuku knew. You'll be electing your class representatives. That's a completely normal school activity. The class shouted. Did you really just segment from Bakugo's banishment to choosing class representatives? Suit. Eraserhead crawled into his sleeping bag. Izuku wondered if he could put butterfly wings on Eraserhead so it would look like he came out of a cocoon. Almost everyone was volunteering for class representative. Ida suggested a vote. Izuku opted out of being a candidate. He had more important things to do. Izuku voted for Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu won with 6 votes. Tsu got vice rep with 3 votes. After the vote ended, Mina had the idea of making a class group chat. She got everyone's numbers and made the chat. Izuku was sitting at his normal lunch table when the alarms started ringing. Everyone started panicking, especially when the first years were informed that a level 3 security threat meant that someone had gotten onto school property. Izuku was chilling out in the cafeteria while everybody was panicking. That was until he heard a pained cry. He shoved his way into the crowd until he found what he assumed was Hagakure on the ground. Izuku picked her up and picked her up. "Are your arms working fine?" Izuku asked Hagakure. "Yes, why?" "Cover your ears." Izuku let his rage seep into his voice before using voice at a level where it could barely be mistaken as natural. "Everyone stop panicking, it's just the press. By panicking you are harming other students, so calm down before I give you a reason to run." A few people froze in place. This included his entire class, as well as a few Gen Ed students. The people who didn't freeze quieted down enough for Izuku to be heard. Izuku deactivated voice. "Now calmly go to the exit like a group of sensible people." The student body finished the evacuation process. Eventually everyone could go back to their classrooms for the day. Hagakure thanked Izuku for helping her. Eventually school ended and Izuku went home. He had to ask Eraserhead something, so he pulled out his phone. "Problem people." Eraserhead. "Problem adult." Izuku. "Problem child." Problem child. "Did you manage to cancel the USJ trip tomorrow?" Problem adult. "No, school board decided that potentially risking students' lives was better than canceling the class over a warning of an attack that has a chance of being fake." Problem child. "Great, now the school board is too stupid to understand the risk they are taking." Problem child has gone offline. Izuku was really annoyed with the school board for the sheer amount of stupid they had. They could give short-circuited Kaminari a run for his money. Welp, tomorrow's the day that he has a chance of changing Shigaraki's fate without an apocalypse. All Might better show up. You even knew this was going to happen. If All Might is so irresponsible that he doesn't save his time with a warning that the USJ would be attacked, then Izuku would punt him to China and back. It was the day of the USJ and Izuku decided that he wouldn't leave All Might's appearance up to chance. He asked Shota remembered his old email info. Shota was about to answer but Namuri interrupted him. Sho was always terrible at remembering passwords, so he wrote them on the inside of his goggles, and since he has them here he does know them. Seriously? The Shota that was known as one of the best underground heroes put his personal info on clothes? Izuku asked. "Shut up before I reveal your embarrassing secrets," Namuri. Shota said. "Look at me in the face and tell me that I would be embarrassed by any secret you know." Namuri said. "You fed a pigeon catnip for some reason and it tried to stuck you," Shota said with a deadpan expression. "How in the ever-loving bean burrito did you know about that?" Okay, let's calm down," Hisashi said. Izuku was laughing like a madman as Shota's petty side was on display. When the conversation died down, Izuku used the details Shota gave him and signed into Eraserhead's email. Eraserhead, "Yagi, something came up and Nizu wants you at you now." All Might, "Alright young Aizawa, I will be there soon." Eraserhead, "Turn your caps lock off." Izuku quickly signed out of the account and started getting ready for school. Classes went normally until Hero Basic Training. Eraserhead entered the room. "You're going on a field trip to a rescue facility built by UA? There will be 2 other teachers there, All Might and another hero. Now get to the bus." The class went outside and got in the bus. Izuku was sitting next to Tsu. "Midoriya, I normally say what's on my mind." "Okay, go for it." "Your quirk and Shield's quirk are a lot like All Might's." Izuku saw Shield freeze. Good thing he thought about what he should say if someone asked this before. "Well, my quirk absorbs kinetic energy with an unknown ratio of kinetic energy to power, but the only reason I am able to put out as much energy as I can is because it took a while for me to activate, so I had a lot of stored up energy. I do have a theory that me and Shield might be distantly related because of how similar the visual effects of our quirk are. All Might doesn't have visual effects with his quirk and it doesn't harm him if he overdoes it. Therefore the possibility of either of us being related to All Might is slim, especially because of how common strength quirks are. But it could be that some parts of the quirk jump generation." Mumble mumble mumble. The people near him were surprised at his analysis. Izuku was just glad he had the idea to use his muttering habit to hide one for all from others. "Man, I'm sure you'll rank high, Midoriya. Your quirks are so flashy, meanwhile mine is rather plain." Kirishima said. "Kirishima, that's my friend you're talking about. And I won't tolerate it. Quirks are useless if you are fighting Aizawa-sensei, so why fully rely on your quirk? That's so manly. Isn't that a bit hypocritical?" "Minus, I know how to fight without a quirk. I could probably beat everyone in the class in quirkless sparring. The only person who would give me a challenge would be Ojiro. Speaking of which, Kirishima, I noticed a complete lack of proper fighting style. Talk to Ojiro about that. He is a martial artist. You also need to learn to fight dirty. But fighting dirty isn't many, Kirishima said. Kirishima, I am saying this so you can improve, which is more manly, fighting dirty and saving people, or fight fair and letting a villain hurt others. I'm not saying you always have to fight dirty. I'm saying you need to know how in case you find a villain you can't beat by playing fair. Kirishima opened his mouth then closed it. Wasn't expecting you to be the kind of person who thought about that kind of stuff. Uraraka said. Like Mr. Aizawa said, heroics isn't all about fun and games. It's not a job for the faint of heart. Why do you think he hit us with that logical ruse? It was to see if we would try our best or break under pressure. If we did break, he probably would have expelled us. Midoriya. Yes, Uraraka? You know you never answered me during the battle trial. Have you psychoanalyzed our entire class? Why would you think that? You just psychoanalyzed Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya is terrifying, Mina exclaimed. Everyone shut up, we're here, Eraserhead said. Class 1 got off the bus to see the massive dome that was the USJ. Welcome to the USJ. Pro Hero 13 said. Uraraka started fangirling. Wow, it's Universal Studios Japan, Kaminari said. Kaminari, why would we go to Universal Studios Japan for rescue training? Joeth. Kaminari starts making sad Pikachu noises. Eraserhead walks up to 13. Izuku overheard their conversation. Where is All Might? Izuku started putting spikes on his boots. He should be here in a couple minutes. His meeting with Nizu took longer than expected. Izuku took the spikes off his boots. No punting All Might today. Why were you putting spikes on your boots? Siro asked nervously. Nothing you would want to know about. Izuku said with a smile that was way too innocent for what he was just doing. All Might arrived after a minute and everyone entered the trap that the USJ was. Things were normal until the villains showed up. As soon as Eraserhead and All Might started fighting villains, 13 started taking the students out of the USJ. When Kurogiri appeared, Izuku grabbed Ida. Ida, go get back up. I don't care if you feel like you are leaving us, the sooner you get help. 13 disintegrated the door and Izuku threw Ida over Kurogiri and out of the USJ. Kurogiri was annoyed but went on with his speech about getting rid of them. Izuku threw one of his arrows with sleeping gases up as Kurogiri warped them away. Hopefully the portal would be gone by the time the arrow hit the ground. Izuku fell into the flood zone. He was grabbed by Tsu and dragged onto the boat. Shield was also there. Tsu, do you think you can jump to the edge of the flood zone? Izuku asked. Not with anyone in tow, Karo. But you can jump there on your own? Yes. Okay, I'll carry Shield, watch our backs. A villain used his quirk to attack the boat. Izuku grabbed Shield and used One for All to jump to the edge of the flood zone. When Izuku looked at the main plaza, he saw something horrible. Eraserhead's elbow hadn't been disintegrated, but Shigaraki had placed his fifth finger on Eraserhead's face. Eraserhead was about to blink. Izuku could tell. Izuku activated Erasure when Aizawa blinked. Izuku combined One for All with Erasure. This combination allowed Erasure to continue its effect for 15 seconds after it was deactivated. Then he deactivated it so he had no visible sign of quirk use. Izuku powered up One for All and grabbed Shigaraki, making sure to keep his fingers away from him. Izuku proceeded to drop kick Shigaraki into Kurogiri, who had just appeared. Guess the arrow didn't work, Izuku thought. Izuku went near where Shigaraki and Kurogiri had landed, just out of earshot of Eraserhead. Izuku had taken off his right artist glove and was holding an arrow with 4 fingers. All Might sent the Nomu out of the USJ's dome. Kurogiri, get us out of here, and you, Shigaraki looked at Izuku, I'll kill you later, NPC. Izuku had been practicing something very interesting and it was time to use it. Izuku let Tamura take control of his body. Tamura looked at Shigaraki dead in the eyes. It's determination time, mother trucker, Tamura said. Izuku mentally facepalmed at the Tamura's code. Shigaraki's eyes widened when he heard his own voice coming from Izuku's mouth, but was even more startled when Izuku's fifth finger made contact with the arrow as it started to disintegrate. Kurogiri warped Shigaraki away. Eraserhead ran to Izuku. "Are you insane? What made you think that was a good idea?" Eraserhead asked. "Careful, Mr. Aizawa, your dad is showing," Izuku said with a mischievous grin. "You are getting detention for doing something so stupid." "Mr. Aizawa, can I get a copy of your capture scarf?" "No problem, child, you can't." The students had been sent home after everyone was checked on. Izuku had stolen Eraserhead's coffee on the way out. Now that the USJ was over, he had some nonsense to do. Unknown user has added unknown user to the chat. Unknown user has changed unknown user's name to Shigaraki. Unknown user has changed unknown user's name to Green. Shigaraki, who are you? Green. You could have picked a nothing as a code, anything, and you chose an Undertale reference. Shigaraki, oh, you're the kid that drop-kicked me, rude. Green, oh, you're the guy that decided to attack a class of children and almost removed the face of one of the few heroes that do their job properly, rude. Shigaraki, point taken, why are you here? What was the future like? Did I win? Green, I'm here because yes, the future sucks, and no one ever wins when all for one is involved. You either are sacrificed to get to his goals or gotten rid of when he reaches those goals. Shigaraki, sensei would never. Green, anyway, I made this chat for no reason but to be a menace. Speaking of, Green has changed their name to Green Gremlin. Green Gremlin, and for my first action as a gremlin. Green Gremlin has changed Shigaraki's name to Krusty Toe. Krusty Toe, I hate you. Green Gremlin, not as much as you hate Jerry. School was closed for a few days after. Izuku had been going on a lot more patrols to make up for the lack of classes. It was when he got a notification from on the group chat that Mina made with the class that he started to cause a bit of chaos. Class 1 Denki Kaminari, I had a thought. Kyokujiro, doubt. Denki Kaminari, ouch. Ejiro Kirishima, what was your thought, Kamibro? Denki Kaminari, the group chat names are so boring, we should rename them. Tenya Ida, it would be unprofessional to change the names from what they are. Izuku Midoriya, WHOMSTHSUMMONEDNCIEN2NE. Fumikage Tokoyami, the tomes had yet to impart upon me the knowledge of another such as myself. Izuku Midoriya, nah, I just did that for the memes. You are the definition of, wants to be cool but doesn't know what cool means. Tenya Ida, insulting your classmates isn't very heroic. Izuku Midoriya, our encounters at the entrance exam. Tenya Ida, never mind. Melissa Shield, I thought Midoriya was gonna be the nice one. Izuku Midoriya, well, you were wrong. Anyway, back to names. Izuku Midoriya has changed their name to Tenya Lida. Momo Yeruzu, why did it let you choose a name that was already in use? Tenya Lida, because I used a lowercase l instead of a capital I. Tenya Ida, Midoriya, please change your name. Tenya Ida has changed their name to Green. Green has changed Tenya Ida's name to Arm Chop Boi. Arm Chop Boi, what is the purpose of this name? Green, it's for the memes. Green has changed Denki Kaminari's name to Piku. It was a few days after the USJ when school was opened again. Izuku had been ruining his reputation as the reliable one because of the nonsense he put in the group chat. At the moment, Izuku was sitting in the classroom waiting for Eraserhead to show up. Eraserhead entered the class, and, being the drama queen that he is, said, "Keep on your toes, your fight is not over yet." While the class was panicking, thinking that there was another villain attack, Izuku was wondering how many detentions he would be in for helping Aizawa at the USJ. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks, Eraserhead said. That's a totally normal school activity. Izuku's classmates shouted. It was the end of the school day. Uraraka opened the classroom door to see a crowd of people in front of the door. Uraraka paused for a second. Hey, Mr. Aizawa? What, Uraraka? There is a crowd of people at the door and I can't tell if they want to be friends or sacrifice us to lemons. I'm so proud of you, Uraraka, Izuku said with happy tears in his eyes. Izuku walked to the door and looked at the people outside. Did you guys come here for a reason, or are you just going to stand there? We came to see what the famous Class 1A was like, wasn't expecting a bunch of arrogant jerks, Monoma jeered. And what exactly are we famous for? You hogged all the glory at the... So you are calling us glory hogs for going through a traumatic event that could have gotten us killed, or is it the fact that said traumatic experience got publicized without our consent that makes it glory hogging? Monoma was about to say something but Izuku cut him off. If your first response to someone going through a traumatic event is to call them glory hogs, then you aren't cut out to be heroes. I don't know why this isn't taught as soon as the school year starts, but then again they probably don't expect to have to teach basic human decency in school. I assume you are also here to tell us that our places in the hero course are temporary. Why aren't you here already if you are so confident? Is it because you didn't read the handbook that told you about the off switches on the robots, or because you thought that fighting robots was more important than helping people? Because it isn't a quirk problem. Hagakure over there doesn't have a quirk good for fighting, but she got in. My social battery is running low, so instead of pushing through a bunch of people too caught up in their delusions that everything Class 1A does is for clout, I am jumping out the window. If you really want to be a hero, realize that helping others is worth more than your pride. Goodbye. Izuku ran to the window, opened it, and jumped out. Someone catch him, we're on the 5th floor. Momo shouted. Todoroki was already at the window and used his ice to make a slide for Izuku, but instead of using the slide, Izuku kicked at the ground with his quirk to slow his fall. He's fine. He used his quirk to slow his fall. Shoto said. I knew he would be fine, he did the exact same thing at the battle trials with us. I still don't get how he doesn't throw up. Uraraka said. All right, problem class, get out. Izawa said. The class left the room, struggling to get through the crowd at the door. During the next 2 weeks, most of Class 1A went through training that would make most people give up. A few of them tried but were forced to get up. Who was overseeing this training, Mr. Izawa? All Might? Nizu? Nope, it was the gremlin himself, Izuku Midoriya. He had already been training Melissa. She had insisted on him calling her that after USJ. He had asked Mr. Izawa if he could hold a training session during the weeks before the sports festival. Izuku asked Yaoyorozu to announce it in class. Most of the class saw the benefit in training with Izuku due to his physical prowess and terrifying but useful analytical mind. The first new person was Kirishima, probably because he thought that it was manly to train more. Melissa gave him her pity. So what are we doing, exercising, weight sparring? Kirishima asked excitedly. Up to the sports festival we will be doing quirk training and improving on some flaws in fighting styles, but at the moment I want to see how durable you are, so harden as much as you can. Kirishima hardened his body. What now? Melissa, punch him in the chest, 5%. What? Kirishima asked. Melissa punched Kirishima, sending him back a few feet. Kirishima definitely took some damage. Didn't feel a thing. Kirishima said, Melissa, do you want to see how much his hardening can take? Yes, I do, Izuku, plus, this is also a good way to see how much damage I can do. All right, keep it 5% but don't stop hitting him until he taps out or his hardening cracks. I won't give up. Kirishima said. Your funeral, Izuku said. Melissa let out a massive barrage of punches and kicks. After a minute, Kirishima had been pushed into the wall and his hardening cracked. Melissa stopped attacking. Kirishima was tired and Izuku was surprised at how much Kirishima could already take. All right, you have a good starting. But my guess on how to improve your quirk is to work on decreasing the energy it takes to keep yourself hardened before increasing how hard you can get. So anytime you can, you should keep yourself hardened. This is basically how it went for anyone who joined. They give the best they can and gives them ways to improve. The problem, he didn't let them stop until they couldn't do it anymore. A few were being taught basic hand-to-hand by Izuku and Ojiro, specifically Tokoyami, because he relied too much on Dark Shadow, Hagakure, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Sato. The others were mostly training their quirks. Occasionally Eraserhead would have to watch to make sure they didn't kill each other. Whenever Eraserhead was in the room, Izuku watched him for an opportunity. At the end of the first week he found an opportunity. Izuku had just left the training room to enter the vents. Eraserhead did something unusual. He fell asleep without his sleeping bag on, and he was right next to a vent that made no noise when it opened. Izuku knew all the vents. He opened the vent and took Eraserhead's capture scarf off of him. Izuku closed the vent and silently went to the support department. He was definitely getting another detention. Izuku was outside the support department. He dodged the door that blew off its hinges and caught the person, most likely Mei, who fell out. He looked at the person he caught and it definitely was Mei. He set her on her feet. "Hello there. Are you here for some babies?" "Inventions or human children," Izuku responded. "Inventions? Yes, I'm glad I don't have to call the heroes. What kind of baby do you want?" Izuku handed her the capture scarf. "I want a copy of this. I don't know how it works, but I figured you would be able to figure it out." "When do you need it?" "I don't need it for the sports festival, but I would rather give Eraserhead his scarf back before then. I should be able to make a copy and a modified version by then." "A modified version?" "I'm not going to make someone else's support tech without making a better version." "Understandable. Have a nice day." Izuku left the support department while looking at the face of respect and pure terror on Power Loader, probably because Izuku was either brave enough or psychotic enough to take Eraserhead's capture scarf. He went back into the training room and continued training his classmates. The 2 weeks were over. Izuku thought that his class had a good chance in the sports festival, though he would have to get through to Todoroki, who never came to training and never used his fire. Izuku was very excited for the sports festival, not only for the mischief he would cause but because his dad would be watching. He was imagining the heart attack All for One would have when he figured out that there were 2 one-for-alls. The other reasons he was excited is because he wanted to see if Bakugo's mental state had gotten better. He also wanted to bully Endeavor. He was going to mention Tony the Tiger and Cheetos so much. Izuku's manic grin grew even larger. Speaking, note. Izuku was plotting something and everyone knew it. When he arrived at the locker room at the UA Sports Festival, most of the class froze at his grin. The only person brave, or maybe stupid, enough to move was Todoroki, who made a declaration of war to Melissa because All Might had his eye on her. Izuku wondered if Todoroki would ask if Melissa was All Might's secret love child. Todoroki approached Izuku. "It is safe to say that in terms of power I am stronger than you," Todoroki said. Saying that is like saying Endeavor is a good person or hero. It's factually incorrect. Izuku said. Todoroki was stunned that Izuku had called out his father, and a little bit happy. It took a few seconds to process the rest of the sentence, but by then Kirishima had butted in. "Insulting the number 2 hero isn't manly, Midobro. Neither is the hundreds of civilian casualties he caused. Endeavor is a prime example of people who shouldn't be heroes but are because of flashy quirks." Izuku responded. "But it's rude to talk about it in front of Todoroki. Todoroki would have to be blind or stupid to not know that, and he is neither." The class was called to the arena. Present Mike, presentation microphone, gave an introduction to the classes as they entered. Coming out first we have the class to keep your eye on, the class that survived a villain attack. From the Heroics course, Class 1A. Next we have a class that has yet to have a chance to prove themselves, but don't count them out yet. ALs from the Heroics course, Class 1B. We have the Gen Ed students, Class 1C, D, and E. We have the Support Department Class F, G, and H. And finally, last but not least, we have the Management course, Class I, J, and K. That's some large bias, Izuku stated. And for the referee of the first year's sports festival, we have the R-rated hero Midnight. "Why did they have you do this again, Nem?" Izuku asked. "So the first years would get more views because of the simps," Nemuri responded. "We are having the person who placed first in the entrance exam give the students pledge. Would Izuku Midoriya please come to the stage?" Midnight called over the speaker. Izuku had completely forgotten about this part of the festival. Izuku walked up to the stage and grabbed the mic. "First of all, I must state that I was not informed that I would be making a speech. We may all have different origins, but all of us first years have one thing in common. We want to make it to the top, so go beyond plus ultra." Izuku left the stage very quickly afterward. His class congratulated him on his mediocre speech. Midnight announced the first event, an obstacle course. Most of the students crowd around the starting gate, but Izuku hangs back some. As soon as the event starts, the tunnel is crowded. Izuku waits until Todoroki freezes a lot of people in place before he jumped into the tunnel and used Ofa to bounce off the walls and out the tunnel. Izuku runs past most of the robots and jumps over the 0-point robot that Todoroki knocked down. He was using 15% of Ofa. He could hear Present Mike and Eraserhead commentating, but he was too busy thinking about how much skin he would need to remove from Overhaul's hands for his quirk to be unusable to pay attention to the commentary. Izuku arrived at the second obstacle, the fall, to see Todoroki and Bakugo in the lead. Izuku used his incredible balance to run across the tightrope. He saw Tsu crawling on a rope, Ida T-posing while using his engines to push himself across. Shinso had been floated by Uraraka. Mei was using a grappling gun and hover boots to swing across. Izuku reached the end of the fall. Midway through the minefield, Bakugo and Todoroki were fighting for first. Izuku went to the edge of the minefield and started running across while dodging all the mines because of danger sense. Izuku had barely gotten ahead of them when Present Mike blew his cover. What's this? Midoriya has overtaken Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo's head snapped to Izuku while Todoroki used the opportunity to propel himself forward. Izuku picked up the pace since he wasn't trying to hide anymore. He started stepping on mines at an angle where they would propel him further. It seems that Midoriya had discovered a very dangerous way of propelling himself forward. Don't try this at home, kids, Present Mike said. When Izuku cleared the minefield, he sprinted toward the end. He crossed the finish line a few seconds before Todoroki and Bakugo. After a few minutes, the last person moving on crossed the finish line. Rankings are same as canon, except Melissa replaces Mineta. Midnight announced the next event, a cavalry battle. Izuku felt the glares sent his way when his point value of 10 million was revealed. Midnight explained the rules: 1 rider, take headbands, if someone falls off their horse they are disqualified, if you purposely knock someone off their horse you are disqualified. As soon as they were able to pick teams, Izuku kidnapped Shinso and Melissa. While Shinso was trying to understand why Izuku wanted him, and Melissa was also wondering why the sentient broccoli kidnapped Purple Cotton Candy, Izuku was waiting to be approached by the pink gremlin. Hey Greenie, let me join your team so I can show off my adorable babies, the pink-haired girl said to him. Melissa and Shinso looked scared. Mei, how many times have I told you not to bring your kids onto a battlefield? Izuku responded, using Mei's unfortunate use of vocab to scare his teammates. 12, but that doesn't matter, they're in this bag. May I have told you many times not to put babies that have yet to prove themselves into Walmart bags, save that for the more experienced babies that don't need open air. Midoriya, my buddy friend, Melissa said. What the heck? While Shinso was still scared for his life, Mei pulled out her hover boots. These babies are going to be very important for this round. Oh, they're just inventions, Shinso said with a relieved expression. Of course. What did you think we meant? Izuku asked with fake confusion. Midoriya, you are a menace, Melissa said. I don't know what you mean, Izuku said. They registered their group with Shinso on top, Mei in front, and Melissa and Izuku on the sides. Why am I on top? Shinso asked. Because you are the lightest and Mei has more experience with the hover boots, Izuku said. What is everyone's quirks? Melissa asked. Is that really necessary? Shinso asked. We already registered as a team, even if we wanted to we couldn't leave. Also, the people in this group are probably the least quirkest people you can find. My quirk came in when I was 11. Melissa's quirk probably came in later, and Mei would be too busy thinking of support tech for your quirk to be discriminatory. Izuku said. How did you know my quirk came in late? Melissa asked. You were shattering your arms every time you used your quirk. Izuku deadpanned. Fine. My quirk is brainwashing. If someone responds to me, I can control them. Okay, can you delay when you take control? If you can make sure to do something else to make it look like your quirk has a different activation requirement. My quirk is stockpile, I can store kinetic energy and release it. Izuku said. My quirk is superpower, it's a general enhancement on steroids. Melissa said. My quirk is zoom, I have telescope eyes, it's perfect for working on my babies. Mei said. Shinso, you want to get into the hero course, right? Izuku asked. Yes. Okay, In order to increase Shinso's chances we need to get first, this will also bring more attention to Mei's inventions and it will help me and Melissa get more internship offers. Izuku said, we are going to be getting targeted, so we should jump to avoid the initial rush, right? Melissa asked. Yes, Mei, activate your hover boots when the round starts. Melissa, jump at your max and I'll try to match it. Izuku ordered. And start, Midnight called out. Mei activated her boots while Melissa and Izuku charged up. Melissa jumped at 8% while Izuku jumped at 5%. All Might still has access to Melissa's OFA, and in the anime Izuku gained more power when All Might couldn't use it anymore, plus Izuku's copy has had a few more years to stockpile power. Their leap caused the attacks of a few teams to collide. Izuku kicked at the ground to slow their descent. His team kept running, dodging attacks from others. A few notable ones were Todoroki attempting to turn them into popsicles, and Bakugo attempting to attack them from above. When Bakugo attacked, Izuku grabbed Mei's net launcher and shot it at Bakugo. Siro used his tape to pull Bakugo out of the way and back on top of the team. One of the teams that attacked them was a mix of Class 1A and 1B. Izuku saw a vine reaching for Shinso's headbands, but Shinso grabbed the vine. I thought someone going for a sneak attack would be more quiet. Shinso said. It is rude to grab someone's hair. Abura Shiozaki said. It's rude to attack someone with your hair and expect them not to fight back. Shinso said. Shinso threw her vine away when she started trying to tie his hands. Shinso signed the word control and Shiozaki's eyes went blank. Give me your headbands, Shinso commanded. To the shock of Shiozaki's team, she gave Shinso her headbands. Shinso grabbed them and Izuku's team ran off. Not long after that encounter, Todoroki's team approached them. Yaoyorozu made an insulated sheet and Kaminari discharged a lot of electricity. Mei threw out an invention that drew the electricity away from them. The other teams were not so lucky. As the other teams were shocked, Todoroki froze them to the ground. Todoroki made a barrier of ice around his team and Izuku's team. Team Shinso kept dodging Todoroki until there was only a minute left. Ida started talking. Izuku couldn't hear it, but he knew that this was the first time Ida used his super move. Melissa, when I say go, throw Shinso into the air. Grab Todoroki's headbands when he goes past. Wait, what? Shinso said in panic. Melissa nodded. The flames from Ida's engines turn blue. Go, Izuku shouts. Melissa and Izuku fling Shinso 30 feet in the air. While Shinso was screaming bloody murder, Melissa reached for Todoroki's headbands. Todoroki's left side flared up and Melissa pulled her hand back. Izuku jumped to catch the terrified Shinso and settled him back on top of the group. Bakugo's team broke through Todoroki's ice wall. As Bakugo jumped off his team to try to grab Shinso's headband, the timer ran out. As the teams disassembled, Present Mike announced the victors. In first place, with 10,001,350 points, we have Team Shinso. In second place, with 1,395 points, we have Team Todoroki. In third place, with 1,205 points, we have Team Bakugo. In fourth place, with 955 points, we have Team Shiozaki. Before the final round, we are going to take a lunch break. If you didn't make it to the final round, then don't worry. We have recreational activities open to all participants. Team members. Team Shinso, Hitoshi Shinso, Mei Hatsune, Melissa Shield, Izuku Midoriya. Team Todoroki, Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari. Team Bakugo, Katsuki Bakugo, Hanta Shiromina Ashido, Ejiro Kirishima. Team Shiozaki, Ibara Shiozaki, Atsuka Kendo, Achiko Uraraka, Fumikage Tokoyami. Izuku watched as Todoroki approached Melissa. Shield, we need to talk. Ooh, what about lunch? It can wait. Melissa looked around nervously. Fine, but if I miss lunch, you have to go to Izuku's training sessions for a week. Todoroki and Melissa walked out of the arena. Izuku definitely wanted to follow them, but he couldn't think of a good excuse. He really wanted to see Melissa's reaction to Todoroki's conspiracy theory, even if Izuku had stated the improbability of either of them being related to All Might on the way to USJ. Izuku went to get lunch with his class. He was sitting with his usual group when Melissa came in 20 minutes before they had to continue the festival. Izuku looked around but couldn't see Todoroki. Izuku looked at Melissa, who was just staring at her food. Izuku knew that Todoroki had told her about his family. Izuku decided to lighten up the mood. Izuku waited until she took a drink. Did Todoroki ask you if you were All Might's secret love child? Melissa choked and spit her drink out. How did you know he asked that? Melissa asked in shock. He left his conspiracy notebook open. That was one of the things in there, as well as his theory on me being Mr. Aizawa's secret love child. Melissa choked again. Why would he think that Mr. Aizawa is your dad? I exist for the sole reason of being a menace and coffee. You are concerning. After lunch, everyone in the third round went to see the matchups for the fights. A few of the students made sounds expressing their pain at the people that they have to fight, especially Mina, who had to fight Izuku. Izuku read the matchups. Shinso v Todoroki. Melissa v Yaoyorozu. Maevita. Izuku v Mina. Shiro v Tokoyami. Kaminari v Shiozaki. Kirishima v Kendo. Uraraka v Bakugo. Izuku shot Shinso a glance. Shinso looked at the board with a hint of sadness. He probably realized that Todoroki was not the talkative type. After a few minutes, the first two were called into the stadium. Shinso POV. I walked out onto the battlefield to see the arrogant Peppermint, Shudo Tokorodi or something, walking up to the field. So, Peppermint, how is Endeavor as a father? Peppermint. Tokorodi asked. It wasn't much as an answer, but it was enough. I held off taking control until the round started. On fight, Midnight announced. Is the arrogance something Endeavor taught you, or did you get it from him at birth? I started doing hand signs. But I was covered in a wave of ice that startled me into releasing the connection that would allow him to take over Tokorodi at any time. This wave happened to almost hit the crowd and was large enough to get outside the stadium, but minor details and all. Midnight called the round. Tokorodi defrosted me and I went to the infirmary to check for possible frostbite. Izuku third-person POV. Izuku watched as Shinso left the area. He isn't sure why he didn't take control of Todoroki after Shinso was frozen. Probably got shocked into dropping the link, Hitoshi told Izuku. Thanks for the input, Hitoshi. So what's the next round? Class rep and All Might's secret love child. Shoto said. Izuku snorts. I think I probably would have thought that too, Tamura said. Izuku quickly blocked out the others as the round started. Melissa POV. I'm a bit nervous about fighting Yamamo, but I could get through it. It's not like I have All Might's expectations to live up to or anything. Calm down. What's the best strategy to beat her? Think if you saw anything about her in Izuku's secret notebook that I totally didn't look through when he was leaving to take Aizawa's capture scarf. I noticed Izuku's back straightening in the stands. I may have triggered some sort of sixth sense by thinking about that. Anyway, think. Can make any non-living thing. Has to make it on an atomic level. Takes time to make something. Has to focus to make some time. If I can overwhelm her before she has time to make something, I can push her out of bounds. I look at Yamamo in the eyes. Midnight starts the match. I rush at Yamamo. I use 5% and start to attack her. She has a shield made when I get to her. I make contact with the shield, it dents where I hit. I quickly kick her in the gut and knocked her back a few feet. Before Yamamo steadies herself, I sweep her legs. I move to her while she is on the ground. I can see a light coming from Yamamo. Before she can make anything, I grab her leg and swing her out of the arena. Midnight called the match. I walk to Yamamo while Present Mike rambles in the background. I help Yamamo up and take her to Recovery Girl to get her checked for and damage. I look at Yamamo to see her looking upset. But that was another thing in Izuku's notebook, low confidence. Maybe I can get some people to help with that. Izuku third-person POV. Izuku watched the two opponents approach the battlefield. His back suddenly straightened. What's wrong, Mido bro? You look like something horrible just happened? Kirishima asked. I'm sorry, I'm fine. Someone read my notebook. Izuku watched as Melissa basically bullied Yaoyorozu out of bounds. He was proud of Melissa for learning to control one for all so quickly. Then again, All Might wasn't the best teacher. Like seriously, microwaving takoyaki taught Izuku more about controlling his quirk than All Might ever did. Izuku really wanted to watch Mei use Ida as an advertisement again, but he needed to get ready for his fight. It's fine though, he remembered how this fight went the first time. Mei would use Ida as a living ad for her inventions and walks off the stage when she was done. Izuku walked onto the battlefield. On the opposite side of the ring he saw Mina, who looked terrified, for some reason. Izuku waved at her with a cheerful smile. The action barely helped to calm her down. Izuku's plan for the sports festival was to let his opponent show off some, so he would only use around 1% of one for all for most of the tournament. On the left we have the Pink Queen Mina Ashido. Oh right, Present Mike is here. I haven't been paying attention to him at all. I am deeply wounded. I can't believe you would treat me so horribly, Hisashi said. Izuku ignored him and listened to what Present Mike had to say about him. On the right we have our very own living broccoli Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was going to make Present Mike the focus of all his chaotic energy for the next week. And start, Midnight announced. Izuku activated One for All. Mina started skating on her acid while throwing blobs of it at Izuku. Izuku carefully dodged the acid while avoiding stepping on the sections of the ground slippery with acid. This continued for a minute or two until there were only small patches of dry ground. Izuku went on the offensive. He jumped from foothold to foothold while avoiding more of Mina's acid. Izuku landed in a dry patch big enough to get a running start. Mina rushed him. He ran and started sliding on the acid. He slid past Mina and pushed her on her current path. The extra momentum caused her to be unable to stop before the boundary and goes sliding outside the arena. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the victor. Izuku helped Mina up, then he went back to his seat. The next match was between Shiro and Tokoyami. The fight was pretty straightforward. Shiro tried to tape Tokoyami but Dark Shadow cut through it. Shiro tried getting in close. This would have been a good idea if Tokoyami hadn't been in Midoriya and Ojiro's martial arts training. Tokoyami landed several well-placed hits before Dark Shadow rushed out of him, causing Shiro to trip. Dark Shadow pinned Shiro's arms to the ground. Shiro ended up yielding because he was out of options. Shiro and Tokoyami came up to the stands a few minutes after their fight ended. Kaminari and Shiozaki were the next ones in the arena. Kaminari was already flirting with Shiozaki, but he wasn't taking her lightly and he had Midobro to thank for that. Shiozaki just looked done with Kaminari. When Midnight started the match, Kaminari immediately went on the offensive. He rushed at Shiozaki while dodging all the vines he could. He was rather close when he was caught by one of her vines. She lifted him into the air and made the mistake of assuming he couldn't do anything from up there. Something Midobro had taught him was how to be a taser, and Kaminari was already an expert in electricity, so he knew one very important factor. Electricity is very hot. He concentrated a lot of electricity into 2 fingers and pinched the vine holding him. Shiozaki dropped him from the pain of her hair burning. While Shiozaki was distracted, Kaminari tossed her. She hadn't moved very far from the edge, so he gently pushed her across the line. Kirishima and Kendo were up. Midnight started the round. Kendo attacked first. She tried to get a good hit in, but Kirishima had activated his quirk, causing her hand to bounce off. She decided to use her quirk to increase her hand size and go for a slap to the back of his head for the memes. I like ya cut G, Kendo said as she slapped the back of Kirishima's head. What she was not expecting was that his quirk hardened his hair as well. One of his hair spikes pierced her large hand. It didn't go very deep, but it was enough to cause her hand to shrink. Her other hand, that was still large, grabbed Kirishima and threw him out of bounds. She deactivated her quirk and helped Kirishima up. He was apologizing a lot for the stab wound from his hair. She went to Recovery Girl. Izuku watched the match with some curiosity. Partway through the match, Kendo shouted, "I like ya cut G," and Yoichi burst out laughing. Okay, I assume that this is a pre-quirk meme that you haven't taught me yet? Izuku asked Yoichi. I haven't taught you that yet? I'm disappointed with myself. Izuku saw when Kendo threw Kirishima out of bounds. He doesn't know why she didn't do that earlier. Haha, what happened to the oh-so-great Class 1A? Ha, are you upset that Class 1B is better in every way? Monoma said after popping his head over the wall separating Class 1A and Class 1B. Monoma, we are going to be heroes. This class rivalry you are trying to start is pointless. Also, if you're so great, why did you get taken out by a Gen Ed student? Izuku knew that Bakugo had taken out Monoma. Anyway, do you remember our talk when you tried to pick a fight at our class? Because it doesn't seem so. Just remember, if you want to be popular, try being a good person. You single-handedly managed to bring Class 1 BS overall likability from a 910 to a -110. Izuku pops his head over the wall to look at Class 1B. Hey, who's Monoma's temporary babysitter while Kendo is out? It's Setsuna. Please take care of your goblin. I don't want to have to try to install basic human decency in his head every time he opens his mouth. Izuku said as he walked over to Shiro. Sir, yes sir, Setsuna said while looking a bit scared. Why are you listening to these arrogant Class 1A los? Monoma was cut off by Izuku slapping some of Shiro's tape onto Monoma's face. You've lost your talking privileges. Shut up. Izuku goes back to his seat to enjoy the quiet. Izuku watches the match between Bakugo and Uraraka. Uraraka is constantly rushing at Bakugo while he is blowing up the ground, giving her more ammo to float to her avalanche above. Very few people have noticed it. When Uraraka is nearing her limit, she drops the avalanche onto Bakugo. He used a massive explosion to destroy the avalanche. As soon as Bakugo let off his explosion, Uraraka rushed at him. She almost touched him, but Ha managed to dodge and explode her back. She fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Midnight called the match, thus ending the first round of the final event. It was time for the match between Todoroki and Melissa. Izuku ended up walking with Melissa to the stadium because he wanted to be there to tell Endeavor off. A few turns from the arena. Entrance Endeavor approached them. You're the one fighting my Shoto, right? Endeavor asked Melissa. Yes, Melissa said with a sour expression. I want you to put on a good show so everyone can see how great my Shoto is. He is my masterpiece and is destined to surpass all might. Hey Melissa, you can go to your match. I have a few words to say to Endeavor. Izuku said. Are you sure? He seems extra angry. You are not going anywhere, girl. Endeavor said. What are you going to do about it? Assault a minor? Try to get her expelled for leaving a hostile situation in a location that you aren't even allowed to be? Nizu has cameras everywhere. No matter how you try to play it or how much you try to pay someone off, there is video evidence of you trespassing. Not to mention the concerning way you address Todoroki. My match is going to start soon. I'm leaving. Melissa said. Endeavor tried to stop her, but Izuku got in his way. Wow, you really would assault a minor for ignoring you. Get out of my way, you insolent brat. Endeavor shouted. Wow, I brought your mom to see you and you yell at me. Izuku pulled out a family-sized bag of flaming hot Cheetos. Endeavor's flames increased in size. That bag of trash is not my mother. How dare you insult your mom like that? Did you guys have a fight after you introduced her on television? Endeavor looked like he was about to hit Izuku. Izuku became dead serious. Endeavor, Izuku said with enough venom to topple a moose. You need to realize something. Todoroki may be your son, but you don't own him. He is his own person. If he becomes the #1 hero, it will be in spite of you, not because of you. So shut up, you sad excuse of a human being. Izuku left before Endeavor could do anything. Izuku went to the bathroom. He took out a vial of blood he had on him. He drank the blood and turned into a plain-looking man. He walked to the public stands. He sat in a seat right above Endeavor. Izuku watched the fight. Todoroki was flinging ice everywhere trying to trap Melissa. Melissa was smashing the ice she could and dodged the ice that was too large. Eventually Todoroki started slowing down, his right side covered in frost. Izuku saw the sparks on Melissa slightly increase in intensity. Melissa was using more than 5%, hopefully not enough to cause much damage to herself. Melissa shouted about Todoroki's power being his own. Todoroki's left side flared up a few seconds later. Izuku was going to watch the fight more, but Endeavor flared up and yelled about Todoroki's being his masterpiece. Izuku held out a bag of popcorn and watched it pop because of the heat. When the popcorn was done, Izuku poured a few water bottles onto Endeavor so he didn't burn the popcorn. Izuku opened the bag and continued watching the fight as Endeavor threw a tantrum and tried to find who dumped water on him. Izuku put on sunglasses and watched the final clash between Melissa and Todoroki. The explosion was massive. Much larger than Izuku was expecting for someone only using 5 to 7% of one for all. Izuku waited for the dust to clear and saw Todoroki in bounds, and Melissa out of bounds with an arm that was most likely shattered. Great! Now I have to scold her for using too much of one for all. After my match, Izuku ran to the bathroom. When he was in a stall, he deactivated Toga's quirk. As soon as he looked like himself, he went to see Melissa in the infirmary while Cementos fixed the stage. When Izuku got to the infirmary, Small Might was already there. Izuku walked up to Melissa. Melissa, would you be so kind as to explain why you thought that shattering your arm was a good strategy to use to try to beat Todoroki? It was a split-second decision, okay? Does that make it a viable strategy in a real fight? No. Exactly. Excuse me if I'm interrupting, but why are you scolding young Shield? Small Might asked. Who are you? Izuku asked despite knowing the answer. I am Tashinori Yagi, young Shield's mentor. Were you the one who was tasked with teaching her how to use her quirk when it manifested? Izuku asked. He decided to give All Might a reality check. Yes, I was. Small Might said while looking very proud of himself. If that's the case, then you must really SCK at your job. Izuku said. Small Might coughed out blood in surprise and Melissa looked horrified, probably because Izuku just insulted All Might to his face. I had to teach her how to control her power by myself. I even asked her what advice she was given to control her power, and the basic summary of it was just lower your power output. Izuku turned to Melissa. If this guy gives advice that's stupid again, tell me what you need to learn and I'll figure out a strategy that will at least be effective. I have to get ready for my fight. Bye. Izuku quickly left the room. He felt a bit bad for insulting All Might to his face, but he needed to hear it. Izuku went to the newly repaired arena and prepared for his fight. Izuku stood on the arena with Ida. On the left, he's mean, he's green, he's a dodging machine. We have Izuku Midoriya. Present, Mike announced. On the right, he's fast, he's the best ad. We have Tenya Ida. Ida looks like he wants to leave. And start. Midnight Colt. Izuku dodged Ida's initial rush. Ida's fighting style was pretty stiff. Rush at his enemy and try different kicks. Izuku was having a difficult time making it look like he wasn't dodging with ease. After a few minutes, Ida used his Recipro Burst attack. Izuku caught the leg that was going to slam into his chest. The force of the blow sent him back a few feet. Izuku planted his feet and flipped Ida out of bounds. Izuku heard a crack and went to Ida. Midnight called the match and checked on Ida. Izuku helped Ida up. Ida stood up, but his back wasn't as rigid as before. Ida tried to walk away, but his posture was normal. While his back was normal, the rest of his body was still as stiff as a board. That crack sounded like bones breaking. Was that Ida's back? Did I just loosen his back to the point that it is more human than robot? Izuku followed Ida out. Hey Ida? Yes, Midoriya? I think you should see a chiropractor. It might help with your hero work. Izuku followed Ida to the class booth and sat down to watch the next match. Jiro approached Izuku. Hey Green. Do you need something, Jiro? Why did it sound like someone's bone broke in the arena? I think. Izuku took a breath. I think I cracked Ida's back. Jiro just stared at Izuku. It was time for Kaminari's match against Tokoyami. Tokoyami was wary of Kaminari and Kaminari was too dumb to know why. When the match started, Tokoyami didn't use his quirk very much. He dodged Kaminari's strikes when he could, and Dark Shadow pulled him out of the way when he couldn't dodge alone. Kaminari was getting tired. He couldn't keep up his taser hands for long. He decided hit Tokoyami from a distance. Kaminari discharged all of his electricity in an indiscriminate shockwave. Dark Shadow blocked the attack, but the light caused her to shrink to a very tiny size. Tokoyami looked at Kaminari, trying to see if he had to fight hand-to-hand. Tokoyami spotted Kaminari with a very derpy face and 2 thumbs up. Tokoyami gently guided him to the edge of the arena before lightly pushing him out. Midnight announced the winner. Kendo put up a good fight against Bakugo. Her martial arts training made her skilled at hitting and redirecting attacks. Bakugo's explosions were tricky. The problem was that they got stronger the longer the battle went on. Kendo was winning originally, but she took too long. Halfway through the battle, Kendo wasn't able to avoid damage despite redirecting the attacks. Bakugo was able to get a hit in by exploding his hand before Kendo hit it. Her stumble gave him enough time to force her to back away. He hit her with an explosion that knocked her out. Izuku was prepared for this fight. It would be the first fight that Izuku showed off. Well, if Todoroki went all out against him like he did against Melissa. Izuku had a few words to say to him. Izuku entered the arena while Todoroki entered from the other side. Present Mike was introducing them, but Izuku decided to talk to Todoroki. "So you finally did it, huh?" Izuku asked. "Did what?" "You gave up on caring about what Endeavor thinks about you." Todoroki looked a bit angry. "I never cared about what he thought of me. Wanting him to be disappointed in you is still caring about what he thinks." Todoroki was going to say something, but he stopped. "Who knows, maybe when you get to be a hero you can tell the world whatever he did to make you hate him, or you can ask Nizu to help. He hates Endeavor as well. Anyway, let's get started. Make sure to do your best." Todoroki looked confused but snapped to attention as soon as Midnight started the fight. Todoroki sent a wave of ice at Izuku. Izuku used one for all to jump over the oncoming ice. Todoroki kept sending ice and Izuku kept dodging. Izuku realized that dodging wasn't an effective way to get Todoroki to fight seriously. Izuku stood in place as the next wave of ice hit him. He waited a couple of seconds before using 50% of one for all to obliterate the glacial he was trapped in. Izuku looked at Todoroki. "I probably should have figured that showing my strength was the only way to get you to show yours. Now then, don't hold back. I can take it, the question is, can you?" Izuku rushed at Todoroki. He didn't go all out yet. Izuku wanted Todoroki to show off a bit. Todoroki sent out an ice wall. Izuku dodged to the left. Todoroki sent out a massive wave of fire. Izuku punched at the fire and the force of his punch deflected the fire. While Izuku was dealing with the fire, Todoroki sent ice under the fire. When the fire was cleared, Izuku was sent flying by an ice pillar from the ground. Izuku was sent flying out of the arena, ending the match. At least, that's what everyone thought would happen. Before Izuku hit the ground, he upped his power output and kicked at the air and was sent back to the arena. Izuku steadied himself. Todoroki was surprised to see Izuku still in the arena but sent an ice wave while Izuku was steadying himself. Izuku stomped on the ground, shattering the concrete below him and Todoroki's ice. Izuku picked up a piece of concrete the size of a grape and played with it a bit. When Todoroki recovered, Izuku tossed the concrete behind him, but he forgot that he had one for all activated and accidentally tossed the rock directly at Endeavor's chin. Izuku grinned at Todoroki and appeared behind him, while Todoroki looked where Izuku had been. Izuku decreased his energy output and flipped Todoroki out of bounds. Todoroki lay on the ground confused before Midnight called the match and Midoriya helped him up. They walked out of the arena together. "So how has your day been going?" Izuku asked Todoroki. "Unique. It better have been. You have no idea how much I had to pay that guy to dump water on Endeavor's head during your last match." Todoroki's head whipped around to look at Izuku. For once Todoroki didn't have a blank expression. He was shocked, and he had a feral grin on his face. "I was looking for something to use Endeavor's credit card on." Izuku's grin matched Todoroki's. "I have a lot of ideas." While Izuku and Todoroki were planning how to empty Endeavor's bank account, the arena had been prepared and the fight between Bakugo and Tokoyami had started. Bakugo had seen Dark Shadow's reaction to light by watching Tokoyami's fight with Kaminari. Bakugo was making as much light as possible, but Tokoyami was putting up a decent fight. Tokoyami was eventually pinned under Bakugo, who was constantly making explosions in his hand to make Dark Shadow unable to fight. Tokoyami shifted his knee. "This may not be the most honorable strategy, but Izuku taught me that anything goes in a real fight." Bakugo left himself wide open, and he almost killed 3 of my classmates. Tokoyami's knee jerked up, hitting Bakugo in the nuts. Bakugo fell off of Tokoyami. Tokoyami got up. He was exhausted, but he could still win. Tokoyami rushed at Bakugo. Bakugo exploded Tokoyami and knocked him unconscious. Midnight called the match. Bakugo limped off to Recovery Girl with his wounded pride. Tokoyami was taken to RG by the medical robots. Hello everybody. It's time for the last battle of the first year's UA Sports Festival. The victor of this fight is the winner of the entire event, so get ready for this fight to go plus ultra. Present Mic announced. Eraserhead grumbled something about Present Mic being a nuisance. Izuku couldn't hear it very well because of the crowd. Alright. Coming in on the left we have the aggressive student who isn't afraid to show off, the demolition expert Bakugo Katsuki of the Gen Ed course Class 1C. Present Mic announced. The crowd was going wild with most of the classes joining in the cheering as well. The exceptions were most of Class 1A and all of Class 1C. Coming in on the right we have the intelligent student who kept his trump card hidden for most of the festival, the buff broccoli Izuku Midoriya of the hero course Class 1A. The cheers from the crowd were louder, but some of the other classes were still convinced that having people try to kill you was some sort of glory hogging, so they didn't cheer. Though Mei was cheering and so was Shinso, if a bit quietly. Izuku stood on the stage and looked at Bakugo. He looked angry, more angry than he ever had before. Both competitors ready? If you aren't, then too bad. 3, 2, 1, Joe. Midnight said. Died he. Izuku dodged the Bakugo that had propelled himself with a massive explosion. Izuku was surprised that Bakugo hadn't even tried to say anything. Bakugo kept trying to attack him ruthlessly. Izuku kept dodging. Stop looking down on me and fight me. Izuku dodged another attack. I won't let you get away with looking down on me. What's going on? He was supposed to go to therapy. Why has he gotten worse? All those years of pretending that you don't have a quirk. You must have, though. It was so funny. How do you? Oh no. What is it, Hitoshi? Izuku asked while still dodging Bakugo. Katsuki just told me that after you guys made up, his mom had him put in therapy. Isn't that a good thing? It would have been, if the therapist that she went to wasn't a quirk supremacist. Bakugo's therapist probably encouraged and justified his bad behavior and actions because of his quirk. So that means you're dealing with a Bakugo who thinks you have been making fun of him and purposely tried to get him kicked out of UA. Izuku refocused on Bakugo, who he had been dodging by using Danger Sense. Stop looking down on me, or I'll kill you. When did I start looking down on you from your perspective? You've always looked down on me and I hate you for it. Wrong. For most of my life I looked up to you. Even after I stopped looking up to you, I didn't look down on you. Even when you were being quirkist, I didn't look down on you. Not until you went too far. Bakugo paused for a minute. His face then twisted in rage and he exploded at Izuku. As if I would believe that crap. If you didn't look down on me, you would have told me about your quirk. And everyone would pretend to be my friend to try to get something, like your lackeys did to you. Bakugo had stopped listening and attacked Izuku. Instead of running, Izuku sidestepped and punched Bakugo in the gut. Bakugo was sent back some. You looking down on me, do? Go ahead and use that pathetic quirk of yours. Izuku didn't feel like it. If Bakugo was this arrogant, it should humble him to be beaten by someone who didn't use a quirk. During Bakugo's next rush, Izuku bonked Bakugo on the head. Bakugo kept rushing and Izuku kept dodging and getting hits in. After a few minutes of Bakugo's constant yelling and Izuku parrying and dodging, Bakugo was super mad. Mad enough that he unintentionally memed. Parry this, you filthy casual. Bakugo jumped at Izuku and used his explosions to spin and create a smokescreen around himself. Izuku had seen Kaken use this move. Howitzer impact. So he knew the biggest flaw. The smokescreen blocked his own vision as well. In the few seconds of wind-up after the smokescreen appeared, Izuku had run and slid under Bakugo and was behind him. Izuku waited for Bakugo to finish his attack. Izuku planted his feet as Bakugo let off a massive explosion. Izuku slid back a bit. Izuku could see the outline of Bakugo in the dust. Izuku went on the offensive. He arrived at Bakugo and kicked his side. Bakugo was knocked over. Bakugo turned his head to look at Izuku. Izuku gave him a small wave. What kind of coward are ya, huh? Too weak to take something head-on. I was avoiding head-on fighting for your sake, but if you insist. Izuku gave up on being nice. Bakugo rushed at him. Instead of dodging, Izuku redirected Bakugo's exploding palm and punched him in the face. Izuku followed up with a barrage of attacks that were enough to make it look like Izuku was bullying Bakugo. Bakugo put his hand up to Izuku's face. Izuku ducked the explosion and headbutt Bakugo. The barrage of attacks were pushing Bakugo to the edge. The headbutt sent Bakugo out of bounds. Bakugo was about to attack but Bakugo Katsuki is out of bounds. The winner of the first year's sports festival is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight Cult. Bakugo froze. He looked down at his feet to see that he was over the line. He looked at Izuku. Izuku was still in a fighting stance. His rage level spiked. Deku got me kicked out of the hero course. And he just took away my chance at getting back in. He deserves death. Bakugo raised his hand and prepared for a massive explosion. Izuku and Midnight saw this. If I dodge the explosion, will hit the stands and kill people. Izuku started to spark. Bakugo let off the explosion. Izuku used one for all to uppercut the explosion, sending it into the air. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's hands and placed them on Bakugo's face. Midnight used her quirk to knock both of them out. When the podiums rose from the ground, the people were surprised to see that Bakugo was wearing restraints. Some of them were a bit relieved because he attacked someone after the match was over. Todoroki and Tokoyami were on the third-place podium. Bakugo was chained up on the second-place podium. Izuku was standing proud on the first-place podium. All Might came down to pass out the medals. Todoroki and Tokoyami accepted them graciously. Bakugo tried to refuse, but All Might put it on him anyway. Izuku accepted his medal. I think it's time we end this festival with these last few words. Say it with me now. Thanks for your hard work. All Might shouted. Plus Ultra. The crowd shouted. There was an awkward moment of silence. That should have been Plus Ultra, a few people in the crowd said. Sorry, I just thought that we should thank them for their efforts, All Might said, a little embarrassed. And thus the first year's UA Sports Festival came to a close. The students left. Izuku took Todoroki up on his offer to spend Endeavor's money. He bought a great PC and monitor. He encouraged Todoroki to buy every single piece of expensive limited edition All Might merch he could find. Izuku also taught Todoroki how to sell stuff online, so some random people would get random stuff from Endeavor's house for very cheap. Everyone was having a good time. When Izuku got home carrying his new computer, he set his stuff down in a hidden part of the warehouse that he found. He opened his phone and texted Shigaraki. Pizza Hut. Green Gremlin, I have decided to be nice. Green Gremlin has changed Krusty Toe's name to Green Gremlin has changed their name to Green. Green, from now on we go by hair colors. Green, anyway, if someone named Dobby joins or tries to join your group, add him to this chat. Cyan, I actually need a reason for this one. Green, he was part of my group in the apocalypse. Cyan, hey, I guess. Green, can you give me AFO's number? Cyan, sure, in exchange for Eraserhead merch. Green, so you did some research and realized that he is one of the few amazing heroes who don't care about the spotlight. Cyan, anyway, did you see Endeavor get humiliated at the sports festival? Green, Endeavor is good for one thing only. Cyan, what is it? Green, popping popcorn. I have never had popcorn that amazing. Cyan, that was you? Cyan, I shouldn't be surprised. Green, fun fact, Shoto Todoroki is now my friend. He stole Endeavor's credit card and we have been working on draining it. Custom-made Eraserhead merch is a great use. Green, also if you ever have some sort of League of Villains group chat, add me to it. Green, thanks for the assistance, Tenko Shimura. Your grandma says hi and that she is disappointed in how Kotaro treated you and that she wants to talk to you. Green has logged off. Cyan, wait, what? AFO third-person POV. All for One was not having a good day. First, his old scars from All Might were hurting more than normal. Then he had to watch the UA Sports Festival. He used a quirk he stole a while ago. The quirk let view live broadcasts as if he was in place of the camera. This sounds boring, but he can see where the camera can't and can also use his other senses there. The problem, he felt One for All's energy signature. This wouldn't have been bad, expected even. If the only signatures were the embers left in All Might and the full signature in his successor. Those were both there, but the problem was that there was another signature. There are two one-for-alls, one in a blonde girl who AFO knew as the formerly quirkless daughter of David Shield and the other person was his son? That was Izuku, right? AFO checked the list of contestants. Izuku Midoriya, his son. How did he get one for all? He doesn't seem to be able to use much of it, so he might not have to fight him. All for One eventually saw his match with Todoroki. Screw that he can use way too much of it for comfort. For the first time since All Might bashed his face in, he felt fear. Fear for his life. Fear that he might have to kill his own son. Izuku had warned Ingenium about Stain. He actually met him in person before the sports festival to warn him. But did Ingenium do the smart thing and not patrol? Did he at least take some precautionary measures? According to the Ida, Ingenium was attacked, but the arrival of his sidekicks threw Stain off balance and allowed Ingenium to escape without being paralyzed. Ingenium was going to be in the hospital for a while, but he would be fine. Ida, on the other hand, wasn't thinking straight. It was clear how bothered he was during class. But Izuku couldn't think about that now. He had to think of a good hero name. It was a few days since the sports festival and some things had happened. Ingenium was attacked by Stain. And, according to Shigaraki, AFO had wanted Shigaraki to get Stain on their side. Shigaraki hadn't found him yet. Izuku hacked Endeavor's bank account. He didn't do anything with it, he just wanted to. Half of Endeavor's room had gone missing. Shoto selling it for cheap. Izuku had finally found time to pick up his copies of Eraserhead's capture scarf from Mei. And Izuku convined Shoto not to use his given name as his hero name. Speaking of hero names. That's what they were doing in class today. Hero names. Izuku didn't really think about his hero name. Aoyama tried to choose a whole sentence as his hero name. Izuku wondered how lucky Aoyama was that he changed it before he got well known. Izuku had his notebook out and was writing suggestions. Based on the name they chose. He only really did that with the stupid ones. Yuga Aoyama, hero name, can't stop twinkling, better choice. Starlight. Mina went up next. She tried to go with Alien Queen, but Midnight didn't like that, so she went with Pinky. Mina Ishido, hero name, Pinky, better choice. Pink Queen. Most of the other names were fine. They were the same as they were in the first timeline except for Todoroki and Ida. Todoroki chose the name Thermal. Not the best, but Izuku has heard worse. Ida chose the name Accelerator. Again, not the best but not the worst. Melissa went with the name Endure. Probably has to do with enduring bullying because of quirklessness, or she is terrible at naming things. Izuku was trying to think of a name, but he couldn't think of a good one. It was eventually his turn, so he put the first thing he thought of, no matter how edgy it sounded. Fade. It doesn't seem very suited to you considering your performance at the sports festival. Hero work is serious and I plan on going underground. The sports festival and entrance exam was me living it up while I still can. Plus people will eventually forget about me, and I'll just fade into the background. You just couldn't think of a good name, could you? Shoto. No, Izuku responded sadly. Fade it is. Midnight announced, that's all the names, so Midnight was cut off as Eraserhead kicked her out the door. Now that that's done, it's time for you to fill out your internship forms. Normally the gap is smaller, but oh well. Izuku looked at the board displaying the amount of internship requests per person. Todoroki had a few more offers than Izuku. Izuku had 4,031 compared to Todoroki's 4, the closest to them was Tokoyami at 360 offers. Melissa probably would have done better if she hadn't decided to turn her bones into a piece of modern art, so she was stuck with 3 offers. Izuku knew what kind of hero he needed to pick. A hero in a city near to Hosu that works early hours. He needed to be able to slip away from them to get to Hosu. What Izuku wasn't expecting was for All Might to call for him and Melissa. All Might pulled them aside and told them that his former mentor, Gran Torino, had sent internship offers for both of them. Izuku wasn't expecting an internship from the man, but he guessed Gran couldn't figure out which one of them had one for all. Izuku was recording how terrified All Might was while talking about him. Izuku noticed how All Might seemed to be struggling to hold his buff form. Izuku did a rare thing and had mercy on the man. He got up and thanked All Might for the suggestion and left. But he decided to give All Might a heart attack. A few seconds after Izuku heard the sound of All Might deflating, he reopened the door. Izuku looked at Small Might. The two blondes froze and looked at him. A blonde guy with sunken eyes that looks like he just got the life drained out of him. This is fine. Izuku looked at All Might very suspiciously. Izuku made his go wide in very realistic-looking shock. Izuku cut himself off. Just as All Might was about to say something, Izuku spoke again. You're All Might's secretary, right? The guy that trained Melissa? How did you get here? Did All Might jump out the window and unfold you from the desk? Is that your quirk? Being able to be folded into any shape. Izuku continued rambling a bit before stating he had something important to do and running off. Which he did. He did promise to make Present Mike the focus of his chaotic energy after all. Izuku stealthily broke into the teacher's lounge during lunch. He had a lot of bananas with him. And a watermelon. He placed the bananas in a pile under Present Mike's desk, as well as an audio device. Izuku crawled into the vent and carved the watermelon while waiting for Present Mike. Present Mike came into the lounge and sat at his desk. Izuku used a few very thin tendrils of black whip to move the bananas. Izuku placed the bananas in a circle around Present Mike. He finally noticed the bananas. Eraserhead entered right as Izuku started the audio. Eraserhead POV. Shota wasn't expecting anything crazy when he entered the teacher's lounge. Maybe Hizashi and Namuri arguing which student was the biggest cinnamon roll or some nonsense like that. He was not expecting Hizashi to be surrounded by bananas. Hizashi seemed confused by it as well. Then the chanting started. There was what sounded like multiple voices coming from inside the circle chanting, one of us, over and over again. Shota saw a small black string retreating into the vent. He used his capture weapon to open the vent and used it again to try to pull himself into the vent. Before he could start pulling himself up, something hit his head. He couldn't see. Shota reached for his face only to feel a hard covering on it. He took it off to see a watermelon helmet. On the helmet it read, "Revolt for our people." The chanting stopped. Shota saw that Hizashi had stepped on a small device. Shota looked back at the watermelon. He knew what thin meant. The problem vigilante was in UA. And they had Nizu on their side. Do not go with Iwabami. Izuku had become very trusted in the class. And because of Izuku's vast knowledge of quirks and heroes, some of his classmates came to him for advice for their internship. Right now he was correcting Yayarozu's mistake of trying to go to Iwabami's agency. She will just use you for advertisements. I know you're a hero nerd, but how are you so sure? Yayarozu asked. Iwabami is more of a celebrity than a hero. The only time she does her job is after emergencies. Izuku replied, do you happen to have a hero called Fat Gum on your list? Yayarozu looked through her offers again. Yes, I do. Why do you want me to go with him? His quirk uses the same energy source as you, so he might be able to help you. That makes sense. Hey, Ida, where are you going for your internship? Your Archist. I am going with Manuel. Ida, there is literally no good reason for you to go with Manuel. His quirk is not complementary to yours at all, and his fighting style wouldn't help you at all. Izuku stated. Ida had a bit of nervous sweat on him. True, but there are many other that could teach me. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I know who I'm going with, so I'm going to turn my paper in. Izuku said. Who are you going with? He's a relatively unknown hero called Nunya. What does he do? Nunya business. Izuku put on sunglasses and left. Did he just put on sunglasses indoors? Melissa asked. It was time for internships. Izuku had tried learning how to use his capture scarf from Shota, but the few days that they had wasn't enough. Izuku walked up to Ida in the train station. Don't try anything you might regret. Izuku left Ida and stood next to Melissa. You went with Gran Torino as well? Izuku asked Melissa. I thought you were going with Nunya? I made them up for that joke. Oh. The train ride took a while, but Izuku and Melissa chatted about quirks and support gear. Izuku knew what kind of prank Gran Torino would play, so he planned to creep him out. Melissa and Izuku arrived at Gran Torino's house to see that the door was slightly ajar. Izuku entered the room. He saw Gran Torino on the ground with sausage links and ketchup. It was clearly supposed to be a murder scene. Izuku grabbed a sausage link and dipped it into the ketchup before taking a bite out of it. He spit it out. You didn't even bother to cook the sausage first? That's disgusting. Midoriya, you just tried to eat some dead guy's intestines? I'm alive. Kid, what the heck? Gran Torino asked. It smelled like ketchup, so it was safe to assume the intestines were also fake. I figured it would be fun to play a little prank of my own. The training was going rather well. Gran Torino hadn't mentioned one for all, but he was great for training danger sense. It took Melissa a while for her to be able to fight Gran Torino. But today they were going to Hosu. Izuku and Melissa were on their way to Hosu with Gran Torino. It was pretty dark outside the train. Izuku felt danger sense ping but didn't react. A second later, a Nomu threw a hero through the wall of the train. Gran Torino kicked the Nomu and told Melissa and Izuku to stay in the car. They obviously didn't listen. Before Izuku jumped out, he asked, "Permission to use our quirks to rescue civilians or to protect ourselves?" Gran Torino facepalmed. Permission granted. Izuku followed Melissa out of the train. Izuku helped civilians evacuate for 30 minutes before finding a secluded space and changing into his vigilante outfit. He powered his phone off and jumped onto a building. He moved away from the chaos caused by the Nomu and moved above the alleys. He found Stain standing over Ida while Melissa was on the ground unable to move. Izuku sent Black Whip out to slap Stain away from Ida. Stain tried to bring his sword up behind him, but he was too slow. Black Whip slammed him into the wall as Izuku jumped into the alley. He used Black Whip to move Melissa and Ida out of the way before using it to catch the oncoming knife. Izuku kept dodging Stain's attacks. Who are you, false hero? Bold of you to assume I'm a hero. Vigilante then, I'll still kill you anyway. The only true hero is. I get it, you're a psychotic All Might fanboy. Seriously, grow up. Killing fake heroes, really? How about you actually do some research on heroes you go after? Oh, here's a thought. Maybe instead of killing people, you can point out where they need to improve. Plus, even if they are a fake hero, they are still saving lives. Except Endeavor, he kills more civilians than he saves. That would never work. Heroes are either too greedy or too weak. Why does no one ever listen to my amazing advice? Have you literally ever tried correcting a hero instead of killing them? It doesn't matter, All Might is the only hero who deserves to live. If that's what you believe, do you take requests? Stain paused in confusion. What do you mean? Could I hire you to kill Endeavor? Ida was about to say something, but Melissa shut him up. You really are a fake hero, aren't you? This is less fake heroism and more Endeavor abuses his kids, but no one will believe me since he is backed by the HPSC, so I need another way to get Endeavor away from them. Stain started attacking again. Izuku was waiting for an opening to end this quickly so that he could get Native and Ida medical care. Ida tried to make a speech about revenge and how it was his fight, but Melissa shut him up. Izuku saw when Melissa could move again. She tried to attack Stain, but he threw a knife at her. Izuku caught the knife with Black Whip and wrapped some of Black Whip around Stain's face and covering his deformed nose. Izuku combined Somnambulist with Black Whip and released the sleeping gas from the tendril directly into his nose. Stain passed out. Izuku removed all of Stain's weapons after telling Melissa to call the police and an ambulance. Endeavor arrived before the police did. When he arrived, he saw Stain bound and someone who looked like a villain above him. Endeavor yelled before shooting a large flame at the person. Izuku's danger sense pinged. When he turned, all he saw was fire. He could dodge it, but it would hit Stain, Melissa, and Ida. He couldn't see Endeavor to erase his quirk. Izuku did the one thing he could think of, he yelled. Endeavor, are you blind? There are children behind me. The yell wasn't a regular yell. Izuku used Hizashi's quirk to disrupt Endeavor's fire. This had the unfortunate effect of removing his mask due to the sound, but that wasn't a problem since he quickly put on his spare mask. The problem was that by having his mask removed, he was shouted without a voice changer. Endeavor probably wasn't able to hear it properly due to the fire, but the people behind him had no such issue. When Izuku looked back at Melissa and Ida, they were just staring at him. He quickly grabbed the people in the alley and pulled them out of the alley. Ida and Melissa were standing in shock. Native was leaned up against the wall. Stain was on the ground, still tied up. Izuku started talking. Mini Ingenium go check on native. Blonde girl go watch Stain and keep yourselves safe because Endeavor won't care if he kills you all. Izuku shoved them away before standing in perfect view of Endeavor. Endeavor was about to throw another fireball at him, but Izuku erased his quirk. Izuku blinked and jumped to the right. He avoided the next fireball. Izuku kept dodging and erasing Endeavor's quirk. Eventually the police and ambulance arrived. They were loading up Native and Stain when a flying Nomu kidnapped Melissa. Izuku disengaged Endeavor and used Float and Black Whip to fling himself at the Nomu. He used his knife to cut off its legs and Black Whip to catch Melissa and slow their fall. Izuku set Melissa down before he was hit by Endeavor's flames. Izuku checked on Melissa. She had a few second-degree burns. Looks like Izuku didn't block enough of it. Izuku turned to Endeavor and released his bloodlust. You really threw a potentially lethal fireball at me while I was holding a child. You are the scum of the earth. If you think you can kill me, you're dead wrong. Izuku looked at Endeavor, who had been frozen by Izuku's bloodlust. You aren't a hero. You're a villain with a license. You are the reason people like Stain exist. Heroes see someone as horrible as you doing amazing, so they try to do the same thing. If I was someone else, I would have killed you ages ago. Izuku used Black Whip to impale the Nomu that had just tried so swoop on his head. I know what you did. Don't expect any of them to forgive you. Izuku used Black Whip to spring himself onto a building and run away. Izuku changed back into his hero outfit and continued helping with evacuation. Melissa and Ida were in the hospital after their encounter with Stain. Manuel and Gran Torino had been there to scold them. Torino brought Izuku with him. The chief of police came over to scold the duo of students but said that they could avoid charges if they hid their involvement. The unknown vigilante had been given credit for the takedown. Eventually the adults left the two kids and one somewhat kid alone. Izuku, I'm not as surprised as I should be about you being a vigilante, it just seems like something you would do. But how do you have multiple quirks? Melissa asked. My quirk is less energy stockpile and release than it is energy manipulate. Midoriya, stop trying to use your quirk, muttering to lie. Melissa said a bit angrily. Vigilantism is against the law, Midoriya. It is very unheroic to try to kill someone in revenge? Izuku cut Ida off, because last I checked you almost got yourself killed by hunting down Stain. Back to vigilantism, which is more heroic, breaking a law to stop someone from getting killed or calling heroes and watching that person die while waiting for a hero to show up, all because you were too busy thinking about laws to realize that someone's life is more important than laws. When I found someone in trouble, I helped. Eventually I went out looking for people to help. And that's how I became a vigilante. Ida was processing and realizing Izuku had a good point. That doesn't explain the multiple quirks. Melissa said, You'll figure some of it out, Melissa. When you do, I'll tell you both the rest. Now get some sleep. What about that person you killed? Ida said in a voice way too quiet for the usually loud teen. Nomo aren't people anymore. They're mindless puppets made from corpses with extra quirks shoved into them. If that's what happens when someone has too many quirks, then why aren't you like that? Melissa asked. I'm sure Uncle Yoichi will tell you when you talk to each other. What? Bye-bye. Izuku left the room. Then poked his head back through the door. If either of you tell anyone, I'll reveal that Ida writes Naruto fanfictions. Don't worry, Ida. I know that you only write wholesome fixes, but they don't need to know that. And Melissa, I will help Shoto gather evidence for his conspiracy theories and I will help him present them to the class. You wouldn't dare. Melissa shouted. I would. How did you know? Ida asked quietly. Wouldn't you like to know whether boy? Izuku left the room. Melissa and Ida stared at the door. Sue, what's your FIC called? Internships were over and classes were starting back up. Izuku's classmates were swarming Ida and Melissa because of Stain. A few people approached him, but he said that he was somewhere else. Izuku's phone went off. Pizza Hut. Sign. Found him. Cyan added unknown user to the chat. Unknown user. Why did you add me here, Krusty? Green. Because I asked him to. Green has changed unknown user's name to white. Cyan. His hair's black. Green. Not naturally. White. How do you know my natural hair color? Green. Did you watch your little brother's fights in the sports festival? White, I don't have a younger brother. Green, I can't believe you would disown Natsuo and Shoto like that Toya Todoroki. White, how do you know that name? Green, because time travel. Cyan, you told him that right off the bat? White, what do you mean time travel? Cyan, the gremlin traveled back in time to cause chaos. Green, I came back to stop an apocalypse. Anyway, Toya wanna help me and Nizu get Endeavor arrested once we have enough evidence. White, you work with Nizu. Green, yes. Cyan, just get to the point, I need to make the love group chat. By the way, Dobby, don't tell anyone about this chat or the gremlin will embarrass you like he did Stain. White, you beat Stain. Green, I only beat him because he was beyond reason, though after I realized he was beyond reason I tried to hire him to kill Endeavor but he just attacked me, how rude. White, I kind of respect you now. Green, anyway, I asked Shiggy to bring you here because since you were in my survival group during the apocalypse you get future knowledge privileges. White, you expect me to believe what you say. Green, when you reveal your identity to Endeavor you do a little dance while bullying Endeavor and Shoto. White, I definitely would do that. Green, Cyan is probably annoyed now so I'm finishing this up. Don't tell All for One Sensei about this and don't hate Shoto. Endeavor treated him so bad that Shoto had to emotionally close himself off so he could survive. The sports festival is the first time he smiled in years, though I am glad that he got a laugh of the replay of me dumping water on Endeavor. Green has logged off. Cyan, before you ask, he does drop bombshells and ditch a lot. Anyway, I'm making the love group chat now. Cyan has logged off. White has logged off. Unknown chat. Unknown user has added unknown user, unknown user, unknown user and 6 more to the chat. Unknown user has changed their name to Shigaraki. Shigaraki, put your alias in. Unknown user has changed their name to Dobby. Unknown user has changed their name to Mr. Compress. Unknown user has changed their name to Twice. Unknown user has changed their name to Magna. Unknown user has changed their name to Muscular. Unknown user has changed their name to Moonfish. Unknown user has changed their name to Mustard. Unknown user has changed their name to Spinner. Unknown user has changed their name to Identify. Mr. Compress, I do not believe we have had the pleasure of meeting before. Identify. Identify, I've been busy plotting how to steal the microwave plates in the Hero Commission's Musudafa branch. I am still plotting so I must be going, good sir. Identify has logged off. Izuku looked around the classroom. No one paid any attention to what he was doing on his phone. He slipped his phone into his pocket and waited for Eraserhead to show up. When Eraserhead appeared, he announced the final exam, which freaked out the dumb kids. Cough cough. Mina and Kaminari cough cough. Due to Yayarosa being innocent, she said that they could have a study group at her mansion. Yes, she did start flexing her money, but in the innocent way that meant she thought it was normal. Mina looked like she was going to offer a sacrifice to Yayarozu in exchange for help with studying. A few people didn't plan on going and Izuku was one of them. He had chaos to commit after all. Izuku spent most of his time pranking people, vigilantism, and training with the capture scarf. He was able to use the capture scarf some, but at the moment it was more of a hindrance than a help. But he was learning much faster than Hitoshi did, which made Hitoshi depressed. How are you learning so fast? It took me months to be able to use it properly and you're halfway there in a few weeks. Hitoshi complained. Skill issue, Izuku responded. Or, perhaps the effects of having 2 people who can effectively use the capture weapon have subconsciously helped speed up the learning process, Six said. Shoo, don't give him hope. Be quiet and get to the rafters, people are outside, fourth warned. Izuku floated to the ceiling. This is one of the many reasons Izuku hates living in an abandoned warehouse. People try to break in for drag deals and the likes. Luckily, the people outside were some of the few cops in Tsukachi's department that were lazy, so they left after looking inside for a couple seconds. Izuku was tired of training, so he decided to do what he said he would in the LOV group chat. Izuku was great at stealth, especially when he knew where the cameras were. Sixth was actually one of the best hackers in the world, probably something to do with being underground and boredom, but due to Sixth's skills he was able to deactivate the necessary cameras to infiltrate the commission's building without being detected. He also had a GoPro so he could prove he did it. He glided across the ceiling while avoiding the few staff members in the building at this ungodly hour. He got to the break room without issues. He quickly opened and took the plates out of the 20 microwaves. Izuku also took the instant noodles that were in the fridge for some reason. Thought he wasn't cruel enough to take them with him. He put angry eyes on all of them and placed them all facing the door. Izuku put a dead rat on top of the slightly open door. Don't ask where he got that from. Izuku places the microwave plates in his bags and jumped out the window to the next building over. Izuku quickly ran to a back alley far away. Izuku set the microwave plates down in a circle and put a dead rat on each one. He wanted whoever saw this to be extremely confused. Izuku turned off the GoPro and went home. He sent the video to his phone and went to bed. Izuku put on his vigilante costume and decided to not go directly to Eraserhead to bug him. Izuku stayed on rooftops. For once the night was quiet, Izuku wanted to be happy, but he was aware that he was being followed by someone who wasn't the best at hiding. Who thinks they are stealthy when they are flapping their wings to get across larger gaps and not even bothering to hide their footsteps. I really must have annoyed the commission by threatening Endeavor on live TV. I wonder how mad they will be when they find out I messed with their microwaves. You're terrible at stealth, Hawks. Hawks let out a little squeak at being called out. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just passing by. Because tailing someone for 3 kilometers is just passing by. I was just following a suspicious individual. Oh really? If that's it, what about the commission agents talking through your comm link telling you to either incapacitate me or kill me, strongly leaning towards killing me? Idon Dash. Kigo Takami, don't lie to me. I know what they did. If you keep following me and lying about the commission's abuse, I might kidnap you so you can forcibly see what it's like without them. Izuku jumped off the roof and turned into a homeless guy. Hawks didn't spare him a second glance as he passed by. He didn't feel like going out anymore. But this did raise the priority of freeing Hawks. Izuku took the feather Hawks attached to him and set it on fire. He was a bit surprised when the fire turned white, but maybe one for all had affected Shoto's quirk. Izuku started to walk home. Izuku felt tired enough that he wasn't thinking straight. When did he get this tired? Izuku felt like he was burning up. Probably just a fever, nothing important. Izuku entered his abandoned building. Why was it so hot in here? Izuku passed out on the floor. Izuku felt horrible. He had some form of illness, but he didn't know what. He had woken up on the floor and dragging himself to the fridge, he forced himself to eat before passing out again. Everything was uncomfortable, his skin was itchy, his hands and feet felt like they were melting off. He was barely able to tell Yue that he would be missing that day. He wasn't throwing up but moving hurt. Izuku had thought, in the few moments when he was thinking clearly, that this might be a quirk awakening, but now he hoped it wasn't. Why was it so painful? If this was a quirk awakening, was his quirk tolerance hitting its limit? Did he have a limit to how many quirks he could safely have? Was he turning into a Nomu? Was he going to die? Notice, it is impossible for the individual known as Izuku Midoriya to turn into a Nomu, Yoichi said. Not the time to mess around, Yoichi. I might be dying right now, Izuku responded. I'm sure you'll be fine, and we can seal one of the quirks if we have to. That actually helps a bit, thanks, but my teeth are itchy and I don't know why. Life's crazy, Nana said. I know what you mean, nothing makes sense and you have itchy teeth, Yoichi said. I feel like that was a reference to pre-quirk media, Izuku said. The question is what media, Nana said. The best explanation you get is Gothi's amazing communication skills, Yoichi said. I'm not going to bother deciphering that, anyway I'm either about to pass out or be delusional, Izuku said. Have fun, Nana encouraged. Is the moon made of cheese or is cheese made of moon, Izuku said. It was a few days before Izuku was well enough to go to school, but he had a potential cause of his sickness. It was a quirk thing, but the reaction of his body was most likely because it was hard to adjust to 2 quirks at once. That's right, he got cremation, Dabitoya Todoroki aka Crispy, and hardening, Ejiro Kurishima aka manliest of mans. How come Ejiro got a compliment and I got crispy? Unfortunately, due to extreme circumstances, I cannot disclose that information. What circumstances? The extreme circumstance is that I don't care enough to go into detail about by naming biases. Anyway, quirks. The fever was caused by Dobby's quirk setting improperly, the itching was caused by hardening. Sorry about that. Dejiro apologized. Apologize by forgetting everything I said while delusional Izuku responded. No matter what Ejiro says, I will not forget all that juicy info. You solved several of UA's mysteries and spoke of some very interesting gossip. Nem said with enthusiasm. Great, what should I bring to school today? Self-preservation, Shota said. Endeavor's credit card, Shoto said. A good moral compass, Fourth said. Pre-quirk memes, Yoichi said. Mental stability, I've experienced what happens when you forget it, Tamura said. A toaster, Dabi said. A lamp, Namuri said. A dumbbell, Ejiro said. Coffee, Hitoshi said. Where are you getting these suggestions? You know what? I don't care, I'm going to school, Izuku asked. Izuku started on his way to school. He got recognized like once, but he was able to escape social interaction with a random person, so hooray. When he got to class, he went to his seat with his mastery of being unnoticed. It took Eraserhead calling his name for attendance for people to realize he was there. Eraserhead glared around the room to shut up the students that were about to make the classroom a lot less peaceful. All right, everyone shut up. Eraserhead said, as everyone knows the finals are in 3 days. 3 days? Already? Eraserhead started talking about some stuff, then placed a large amount of missing assignments on Izuku's desk. Izuku paled. He missed a week at most, and there was 30 homework assignments, 12 projects, and 5 tests. How? Kaminari would never be able to do this much work in a week, and he seems fine. While Izuku was dying on the inside, the school day went on. The only thing that happened was a few of his classmates asking where he was. He just said he was sick. It took all 3 days for Izuku to finish all his homework. It was time for finals. Izuku was a bit curious about what the matchups would be since there was only 19 classmates. Eraserhead had told them if they failed they couldn't go on the training camp. This exam is going to be easy, it's just robots like the entrance exam. Mina said, Congratulations, you played yourself. Do you really think that they would be that nice to us? Seriously? Izuku said with a deadpan expression. Yes. Kaminari asked. We've been attacked by villains, do you really think they would keep the exam the same as the previous years? Midoriya is correct. Nizu said, this year's exam is going to be much more difficult. Oh boy, I can't wait to go through the excruciating experience that is whatever nightmare Nizu has planned for our exam, Melissa said. Yes, my student, let the sarcasm grow. Man, I feel like a Sith now. Thanks for introducing me to Star Wars, Yoichi. You will be fighting your teachers, Nizu said cheerfully. Most of the class was freaking out, but Izuku was just standing there. Now then, Nizu said, here are the matchups. Kaminari, Siro, and Ishido will be against me. Kirishima and Sato will be against Cementos. Ojiro and Ito will be against Power Loader. Azui and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm. Hagakure and Shoji against Snipe. Uraraka and Aoyama against 13. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against Eraserhead. Jiro and Koda against Present Mike, and Shield and Midoriya will be against me, All Might shouted as he fell from the sky. Melissa looked like she was about to have a heart attack. Anyway, before I was interrupted, when conditions are to either place the cuffs on the enemy or escape the arena, good luck, Nizu said. All Might versus Izuku and Melissa. Melissa was freaking out. Izuku got tired of watching her panic and used a stick to bonk her head. Are you done yet? Oh Izuku, why would you do that? So that you stop freaking out, we need to finish the exam and I want to give fighting All Might a try before we try escape. Are you crazy? There's no way we can beat the number 1 he. Izuku bonked her again. You idolize All Might too much, you're so caught up in his fame that you don't realize that we have a decent chance at winning. We do. All Might is wearing weight and both of us are fast, strong, and, not to be rude, way smarter than All Might. Now listen up, I have a plan. As soon as the exam started, All Might sent a Texas smash down the street. He followed his punch and found no one near the entrance. He was about to run to the exit to see if they tried to flee. Izuku dropped a brick on his head, from 12 stories up. All Might looked at the brick that had broken over his head, then looked at Izuku. While All Might was looking up, Melissa punched him in the back of the head. All Might took a few steps away while rubbing the back of his head. Izuku jumped into the alley behind the building he was on. All Might started to attack Melissa. She was dodging some and was doing fine in general. Izuku waited for All Might to have his back turned before kicking his uninjured side with 50% of Ofa. All Might went back a few feet. Melissa was standing behind Izuku and to the left with the cuffs behind her back. All Might rushed at Izuku. Melissa held an open cuff behind Izuku. Izuku dodged All Might's punch and grabbed his arm. Izuku flipped All Might over and slammed him into the ground. All Might got back up. Melissa shield and Izuku Midoriya win. The intercom announced. All Might looked at his arm to see the cuff on it. Congratulations young Shield and young Midoriya, All Might shouted. Izuku was watching all the other matches. Izuku's basic match notes. Kaminari, Siro and Ishido. Fail. They were too busy running away to think. Ujiro and Ida. Pass. Average. Aishui and Tokoyami. Pass. Where did the cuffs come from? Kirishima and Sato. Fail. Too manly to see that they could have taken 5 steps to the left and walked right by. Hagakure and Shoji. Pass. Glad to see that Hagakure's costume actually exists, may even made it able to be invisible or visible depending on what Hagakure wants. Uraraka and Aoyama. Pass. Uraraka let go of the bar due to embarrassment after Aoyama exposed her machi addiction and accidentally took out 13. Jiro and Koda. Pass. Koda is terrifying if he wants to be. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Pass. Again, glad that Yaoyorozu has a proper costume. With the final exams over, Eraserhead revealed his logical ruse and said that everyone would be going to the training camp. Ida questioned how they could trust him because Eraserhead lied to them multiple times. Eraserhead spoke of the extra lessons to the students who failed. After they were dismissed, Mina made the executive decision to have a class trip to the mall. So that's where Izuku found himself now. Izuku was standing in the mall with most of his classmates. Despite living for around 30 years, Izuku had no idea what to do in a shopping mall. He ended up just getting dragged along by Uraraka until she vanished into a store and he somehow got lost. However, he was found by his good friend, technically adoptive brother, Shigaraki, who kindly sat him down on a bench. Shigaraki had his hand around the back of Izuku's neck to make it look like Izuku was in danger. Why is it that you and Stain get so much attention? Why do you even care anymore? It's not like you plan on staying a villain for much longer. Izuku whispered. Curiosity, why do people care more about a, admittedly, deadly villain being captured by a vigilante than a group of bioengineered weapons tearing apart a city? Probably because said villain is known for killing the heroes that most people consider to be protectors of peace, and it's interesting to see a vigilante do a better job than heroes and threaten the number 2 hero. Also, people don't know what Nomu are and widespread destruction has become bland. You have a decent point, heroes have desensitized the people to the chaos of the world. I mean, you're not wrong, you should start a podcast or something explaining the effects of heroes on the public, positive and negative. Not the worst idea. Wanna play Minecraft or something later? I used Endeavor's credit card to buy a few gaming devices. Sounds fun. I need to go back to acting scared now. One of my classmates is going to see us soon, plus I need to report this. Shigaraki started on some nonsense about All Might causing all his problems so he could keep up his villain act. Izuku looked at his approaching classmate with fake fear on his face. Midoriya? Who's this you're talking to? Uraraka asked, concerned by Izuku's expression. No one important, just a family friend. Shigaraki said before letting go of Izuku's neck and standing up. Don't follow me, you can guess what would happen. Shigaraki left the area. Midoriya, are you okay? Call the police, tell them Shigaraki was here. Shigaraki was long gone by the time the police arrived. Izuku was currently sitting in front of Detective Tsukachi. I am Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I am here to interview you about your encounter with Tamura Shigaraki at Mizudafu Mall. My quirk is lie detector, I will know when you lie. Would you please tell me what happened leading up with your encounter with Shigaraki? My class went the mall to get stuff for our upcoming training camp. I was pulled along by Uraraka, but she went into a store and I got lost. Shigaraki grabbed me by my neck and pulled me to a bench. Is there any reason you may have been singled out? There are a few reasons. I drop-kicked him at the USJ and I won the sports festival. True. Could you tell me about what he said to you while you were sitting down? He was questioning why Stain got more attention than the Nomu in Hosu. He actually wanted an answer, so I told him that Stain had ideals that some people could understand. He somehow got All Might is the root of his problems out of that. True. Don't know how though. But you don't know how? I mean, it could be because he was mentally unstable or just plain stupid. True. Is there a reason you didn't try to escape? He threatened to kill the people around me if I tried to escape. True. Is there any other information I should know? No. True. Well, if that's all, then you are free to go now. Izuku was internally freaking out. How did that work? Izuku was able to technically tell the truth by using events from the original timeline and overlapping them with the events of today without getting caught. Izuku's hope dropped as soon as Tsukachi asked his last question. Izuku tried to find a way around it. It was a meme that saved him, well, a meme that Yoichi provided in the heat of the moment. A man was pulled over and there was a cop at the window. Is there anything in the car I should know about? No, only things you shouldn't know about. Yeah, it was pretty stupid, but that reasoning allowed it to bypass Tsukachi's quirk. If Tsukachi had worded that question differently, Izuku could have been screwed. But something more surprising was that Yoichi was useful for something other than prank calling all for one. I am going to disown you as my nephew if you keep bullying me like this. I do lots of things, I give great advice, I discovered that Tamura is your adoptive brother, and I am incredible emotional support, Yoichi said. I just had a thought and I don't know if it's good or bad. Tamura said Izuku is my brother and he disowned his family. Does that mean Nana is his grandma now? Tamura, I hate you for saying that. Now she's realized that no one will stop her from trying to parent me. Izuku said, what do you mean by that? She'd be your grandma, not your mother? Grandma of two, though I don't feel that old. I am officially adopting both of you. Mother of two. Awesome. Nana shouted in excitement. Look at what you have unleashed, Izuku said. I have made poor choices, Tamura said with sadness. Izuku went home while Nana proceeded to adopt Himiko as well. He tried to sleep, but the very energetic parent in his head was too busy expressing her excitement about having children, even if the children happened to be in their 30s. According to the sarcastic commentary from Hitoshi, Nana was in the process of trying to hug her new kids, but she was going so fast they had to dodge so they didn't get launched away. Fifth managed to get her to slow down so they could hug them properly. According to Hitoshi, Nana was trying to find a way to hug him, but she couldn't. Izuku started to feel tired. Izuku knew what was about to happen. Izuku fell asleep and woke up in one for all only to be picked up by his self-proclaimed mom. I am a grown adult. Why do you people keep picking me up like I'm a 2-year-old? Because you are small, therefore you must be picked up, Himiko and Nana said. Himiko, I'm taller than you. The trip to the camp was very uncomfortable due to Aizawa's terrible mood. He had been at UA over an hour before students were supposed to arrive. He started a pot of coffee in the teacher's lounge. When he went to grab it, the pot was empty. He tried again, the pot was empty. When he went to check on it, he started another pot and watched it fill up. He went to grab some files from his desk. When he looked back at the pot, it was empty. By this time he had to go outside because the students were arriving. He didn't get his coffee. He didn't have the energy for this today. Aizawa looked over the students. The only thing that was out of the ordinary was that Midoriya had way too much energy. All right, brats, we're going to the training camp in an undisclosed location. Don't be loud because I didn't get my coffee today. Now get onto the bus. The class quickly got onto the bus. They had learned Aizawa's opinions on speed the hard way. Aizawa was surprised that he only had to expel Bakugo, but he had his replacement here, so, oh right, he still had to explain him. Ito was about to raise his hand. Before you ask, this, Aizawa said while pointing to the Gen Ed kid from the sports festival, is Hitoshi Shinso. He is from Class 1C and will be transferring into the hero course after the training camp. He's here to train and get to know the class and all the other stuff Nizu put on the speech he handed me. Just treat him with respect and don't give me a headache. Aizawa sat at the wheel and started driving. Was he legally allowed to do this? No. Did Nizu make some fake documents that said he could? Yes. This is going to feel like forever. Izuku woke up on the wrong side of bed and decided to make it his classmate's problem. By drinking Eraserhead's coffee. Izuku was vibrating in his seat after drinking 3 pots of coffee. I think he's going to vibrate through his seat, Achiko said. I never thought I'd see the day that anyone has as much energy as Himiko, Dabi said. I don't think I can sit still for the whole ride. Izuku said. That's what you get for drinking all my coffee, problem child, Shota said. Izuku? Izuku, are you there? Melissa asked with concern. What's up? You were spaced out for a few minutes. You didn't even introduce yourself with the most insane attitude to the new student like the psychopath you are. I am offended, I feel betrayed. Despite everything I did for you, this is how you repay wait, new student? Izuku looked around and spotted Shinso. I'm already entering the hero course? Heck yeah, Hitoshi said with actual enthusiasm in his voice. Even Himiko, the most air-headed of the group, was terrified by the way Hitoshi spoke. Please never do that again, you have traumatized the children even further, Second said. Hi Shinso, how are you doing? Izuku said. Aren't you the psychopath from the sports festival that talked about keeping children in bags with that pink-haired support student? Yes, and I will very gladly take that title. What? Most of the class started to freak out at Shinso's comment. Tsuyu, the most level-headed of the class, decided to speak up. Could you please clarify what Shinso just informed us about Karo? No, I will not clarify anything. You will be forced to suffer with this knowledge for the rest of your life. No matter how much you try to convince me, I will not elaborate anything. Melissa was about to speak. She was probably about to clarify things, but Izuku glared at her. Don't ruin the fun. Izuku whispered to her. I assume everyone already introduced themselves to you, Shinso? Izuku asked. Yes, your classmates have very strange ways of introducing themselves. I'll introduce myself then. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Midoriya or sacrifice your sanity for my friendship and call me Izuku. Can I call you mentally unstable broccoli? Not the worst nickname I've gotten. Sure, but if you call me that, I am exclusively calling you Mini Aizawa or Cotton Candy. Mini Aizawa? A few of Izuku's classmates choked. Aizawa looked done with living. You have the same eye bags and you both look like you haven't slept in weeks. Shoto pulled out his conspiracy notebook. Izuku decided to help Shinso. To anyone who may be making conspiracy theories, Shinso is not Mr. Aizawa's secret love child. Shoto gave him a suspicious look. Aizawa almost lost control of the vehicle. Problem child, if you don't shut up, I'm going to expel you. Fine, but don't blame me when the class conspiracy theorist approaches you and asks that question. Izuku got comfortable in his seat and tried to fall asleep, only to be unable to due to his coffee intake. Izuku suffered the rest of the way to the camp. Class 1A was standing on top of a cliff. Izuku was standing around waiting for the wild pussycats to arrive. Eventually another car pulled up and 2 members of the previously mentioned hero group exited the car. While Mandalay was giving her speech, Izuku waits until she pointed at the camp to run off the cliff. His energy levels had already crashed, so he didn't feel like fighting any dirt monsters. He used Ofa to run through the forest. He quickly arrived at the building. He jumped onto the roof of the building and lay down. He fell asleep on the roof. Izuku was woken up by rumbling. He saw the vehicles that his teachers were driving approaching. Izuku made sure to stay on the roof while avoiding being spotted by them. I wonder how long it will take them to get here. Mandalay said. It will probably take until dinner time. Pixie Bob said. It depends if Midoriya helps them or not. Eraserhead said. Why would that matter? Pixie Bob asked. If Midoriya helps them, the latest they are arriving is lunch. If he leaves them alone, he is probably here already and the rest of the class will be here at dinner. How are you so? As Mandalay was cut off. I can't believe it. The oh-so-grumpy Aizawa praising one of his students. I'm honored at how highly you think of me, Izuku said in a very snooty voice. It took a couple of seconds for Mandalay and Pixie Bob to locate Izuku on the roof. Problem child, Eraserhead said in a threatening tone of voice. Fine, I'll stop teasing you about how much you care about your kids. Izuku said. Mandalay and Pixie Bob were wondering how Izuku wasn't dead. Problem child, get off the roof. but it's a great place for a nap. Eraserhead used his capture scarf to get onto the roof. He pulled on his yellow sleeping bag and fell asleep instantly. Midoriya, get off the roof. Mandalay shouted. Catch, Izuku shouted. He threw 2 cheeseburgers at Mandalay. That is a bribe, let me sleep until the rest of the class gets here. Izuku didn't give her time to answer and fell asleep. The rest of the class arrived after 6 in the evening. Izuku was sleeping on the roof when he woke up to a scream. He quickly jumped up and ran to the edge to see what happened. Kirishima was on the ground and Koda was walking away. Oh, at least it wasn't me this time. Izuku jumped off the roof and patted Kirishima's back. That kid sure can throw a punch. Izuku said. Dude, when did you get here? Kaminari asked with surprise. I got here before Eraserhead and the Pussycats, Izuku said. And what were you doing when we were fighting a bunch of dirt monsters? Melissa asked, a bit angry. Sleeping on the roof. My energy crashed and I didn't want to accidentally hurt someone due to being tired, so I ran through everything. You just didn't want to help. I can't believe it, betrayed again, I can't believe the cruelty of the world. Izuku dramatically cried out. Drama queen. The Pussycats brought out food for the class. The starving classmate like it was their first meal in days, except Izuku, he was just eating normally. Izuku saw Koda leaving the area. Izuku grabbed a plate of food and followed him. Izuku found him standing on a cliff with a cave on it. Izuku sat down on the cliff edge and set Koda's plate down on a tree stump. Nice place you got here. Koda startled. How did you find my secret hideout? I followed you with food. Izuku said, food is very important. I don't want food from a wannabe hero. Then what about food from your aunt? Mandalay is a hero. What's wrong with that? Heroes are stupid, going around, flashing their quirks around. Why do heroes and villains fight? It's pointless. That was fast. Your parents were heroes, weren't they? My parents were idiots, they left me just to die. They were stupid. They didn't leave expecting never to come back. No one goes out expecting to die. How would you know? Koda said in anger. How would you know anything about it? I had parents that didn't care about me. Huh. I met the water hose duo before they died. They spoke about you a lot. They really cared about you. Then why did they leave? They were going to save people. They never expected to die. I know how desensitized people are to the death of heroes nowadays. They didn't let you properly grieve, did they? They kept talking about how honorable their death was instead of letting people mourn. They did. If I find the guy that killed them, I'm going to kick his face in. Not the point. The point is that they wanted to be with you. It's okay for you to be mad, just make sure that your anger is being put on the right person. Why is a hero wannabe trying to help me? Heroes are supposed to help. I've said everything I have to say, I'll leave you to your thoughts now. Oh, friendly advice, stay near the building tomorrow, things are going to get a little crazy. Izuku left the cliff, leaving Koda to his thoughts. Thank goodness he didn't catch my slip-up, I called his parents the water hose duo. Most of Izuku's classmates were training their quirks. Izuku was as well, but he wasn't using his quirk. He was doing strength training. He knew he probably didn't need to, but he wanted to be safe. All for One was currently a lot weaker than the one that caused an apocalypse. Izuku could probably kill him without One for All, but he needed to be sure he could kill him. Izuku could currently use 95% of One for All, but he wanted to be sure he could one-shot AFO. Melissa was also doing strength training, but nothing as crazy as dragging trees. Izuku was just waiting for the attack so he could kick muscular. Izuku looked around again and saw Eraserhead bringing Shinso to Melissa. Eraserhead told Melissa something and she nodded her head. Shinso spoke to Melissa. Here we go guys, first contact. Yoichi said excitedly. Melissa's face went blank. Shinso spoke again and Melissa laid down on the ground and started to roll away. Not what I was expecting, but okay, Dabi said. Izuku saw the glow from 2 of Melissa's fingers. Izuku waited for her fingers to bend before subtly deactivating her quirk with erasure. Couldn't have her shatter her fingers without Recovery Girl here. When Izuku deactivated erasure, her fingers started glowing again. Izuku ran up to her and placed his hand over her fingers to stop her from releasing the energy. Mr. Aizawa, she's subconsciously using her quirk and it could shatter her fingers. Can you erase her quirk? Eraserhead realized the potential danger of the situation and erased her quirk. Shinso, can you release your quirk? Shinso let his control over Melissa go. If I end up helping Shinso train, you guys won't try to break out, right? The voices in Izuku's head unanimously decided not to try to break free. You could test your quirk on me. Why are you asking me to use my quirk on you? The voices in my head told me to. Honesty, I feel like you could be truthfully saying that. Just remember, your thoughts are always at the same volume. Whether you try to scream or whisper in your mind, the volume won't change. I have to live with this fact, and now you do too. I hate you, Midoriya. Why must you curse my brain with this forbidden knowledge? Because memes and chow dash, Izuku was put under Shinso's control. Do a flip. Shinso said in a deadpan voice. Izuku did a flip. Now what? Shinso questioned. He's smart, maybe he knows an answer to one of my questions. Eraserhead said, ask him who's been stealing my coffee. I'm dead. Tell me who stole Mr. Aizawa's coffee. I stole Mr. Aizawa's coffee. Why did you steal my coffee yesterday, problem child? Aizawa said with just a faint hint of bloodlust. Tell me why you stole Mr. Aizawa's coffee yesterday? I woke up angry and I decided to make it everyone's problem. The best way is by stealing Mr. Aizawa's coffee because of how grumpy he gets without his morning coffee. 3 pots of coffee also helped with my bad mood. Shinso let Izuku out of his control. Detention. As soon as school starts again, you have detention for 2 weeks. The only reason it's not longer is because I couldn't figure out who it was on my own. I can't believe it, you're indirectly praising my stealth skills. 3 weeks. Izuku started pouting, then his gremlin face reappeared and he vanished. Midoriya is about to do something very unethical. Shinso said to Eraserhead. Class 1B arrived mid-training. Monoma said something insulting, but a hand grabbed his ankle and dragged him into the woods. He was later found tied to a tree with books about mental complexes surrounding him. Izuku remembered something important that he had to do. Shigaraki had told him that he was a target to be kidnapped, so he had a plan in place. Before finals, Yaoyorozu had him help analyze costumes to see if there were any improvements they could make to their classmates' costumes. Yaoyorozu had looked at his and saw the tracker and audio transmitter in his costume, including his boots that he wore everywhere. He had told her what the wavelength he was using and what device to make to track him. He knew what he could do when he was kidnapped. He could bully all for one. Izuku was waiting in line for the rest of Courage, waiting for the League of Villains to attack. Suddenly, Pixie Bob was attacked by Magna. Mandalay and Tiger, the third member of the Wild Pussycats, started to fight Magna and the other villain, someone that must have been new because Izuku has never heard of them. Mandalay mentioned that she was worried about Koda. He went out. Mandalay, I know where Koda is. I'm going to take him to the camp building. Izuku ran to the cliff and jumped up the side of it. He saw Muscular toying with Koda. Izuku rushed at him and kicked his face in. Muscular was launched into the cliff side. Koda, run. Izuku said. But I'll be fine. Run. Izuku turned back to Muscular. Who the heck wants to die enough to kick me in the face? Muscular said. We've come to contact you about your car's extended warranty. Oh, you're that kid we're supposed to bring in. Shigaraki wants you alive, but he never said we couldn't rough you up. Yeah, get on with it, I have things to do. Muscular activated his quirk, muscle fibers growing out of his arms. Izuku pulled out a bottle of whipped cream from somewhere and sprayed it on his hand. When Muscular tried to punch Izuku, he grabbed Muscular's fist and slapped the whipped cream over Muscular's good eye. Izuku tossed Muscular away and waited. Muscular wiped the whipped cream off of his eye. You're dead, brat. Muscular pulled out his fake eye from his eye socket. Before Muscular could put in his serious eye, Izuku put a grape in Muscular's eye socket. Maybe that was a bit too far, but he tried to kill Koda so he can deal with it. Izuku knows that he's running out of time, so he grabbed Muscular's face and used Nemuri's quirk to knock him out. This quirk is up when you're as fast as me. Did you hear that? Best quirk. Nem, he said when he's fast, you weren't very fast. Shota said. Izuku placed quirk-canceling cuffs onto Muscular. Yes, He did rob a police station to get them. He turned around to see Kota standing there in shock. Izuku had to quickly think of a way to keep Kota quiet. Okay, when people ask you what happened here, don't tell them I did this, I might get arrested. Tell them that some guy in a dark outfit defeated Muscular. If they ask how, tell them with dark tendrils and pink smoke. What? I technically just committed a crime and I don't want to own up to it yet. Izuku allowed Kota to get on his back, then he ran to the building. Izuku saw a Dabi clone fighting Aizawa. Izuku kicked the clone and watched it turn to goop. Izuku gave Kota to erase her head. Izuku turned to leave. Midoriya, you stay right here. Eraserhead said, I'm sorry, but I value my classmates over your orders and my safety. If I can't change your mind, then tell Mandalay to inform the students to use their quirks. Izuku nodded before running off. Izuku informed Mandalay of Aizawa's request and told her that Kota was safe. Izuku ran in the forest until he found Ragdoll, the fourth and final member of the Wild Pussycats, being carried away by a Nomu. Izuku found them by pure luck. He had no idea where Ragdoll was before now. She was luckily unconscious. He killed the Nomu with Black Whip before putting Ragdoll in a tree around a mile away from the Nomu corpse. He made sure she was completely hidden from view before going to find his classmates. He found Shoji and Tokoyami first. Dark Shadow was rampaging and Shoji was hiding. Izuku attracted Dark Shadow's attention before running in the direction he could hear Moonfish. Someone had already taken out Mustard luckily. Izuku dodged Moonfish's sword teeth while running beneath him. Dark Shadow clawed at Moonfish and knocked him into a tree. Luckily Moonfish was unconscious. Izuku glanced at Shoto and Melissa, who were fighting Moonfish. Shoto, give Dark Shadow some light, they're rampaging. Shoto quickly shot a blast of fire near Dark Shadow. The light calmed Tokoyami's quirk down. We need to find the rest of our classmates, Izuku said. The group moved together. Eventually they heard fighting and rushed towards it. Izuku saw Tsuyu and Uraraka fighting Spinner. And then he stopped seeing anything. Melissa was fighting some guy with knife teeth with Todoroki when Izuku ran in and had Tokoyami take out the guy. After Todoroki calmed Tokoyami's quirk down, they all went to try and find the rest of their classmates. Melissa heard fighting and ran towards it. She saw Uraraka and Tsu fighting a man with a lizard quirk. Melissa rushed in to help them. She was able to catch the man off guard and kick him into a tree. The man got up. He was about to attack them again, but there was a faint crackling sound and he ran away. Are you both okay? Melissa asked. I'm mostly fine, but Tsu's tongue got stabbed. It's fine, either Izuku or I can take you to the main building. Where is Midoriya? He doesn't seem to be here. Tsu said. What do you mean he's right? Melissa turned around and didn't see Izuku. Apologies for the intrusion, but I believe I have what you're looking for. A man in a tree said. Melissa looked at him and saw a fancy mask on his face and holding two small marbles in his hand. What did you do to Izuku? Melissa questioned angrily. He's right here. The man held the marbles up. But I'm afraid I must be off. Shame I didn't get to perform a little more. The man jumped off into the trees. Melissa tried to follow him, but he outpaced her. She continued running. She even ran past her limit on One for All. She arrived in a clearing to see a small amount of purple mist disappear into nothing. Izuku was gone, and it was her fault for not noticing sooner. Izuku was sitting in a chair tied up. He wasn't worried at all. The quirk suppressants that he was wearing were too weak to suppress all of his quirks. He just sat there with the remaining members of the League of Villains. Izuku was waiting for All for One to speak up from his TV. Well, this is truly interesting. All Might's successor in my bar. I should be honored. Shut up, All for One. I refuse to have a proper conversation with someone whose face looks like an aged potato. That's actually an insult to potatoes. Dabi spit out his drink. Do you have a death wish, kid? Depends on if that wish is directed at myself or if I am wishing death upon someone else. Of all the children we could have kidnapped, we got this one. What are the chances that it happens to be the most annoying brat ever? Magnus said, it's a higher chance than All for One keeping his family in his life. You can just ask his dead brother to validate that. The room was quiet. Kurogyri would be gaping if he could. You don't know what you're talking about. All for One said angrily. The 15 years of child support you owe me says otherwise. Izuku said with a manic grin. Shigaraki just looks at him, stunned. Wait, you're sensei's kid. I never did tell him that, did I? Nope, Yoichi said. Here's some more insults. You knew. All for One said in shock. Yep, I figured I'd ruin your plan to quote Darth Vader with the whole I am your father thing. Also, a very important piece on information, Yoichi said that the only good thing about you is your son. He also hopes you choke on a pufferfish and die. Izuku let a small tendril of black whip emerge from his leg. He snuck the tendril to the monitor and broke it. He deactivated black whip and tried to look normal. Izuku felt a small click in his boots that signaled that someone had connected to the listening device in his boots. Sue, what do you want from me? Momo was in the hospital after the attack on the training camp. After the attack ended, police arrived and the injured students were taken to the hospital. Momo managed to overhear that Midoriya had been kidnapped. She wishes that they find him. Then she remembered what he had told her about his costume. Doesn't he always wear his costume's boots? Momo managed to get someone to bring Mr. Aizawa to her. What do you want? I have 2 things to tell you. Go ahead then, I don't have much time. I placed a tracker on the Nomu that was at the camp, and Midoriya's boots have a tracker in them. What? Momo created the receiver for the tracker on the Nomu and gave it to Mr. Aizawa. That has the location of the Nomu, and this, she created the receiver that Midoriya had taught her about. She changed the wavelength to the one Midoriya's costume used. Has Midoriya's location and can give us audio. Sue, what do you want from me? Midoriya's voice sounded from the receiver. Aizawa grabbed the second receiver. Taking this to Nizu so we can plan a rescue. Aizawa left. Momo made another receiver so she could listen in as well. We want you to join the League of Villains. Momo shuddered at the voice that came through. That must be the Shigaraki that Sue told me about. No one can have a voice that unpleasant if they aren't more crusty than a crab. Did you seriously kidnap a hero student that has no record of violence or any trauma that would make them want to get revenge on the world, just to ask them to join your little gang? Yes. I'm surrounded by idiots. Momo heard what sounded like a plate breaking in the background. My spaghetti, an unfamiliar voice whined. That's curry, you uncultured swine. The same voice said but with a different tone. What? Midoriya said in pure confusion. That's just twice, another unfamiliar voice said. That's me. Shut up, Dabi. Twice said. Ooh, is that Monopoly? Anyone want to play? Midoriya asked with enthusiasm. You know what, why the heck not? Shigaraki said. Kurogiri, move his chair to the table, free his arms but keep the quirk suppressors on. Anyone want to join? I'll join, Dabi said. I am not opposed to joining, a new voice that must be Kurogiri said. 15 minutes later. I hate you, Dabi shouted. Well, next time don't steal my Monopoly, Shigaraki shouted back. Master Shigaraki, give Dabi your $200, you landed on his property, Kurogiri said. No, he's in jail. I'm not gonna give money to a criminal. Shigaraki shouted. That's not how you play, Dabi screamed. Kurogiri, why is Dabi screaming? Izuku asked. Shut the heck up, Midoriya, you don't get to talk after stealing my last railroad. Kurogiri said angrily. Momo was trying to figure what was going on. First was Midoriya asked what the League of Villains wanted from him, now they were playing Monopoly. The irony of Shigaraki saying he wasn't going to give money to a criminal was not lost on her. But Midoriya didn't seem threatened that multiple villains were shouting. Maybe he was scared on the inside. Momo kept listening. She started to enjoy listening to their game. From what it sounded like, Midoriya was winning. Suddenly there was a large crash. Izuku was enjoying his game of Monopoly when the door was punched open. All Might burst into the room. Izuku freed himself from the ropes keeping him trapped in the chair. He removed his quirk suppressors. The villains were trapped in Kamui Wood's lacquered chain prison. Gran Torino knocked out Kurogiri and Dabi. Izuku felt something coming up his throat. He knew what this was. All for One's teleportation quirk. Izuku was teleported to the rubble of the Nomo facility. He saw All for One standing in front of several pro heroes. Izuku couldn't fight all for one on live television. Izuku dodged an attack from Spinner and started running. Shigaraki started running after him. Izuku ran to a building a few blocks away. I think I lost him. Izuku made a show of pretending to be winded for whoever was listening through his boots. Found you, Shigaraki said from behind Izuku. Izuku started running again. How did he find me? I should have been far out of his sight. Wait a minute, they didn't miss the tracker, did they? Shigaraki is using my boots to track me. Izuku ditched the boots. He went around a couple of buildings and met up with Shigaraki. Alright, I ditched the boots. I need you to go and get angry that I ditched them. I know where my vigilante outfit is. Bye. Izuku ran off, leaving Shigaraki to convince people that they weren't working together. Izuku went to a nearby alley and grabbed his vigilante outfit from a few loose bricks in the wall. He put his vigilante outfit on over his clothes and stood up. He was ready to give All For One the beating of his lifetime. Izuku was running towards the fight between All For One and the recently arrived All Might. He realized something. All For One can sense One For All's presence and One For All can sense All For One. Shota, I have an idea. What is it, problem child? I know you guys can use your quirks inside the mindscape. I want you to use Erasure on Yoichi to hide One For All's presence. Will that actually work? Probably not, but it doesn't hurt to try. Izuku felt One For All fade and his face almost became part concrete. Luckily he caught himself with float. Izuku used zero gravity on himself before hooking Black Whip onto a couple streetlights and slingshot himself towards the fight. Izuku stopped himself on the closest building to the battle that wasn't fully collapsed. Izuku picked up a brick and aimed it at All For One. He'd only get one chance to do this without risking his ability to fight properly. Izuku used gear shift on the brick and hurled it at All For One. All For One must have had a quirk to sense danger as well because he dodged it. The brick hit the ground, made a crater around it. All For One looked at Izuku. All Might almost hit All For One, but when he was close he shouted, "Don't get distracted, All For One." Like the idiot he is, instead of getting the drop on him. All For One backhanded All Might into a wall. Izuku used FA Gene for the first time since he awakened it. He used it to run to All For One and try to kick his head off. Despite the energy stored up for years, he wasn't fast enough. All For One flung him into a building. Hardening stopped Izuku from breaking anything. "You look like a pain," All For One said. "I don't feel like dealing with whatever nonsense your quirk is." All For One held out his hand. Izuku felt pain, lots of pain. He couldn't breathe for a second, then he was fine. Was that it? Then the vestiges started panicking. The only thing he heard was 5 words that made Izuku feel like throwing up. "Katsuki just shattered like glass," Hitoshi said while panicking. All For One turned to All Might. "Shota, you're the most rational one here. Tell me what happened," Izuku demanded. "Katsuki, he just exploded into shards." Izuku started to cry. He was on the ground when he remembered who did this. He was mad, he was angry. No, he wasn't just angry, he was enraged. "What did you just do?" Izuku asked All For One. His voice deathly calm. "I used the quirk I took from my son, swapped it out when he was born." "How was my quirk able to destroy quirks? Pull and All For One, why would that break a quirk? If you push or pull only a single part of something like glass, it might shatter." Izuku stood up. He was going to rip All For One's limbs off. It was at this moment, just as Izuku's resolve strengthened tenfold, that Ejiro was freaking out over his friend's death. He picked up 2 of the shards of Katsuki's face and fit them back together. He looked up at the floating shards of his friend. He looked down at the shard in his hands. Ejiro stared at his hands. There were just 2 shards, now there's 1 larger shard. "Shota, get over here now," Ejiro said, still crying but sounding slightly more happy than before. "What is it?" Shota said softly. Ejiro grabbed a shard of Katsuki's face. "What are you?" Shota looked in shock as the 2 pieces of Katsuki's face connected. "Do you think? If we put the pieces back together, he'll? Don't get your hopes too high, but there's a chance." Ejiro smiled with tears in his eyes. "A chance is all we need." "Shota," Izuku said, "you want something? Stop using Erasure on One For All. I'll need it to kick All for One's face in. Well, if you're sure. Shota cancelled erasure. All for One's head snapped to him. What the? But Izuku had already jumped at him. Izuku almost landed an axe kick to his skull. All for One dodged the attack with only milliseconds to spare. Izuku tried to land a right hook on All for One. All for One used an air cannon quirk to blast Izuku away. Izuku was about to go all out. Problem child, we may have found a way to put Katsuki back together. It's not guaranteed but it might work, but in order to do it quickly we need the full concentration of multiple people, so you won't be able to use their quirks until they're done. You could bring Kaken back? It's a possibility. Okay, you need multiple people, so I'll only use the quirks essential for fighting AFO. Yoichi, 4th, 5th, and Shota are with me, everyone else help Kaken. Izuku looked back at All for One. He used danger sense to dodge the attack sent his way. Izuku rushed at AFO again. Just as AFO was about to blast him away again, Izuku erased AFO's quirks. Izuku punched All for One in the chest. Before AFO was out of reach, Izuku grabbed him with Black Whip and pulled AFO into his fist. Izuku punched AFO into the ground. Izuku's fist went through his torso and made contact with the ground. Izuku jumped back. Izuku watched in morbid curiosity as the hole in All for One closed itself. He must have the same regeneration quirk as the Noma did. That means that the only way to kill him is by breaking his brain or fire. He most likely has a fire resistance quirk. I wonder if something will happen if he tries to breathe normally while his mask is running. Even if it doesn't, it'll annoy people. Breathing switched to manual, Izuku shouted at AFO. Nothing happened to AFO. All Might once again tried to attack AFO. Izuku erased AFO's quirk so All Might's hit would land. AFO was knocked out of Izuku's sight. Izuku blinked. Luckily, All Might wasn't dumb enough to think that one attack killed the villain. Izuku flicked his finger towards the cloud of dust where All for One landed. All for One was standing where the dust cloud was, only moderately harmed, but the regeneration was fixing the injuries left. Why would you think would work? All for One said to All Might. And you? All for One said to Izuku. Why would you attack your own father? So he knows who I am for sure. All Might stared at Izuku in shock. Why would you take your kid's quirk, give him one even you didn't know how to activate, and leave him with your quirkist wife? Izuku asked. Problem child, Katsuki's back, and he wants you to destroy him. Izuku was about to cry but he stopped himself. He could cry later. Now that that's done, I can finally go all out. I know you're probably going to try to rip my mask off, but I don't feel like showing the world who I am, so, Izuku pulled out a small vial of Shigaraki's blood and drank it. Why does my hand smell sweet? Using Himiko's quirk he turned into Shigaraki. I'm not the only one in here, Izuku pointed to his head, but by my quirk on me you temporarily killed someone, and everyone is angry at you. Izuku glared at All for One. They want you dead, and I will happily oblige. Izuku used One for All and FA Gene to appear in front of All for One. Izuku was going to deliver a flaming palm strike to All for One's chest. As soon as Izuku's hand caught fire, All for One exploded backwards, literally. Izuku's hand had exploded. Even now Izuku could see the rapid small explosions in his fire. Izuku's hands started to hurt. Izuku cancelled his fire. The mini explosions stopped but he still had pain in his hands. This is Kaken's quirk. Why is it hurting my hands? Why did it develop without any warning? Did I not have time to build up proper resistances yet? But I have fire resistance thanks to Shoto. This shouldn't hurt. What triggered the awakening? Did Kaken being pieced back together trigger it? Izuku took off his gloves and looked at his hands, expecting to see sweat drops on it. He didn't see the sweat on his skin. It was in his skin, just under the surface. There was a small patch where some of the skin was gone. That must be from my earlier explosions. Izuku saw All for One approaching him. I need to finish this now. I need to get that mask off of him. Do you think that the previous One for All users could block All for One from taking any of the quirks I can use? Think so? All Might made another attempt at rushing All for One. Izuku used Black Whip to pull All Might away from the lethal attack that All for One sent at him. Izuku summoned Black Whip from his back and spread the tendrils to the side of him. Izuku sprinted at All for One. All for One dodging Izuku's attack but brushed the spiderweb of Black Whip behind Izuku. Black Whip grabbed All for One and held him in place. Izuku activated Erasure on him. Izuku decayed the helmet that All for One used as his life support. Izuku placed his hand on All for One's forehead. I would say something witty, but they all want me to kill you now, die. Izuku combined One for All, cremation, and explosion while using hardening to protect himself to blow All for One's head off. The blue explosion was able to destroy All for One's head and some of the area around him. Izuku looked at the body to make sure it didn't start regenerating before decaying it. You never know, that doctor might have been able to make a clone of him if his body was here. Izuku deactivated Black Whip and started to walk away. All Might stood in front of him. Young man, thank you for your assistance, but I must take you in for your crimes. All Might said quite loudly. Sorry, but I still have things to do. Plus, I just killed the guy that ended all of your predecessors. I'm gonna go take a long nap, can't get a good night's from a prison cell. Izuku said after he made sure no one could hear him. Izuku tried to grab his left glove but yanked his hand back with a hiss. He looked at his hand and saw that his left hand was bleeding. He was lucky that he enhanced transform with One for All. Now they would just find Shigaraki's blood instead of his own. One for All enhanced transform acts as perfect shape-shifting. Everything down to the DNA is the same, however. Despite his blood being the same as the person he is transformed into, he can't use his own blood to extend the time he can be transformed. If you refuse to come with me, I must take you in by force, All Might shouted with his usual hero voice, though he seemed a bit different, maybe because All for One had claimed me as his son and I committed murder in front of him. Izuku stopped All Might's hand from grabbing him with Black Whip. Look, All Might, I don't have a problem with you, you're just doing your job. I finally accomplished my goal for the last several years. I'm going home. I'm able to last the last 5 minutes of your time limit even with an injured hand. You don't want the world to know about your small might form, right, Toshinori Yagi? All Might was stunned, but he recovered quickly. Izuku moved to a specific area in the wreckage. There was a lamppost behind him on either side. Izuku used zero gravity on himself. Texas Smash. When All Might attacked him, Izuku had already hardened his body. As soon as All Might hit him, Izuku wrapped Black Whip around the lampposts. All Might was holding back a lot since the lampposts didn't break. Izuku was sent flying back. A few seconds later, Izuku was launched above All Might by his slingshot strategy. Izuku flew over several buildings before stopping himself near his abandoned warehouse. Izuku crawled into bed and wondered if any of his future knowledge would be useful now that All for One is dead. Izuku got out of bed. It had been a few days since Izuku killed All for One. Izuku looked at his bandaged hand. His body had adjusted to explosion, Katsuki Bakugo Kaken aka Pomeranian with a grenade, overnight, but his hand was still injured. Izuku's first priority after defeating All for One was learning how to deactivate explosion. The nitroglycerin hurt his injured hand. Once Izuku's sweat was not prone to exploding, Izuku wrapped his hand to let it heal. Izuku didn't have anything to do while UA was setting up the dorms, so he went online. He was scrolling through HeroTube and ended up finding a lot of videos of him fighting All for One. The part where he killed AFO was edited out, but there were still a lot of videos. He also found some older videos of him, and this somehow ended with him reading an online forum with the topic being him. It was generally hard to get into some of the forums, but he had been pretty active on this site when he was training and had built up a good enough reputation to be let in. He was scrolling to the oldest posts when he came across some videos. Someone had security footage of him dropping fruits on criminals. There was also a video of him using multiple quirks. Most people were freaking out that he used multiple quirks, others suggested he had a copy quirk, and others thought that most of what he did was support gear. After scrolling a couple months after the forum was created, people stopped questioning his quirks as much. Several people gave up thinking he was a threat after seeing the video of the first time Izuku had used float. Izuku was spinning while shouting helicopter before he started to levitate. Due to his habit mischief and the fact he pranks any Spotlight or Twilight heroes, some people had taken to calling him Tanuki. The name especially caught on the first time a video of him transforming was posted. Izuku liked the name. It didn't sound like he was a toddler attempting to be cool like the name Shadow did. Izuku continued reading for hours. He paused and stared at one of the messages from a few days after the stain incident. KFC_drive-thru. I think Tanuki might be crazy. Edge level 99. Why do you think that? KFC_drive-thru. I work in security in the HPSC Muzutafu branch. After I clock in today, I went over last night's camera footage. The cameras had been deactivated. I went to check a camera we have that isn't connected to any part of our systems to see what happened. When I entered the room, a dead rat fell from the door. There were ramen cups with faces looking at the door. I checked the camera to see who did that. I saw Tanuki fall from the ceiling. He stole the microwave plates, all of them. He took ramen cups from the fridge and drew on them. He put a rat on the door and jumped out the window. I can't tell if he's crazy, brave, or stupid. They had cameras that were off the record. Izuku looked at a comment from a few days later. Insomnicat, I think I found out what those microwave plates were used for. There was a picture of a circle of microwave plates with a dead rat on each one. Edge level 99. Disgusting. Bloody blonde. He 100% would do that. Edge levels 99. How would you know? Bloody blonde. When he saved me, he ended up talking a lot about the chaos he caused. Izuku kept reading the posts of who he assumed was Toga, considering some of the stuff she shared happened in his building. He scrolled down to more recent posts. The video of him fighting All for One was there. People were questioning if that was the same vigilante that had protected Muzutafu for multiple years. Some of the people were scared while others pointed out his encounter with Endeavor as proof that he had the capacity to be lethal if he had two. Flamin' Cheetos. Was it really necessary for Tanuki to kill that villain? Insomnicat, I don't condone killing, but that villain slapped All Might away like a fly. Cold and Tuba, I have a theory. Bloody blonde. Welcome one and all to today's episode of Soba's Conspiracy Theories. Edge level 99. Oh no, not again. The last theory was that Tanuki was the secret love child of the head of the Monoma company. KFC_drive-thru. Isn't that the company that makes a lot of hero merch? Cold_soba, and they have a long history of copy Quirks, but listen to my new theory. Insomnicat, just say it so we can get back on topic. Cold_soba, both that villain and Tanuki used multiple Quirks. Tanuki was a lot more violent to that villain than anyone he's ever fought. Tanuki tried to kill him before Tanuki appeared on screen. Edge level 99, and? That could just be him taking precaution against a villain fighting All Might on equal footing. Cold_soba. Tanuki was angry at the villain. I can tell my father is angry like that a lot. I think that villain is Tanuki's father and Tanuki had to kill him to protect everyone. He is spot on, this guy's good. Edge level 99. Are you okay, dude? Cold_soba. Yes, why do you ask? Flamin' Cheetos. Despite how concerning that was, we should get back on topic. What if Tanuki changed after killing that villain? Bloody blonde. I haven't heard anything about him being sighted since then. Insomnicat. We should probably talk about how he tanked All Might's punch without much of a problem. KFC_drive-thru. Maybe he did have a problem. That could be why he hasn't been seen. Whatever the case is, I hope the commission doesn't get their hands on him. They don't like vigilantes. Izuku closed his tab and opened a new one. He didn't feel like thinking about the HPSC now. He instead opened the video of him stealing the microwave plates. League of Villains. Identify. How is everyone doing on this fine day? Mr. Compress, where have you been? The League hasn't been active since All for One's death. Identify. Doesn't mean we can't chat. Spinner, what do you want now? Identify has sent one attachment. Dabi, you actually did it, you psycho. Identify, I said I would. Shigaraki, we've been discussing what to do now that Sensei is dead. Any opinions, Identify? Identify, before I answer that, do any of you have good living father figures? Dabi, I actually asked this earlier, no one has good dads here. Identify has changed the chat name to League of No Dads. Identify, done, now to answer Shigaraki's question. Identify, now that the main purpose of the League is fulfilled, there isn't much reason to continue, but I doubt any of us came from good situations, so you may as well stick together for now. Mr. Compress, what do you mean by main goal? Identify, neither of you told them? Dabi, nope, didn't feel like it. Shigaraki, nah, didn't want to cause dissent. Spinner, what do you mean? Identify. Ever since the attack on the USJ, the goal of the League has been killing AFO. Spinner, what about Stain's ideals? Identify. Stain has never been affiliated with the League. The only reason Shigaraki pretended he was to keep up the act for AFO. Spinner, then what's the point of staying? Identify. To be with people who won't judge you or discriminate against you. Identify. I actually came here for an important reason though. Dabi, what is it, Squirt? Identify. Does anyone know a doctor I can go to? I'm not properly prepared to take care of my current injury. Shigaraki, I know one. Identify. Not the crazy Noma-making doctor. Shigaraki, no I don't. Mr. Compress, I believe I know one that would be suitable. Identify. Tell me where to find them. The doctor Mr. Compress sent him to was very angry that Izuku didn't come to him sooner. Izuku was berated for not treating his wound properly. The doctor used his quirk and patched him up. He would have to come back a few times to be properly healed. Luckily the doctor's quirk healed without scarring his patient. Guess that was one upside of being healed by someone other than Recovery Girl, even if his quirk was a lot weaker. Izuku knew that fighting was off the table for him right now, but he still wanted to go out. Izuku decided to meet with Eraserhead. He went to a roof on Eraserhead's patrol route. He already had his vigilante outfit on when he went to the doctor. Izuku had to use Black Whip to get up since he couldn't use one of his hands. What do we do now that All for One is dead? Tamareth, we need to get our provisional hero license and save Eri. Izuku responded. Why the heck haven't we saved the kid and blown up Overhaul yet? Kaken shouted. Because if we infiltrated his facility by ourselves he would have enough time to run, plus it would be safer for Eri if we took her as soon as she escaped. Izuku responded. It's a logical action, but I still hate it. Shota said. Hey Izuku, just wanted to let you know that if someone breathes in too much of my quirk it can be lethal. Just thought you might want to keep a list of ways to take down Overhaul. Namuri said. We also need to take down Gigantomachia. Dabi said. And the Meta Liberation Army. Tamura stated. Izuku was so busy talking with his friends that he almost didn't notice when someone landed on the roof. Izuku quickly turned to check who it was. Eraserhead stood on the edge of the roof. Izuku dodged the capture scarf. How rude, I was just minding my own business and I was attacked. You murdered a villain. Clearly you didn't know who that was. And who was he that you had to murder him when All Might was taking care of him? All for One isn't someone who can live if we want the future to be safe. All Might would have just arrested him. All for One? The bogeyman of the underground. All for One. All Might could have beaten him, and he would have been put in Tartarus. What's wrong with that? He wouldn't be able to move or use his quirk. Quirk suppressants don't work on people with multiple quirks. Eraserhead paused for a few seconds, then his eyes widened slightly. So you don't have a copy quirk after all? Nope. Quick question, what were you doing at the training camp? Whatever do you mean? Muscular had a grape where his eye should have been. Yeah, it was me. Why were you there? Why would I tell you? Shadow. Eraserhead said, sounding ticked off. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I am changing that name to Tanuki. Kid, now is not the time. Bye. Izuku dashed off the roof and disappeared. He was so busy bothering Eraserhead that he didn't notice the golden eyes following him. Izuku glanced around. He didn't see anyone. He lifted up the manhole cover and jumped down. There had been a few too many heroes around for Izuku to feel safe going home the normal route. For some reason there were 4 walls in this part of the sewer. The only way out was through the manhole, jumping into the sewer water or crawling on the ceiling of the sewer tunnel that went through the area. There was at most a 2-foot gap between the sewer water and peak of the arch. Izuku was planning on exiting the sewer, but he heard voices above the manhole. This is his hideout? Really? Hawks watched him go in here and we both know that it's closed off. How hasn't he been spotted by construction workers? Izuku went to the edge of the water. He started to levitate using Nana's quirk and flattened out as much as he could. He used Black Whip to latch onto the other side of the tunnel. He pulled himself through, making sure not to touch the sewer water. Izuku heard the manhole cover being lifted up. Izuku exited the closed-off section of the sewer to the main tunnel. He pushed himself over the walkway and dropped down. He continued to listen to the conversation. How did that villain get out of here? One of the men said angrily. Maybe he wasn't here in the first place? We saw the live footage of him going down here. What the heck? I'm being actively hunted. Izuku heard a small ding. Hawks just texted he's nearby. Hawks? I must be pretty out of it if he followed me without being detected. He's tracking me, so he has a feather on me. Izuku knew he didn't have time to figure out where it was, so he ran. After a couple minutes he used Dabi's quirk to light most of himself on fire. He didn't light his injured hand on fire. Izuku made sure to lower the power output to not burn himself. The fire probably burned the feather. Luckily Izuku brought spare clothes in case his old ones got bloody at the doctor's office. Thank you Shota for encouraging me to get a spare costume. Izuku started running again after he changed. Izuku found another manhole a good distance away from the previous one. When Izuku was about to open it, he didn't feel danger sense go off. He quickly left the sewers. He was standing on an empty road. Danger sense went off and he hid in an alley behind a dumpster. Why are we out here looking for this kid? It's 2 in the morning? Because the commission wants us to eliminate a threat. So the HPSC decided to go on the offensive. Guess I'll have to try better to hide now, but I need to get Hawks out of there before the commission makes him do something he'll regret. Izuku slipped out of the alley undetected. No matter where he went, there were heroes that the commission had under their thumb. Izuku had several close calls. I won't be able to make it home tonight, I'll have to sleep somewhere else. Izuku found a hotel that wasn't too expensive and decided to stay there. He transformed into Mr. Compress. He had gotten a bit of his blood at the bar and took off the top hat and 2 masks. He walked into the hotel and got a room. He transformed back once he entered the room. He fell asleep not long after he hit the bed. Izuku woke up in a surprisingly comfortable bed, then he remembered last night. He sighed. He would have to put fighting the HPCS higher on his priority list, right after wiping the floor with overhaul. Izuku turned back into Mr. Compress and checked out of the hotel. He made his way towards the doctor that had helped him while trying not to look suspicious. Once he was safely hidden inside the office, he transformed back. Izuku would only have to come back one more time before he was fit for fighting. Left as Mr. Compress. He'd have to go get some of the blood stored in his fridge to find someone who could walk around without suspicion. When Izuku got home, the person who looked the least threatening was a little old man he had bought a small amount of blood from, maybe enough for 4 hours. With transform being boosted by OFA, the blood needed has decreased. Izuku was to the doctor's for the last time. He had painted a metal pole so that it could look like a cane. Izuku went to an area just outside the district that had been swamped with heroes looking for him. Izuku turned into the little old man and started walking with his makeshift cane. What are you doing out here this late? A patrolling hero asked him. Oh, hello there, youngin'. I'm just grabbing some snacks. It's bingo night. Izuku responded, making sure to sound happy. Why are you shopping here? There's a villain on the loose around here. My cousin wants cinnamon toast crunch Pop-Tarts. Izuku lowered his voice to make it sound like he was telling a secret. Those are only sold around here. The hero looked at Izuku. Just stay safe, the hero said, sounding tired. I'll be fine. No criminal would rob an old man that barely has money on them. This continued for a while, Izuku being stopped by heroes, him giving an explanation and leaving. Izuku eventually got to the doctor and got his hand fixed. Izuku left the building and went to a nearby convenience store to buy his Pop-Tarts. When he was on his way back, a hero stopped him. The hero kept talking. Izuku's transformation was getting close to its time limit. Oh bother, you young people are always talking. Don't you know it's rude to waste an elder's time? I don't have time for this. I'm gonna be late to bingo. Izuku walked past the hero and started walking towards his home. Izuku was walking down the sidewalk when he felt transform straining. He sped up. He couldn't get rid of the feeling of eyes on him. Izuku bumped into someone but kept moving after letting out a bitter, "Watch your step, young man. How dare you talk to me that way? Do you know who I am?" Izuku looked back to see the number 2 hero glaring at him. "I don't care who you are, you're disturbing an elder. Mind your business and leave me alone." Izuku started to walk away again. Endeavor blocked his way. "You better show me some respect, I'm the number 2 hero. Aren't you that guy that almost killed a kid a couple of weeks ago? Get out of my way." Izuku pushed past Endeavor and quickly walked away. Endeavor got in his way again. Izuku was out of time. He used one for all to jump over Endeavor as his transformation fell away. Izuku coiled Black Whip under him like a spring before using it to bounce to a different street. Izuku started running to the edge of the district so he could get away. It only took Endeavor a minute to find him. Endeavor came crashing through a building and sent a wave of fire at him. Izuku put up an ice wall to protect himself and the building behind him. Izuku had enough of Endeavor almost killing people. Endeavor, you have one chance. Help me save the people in the building you broke through, then we can take this fight into an unpopulated area. Instead of caring for civilians like a normal person, Endeavor tried to use Flash Fire Fist on him. Izuku erased Endeavor's quirk and slammed him into the ground in a frightening display of strength that cracked the concrete. Izuku hit Endeavor again to make sure he was out cold. Izuku ran to the building that was slightly on fire and starting to crumble. Izuku used ice to hold the building up for a few crucial minutes. Izuku kicked in any doors and used Black Whip to lower people out of the upper floors. Once everyone visible was out of the building, he started going through the rubble. Izuku found a couple people with some rubble on them, but they were mostly fine. Izuku used thin tendrils of Black Whip go between cracks in the pile of rubble. Izuku found 2 people in the rubble. They were both breathing. They got lucky. Izuku didn't find anyone else, dead or alive, but he wasn't a professional at finding people in rubble, so he may have missed something. He hoped he didn't. It took Izuku a while to dig the first person out of the rubble. Izuku took them outside and told a random person to call an ambulance. Izuku started digging the other person out. Izuku wasn't expecting to see a teenager. Wait a minute, he knew this teenager. It was Shinso. Just as Izuku got Shinso out of the rubble, a loud crack rang out. His ice started to melt. The red-hot light he could see on the other side didn't help. Izuku built a small ice dome around himself and Shinso. He made sure to condense the ice to the point that it would take forever for Dabi's quirk to melt. He even enhanced it with one for all. He built small pillars to keep the dome up. A few seconds later, Izuku heard the building collapse on top of them. Izuku shielded Shinso in case his ice barrier broke. Luckily it didn't. After the noise stopped, he tried to wake Shinso up. While Izuku was busy with Shinso, he looked through the semi-transparent ice and saw a wave of orange and red. Endeavor just used his quirk on the building to make sure he was dead. Endeavor could have just killed civilians trapped in the rubble. He heard a woman yelling that her son was still in the building. She described him and said his quirk. She never said his name. Izuku finally woke Shinso up, just for him to hear Endeavor's next words. You should be thanking me, I just got rid of 2 villains with 1 attack. Izuku got so mad that he didn't think about his next words. Shinso, I'm going to get you out of here, then I'm going to Endeavor regret his actions. Izuku combined one for all with 0 gravity. This upgrade of 0 gravity allows Izuku to float anything in a large radius. He can release floating objects at different times if he only focuses on them. The weight limit is last drastically increased and floated the rubble that used to be a building. Izuku floated the ice dome and carried Shinso on his back. Strike 2, Izuku said. Endeavor sent another fireball at Izuku. Izuku countered it with a ball of his own fire. Izuku set Shinso down next to his mother. Izuku moved back in front of the floating rubble and released it. The avalanche caused dust to fly everywhere. Strike 3, this is the 3rd time you attacked me while I was saving a child. You've got a 30-second head start. Izuku stands in front of the rubble while glaring at Endeavor with the hate of 2 of Endeavor's kids and Izuku's own rage. Drag him across the ground and imprint his face into the concrete before you kill him, Dabi said. Works for me, Shoto said. We can't kill him yet. We need to crumble his reputation and expose his villainy so he can die a villain instead of a martyr, Izuku said. Or we could, not commit murder and just get him arrested instead. Maybe avoid becoming trigger-happy, Hisashi said with a large amount of concern. Instead of running like a sensible person, Endeavor tried to attack him. Izuku obviously erased his quirk before he could. He didn't want his clothes to burn. Endeavor continued to try to attack Izuku. Time's up. When Endeavor tried to throw another punch, Izuku caught the now flaming fist and froze Endeavor's arm. Izuku hadn't put much effort into freezing hit arms, so he melted it quickly. Izuku slapped Endeavor across the face, activating zero gravity. Endeavor went flying but was caught by Black Whip before he could destroy another building. Endeavor was flung into the empty street. Izuku let Endeavor bounce off the ground before releasing zero gravity. Endeavor regained his balance before lunging at Izuku. Izuku kicked him in the jaw. Endeavor once again made the mistake of trying to attack Izuku with civilians behind him. Izuku sets up another defensive ice wall behind him to protect civilians and axe-kicked Endeavor into the ground. Endeavor got up again and tried to send fire again, but his quirk was erased. This is getting repetitive, it's not as fun as I thought it would be. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by an angry man screaming. Prominence burn. Endeavor screamed while using his finishing move. Izuku made another ice barrier behind him while sending a massive wave of blue fire to intercept Endeavor's attack. Instead of the attacks exploding like some anime, Izuku's fire overwhelmed Endeavor. Izuku caught a glimpse of Endeavor and activated Erasure while deactivating Cremation. Izuku ran at the tired Endeavor and threw one of the sleep grenades he made using Somnambulist. Endeavor was knocked out by the gas. Izuku looked around, he saw the small fires around and quickly put them out with ice. After Izuku restrained Endeavor, he went back to Shinso. The civilians seemed afraid of him. Shinso's mom held him closer to herself. "Are you all right?" Izuku said, then he started to panic. "This is what you get for making some of your equipment yourself." Izuku's voice modifier had been fried due to the heat. Izuku slapped a hand over his mask and jumped away from them. Izuku wrote, "Dum" on a piece of paper and taped it to Endeavor's eyebrow. Izuku left the scene angry at himself for not making a better voice changer. Izuku didn't really think about the fact that in order to be placed in the dorms, a teacher would come to his address to try and convince his parents to allow him into the dorms. The problem, his address was a P.O. box and his only living parent didn't know how to get in contact with him. Even if she did want to get in contact, he wouldn't allow her to have any claim to him. Anyway, he didn't know what to do. In the first timeline, All Might found out that he was homeless and helped him get legally removed from Inko's custody. This time there was no one to remove him from her custody. Izuku didn't know Inko that well. He didn't know if she had the audacity to try to take him back. She didn't in the last loop, but that could be because he wasn't in her custody, or that he was a ward of UA. He didn't know. This time he doesn't have All Might to help him. He doesn't know what to do. Shota Aizawa was normally very observant, which is why he was surprised when he found out that the address on Problem Child's file was a P.O. box instead of a living space like an apartment or house. Shota brought the file to the rat. "Interesting," Nizu said. Nizu started typing away on his computer. "It seems like the residency of Izuku Midoriya and Inko Midoriya are in different locations. Does that mean he lives separately from his mother to be closer to UA? But then why would he use a P.O. box? Inko Midoriya still lives in Mizudafu," Nizu said. "Then the only other option is child abandonment, but why? It can't be quirk-related because he was a strong, overly flashy quirk that most parents would kill for their child to have. Maybe Mrs. Midoriya was just a regular bad parent instead of a quirkist bad parent." "That's where you're wrong," Nizu said. "Midoriya was misdiagnosed as quirkless. His quirk didn't appear until a few years after his 4th birthday. You already knew all of this, didn't you?" "Indeed I did." "Then why didn't you bring it up or do anything about it?" "He is doing fine. I check the cameras near his home often. At least he's not homeless." "What's that pre-quirk saying again?" "Home is where the heart is, I think." "Nizu, please tell me that's an unrelated statement." "I said home, not apartment or house." "So one of my students is homeless. Why didn't you make him a ward of UA or get him a good home?" "He's living pretty well for a homeless person. He has a fridge and microwave and the essentials for living." "Nizu, a kid needs more than just the necessities." "I am aware. Why do you think I've been pushing for the dorm system so hard recently? I'm not going to question why you didn't make him a ward anymore. What do you find so interesting about him?" "I'm sure you'll find out eventually." "Sigh, how do we get him into the dorms without his mother agreeing?" "UA could take custody of him. There's enough proof of neglect to do it, but you'd have to take care of him." "No thanks, I don't want a child. Give him to Hisashi. Yamada works 3 jobs. Vlad King. He's taking care of Toga. What about 13, Hound Dog, Ectoplasm, or Snipe? 13, Hound Dog, and Ectoplasm haven't renewed their emergency foster license. What about Snipe? Do you really want Midoriya to have a gun? No. Yagi doesn't have an emergency foster license, so there are only 3 people Midoriya could go with. 3? There's only me and Nemuri left. Shota looked at Nizu's grin and realized something horrible. You'd be the one taking care of him if I chose not to. Shota said with large amounts of fear. You are correct, Aizawa. What about Nemuri? Shota said, hoping to find a way out of taking care of a child. What would the public think if we let the R-rated heroine take care of a child? People only care about the hero persona, not the person behind it. Plus, it's just so he can legally live in the dorms. Fine, I'll take care of problem child, but don't blame me if I don't do a good job. I'm sure you'll do fine, you already tried to dad Shinso. What? Nizu grinned as Aizawa left the room. He enjoyed setting up the irony of Aizawa being the legal guardian of the vigilante he was supposed to be trying to catch. The commission had been trying to get at Aizawa after Hawks reported the man's conversation with Tanuki, but Nizu didn't let that happen. Nizu had known who Tanuki was for a while, mainly because he had seen Midoriya leaving the building that was Tanuki's base. Nizu of course had thought that Tanuki might be working with All for One due to having multiple quirks, but that was disproved by when the teen had exploding All for One's head. Tanuki was very unique. He acted as a vigilante and did his best to save people and avoid heroes, yet he also pretended to be endeavor to ruin his image and kicked him around. Tanuki knew about the first UA break-in and, from what Nizu gathered on the camera footage he recovered from the USJ, was not surprised by the USJ. Nizu would have to keep a close eye on the boy. I don't know any legal stuff, so I'm skipping over Izuku's custody thing and I'm going straight to the dorms. Things were going smoothly, too smoothly. Izuku had been removed from his mother's custody and was staying with Aizawa until the dorms were done in a couple days. Everything was fine until Aizawa had told him Nizu wanted to talk to him. Aizawa didn't say it like that, he said, "The rat wants to talk to you," and just took him to UA. Izuku was now facing the principal. He had been face to face with him before, but this time it was on Nizu's terms. He wasn't stupid enough to think that Nizu didn't know about his secret identity yet, but it was still scary. Nizu handed Izuku a cup of tea. Hello Midoriya, or should I say Tanuki? Yeah, I get it, you know things, what do you want? Did that come out too rude? Is he going to throw a toaster at me? Glad you're intelligent enough to realize I knew. I know you didn't call me here for no reason. What do you want to know or need from me? I have several questions, but I will start with one of the more important ones. Why did you inform us of Shigaraki's first break-in but not the USJ? I needed to say something to him. What did you say? It'll come out eventually. Ooh, did you know that Shigaraki's British? How dare you, Tamura said over Himiko's giggling. Do tell, Nizu said, humoring Izuku before he goes back on topic. Izuku finished his tea and held the cup with 4 fingers, pinky out. He has to hold his cups like this, or Izuku put his 5th finger down and watched the cup disintegrate. That happens. Was that an attempt at a threat? Do you think I'm dumb enough to threaten you? Plus, All for One was the only murder I was planning, maybe overhaul, but I don't plan on it. I would like to keep my hands as clean as possible. How do you have multiple quirks? Are you a version of those Nomu? Or were you one of All for One's henchmen? No to both of those. Is this just an interrogation? It is not, but I want details. You want information, but I won't give you any more. I'm not going to ruin your game. Let's end the interrogation for now and get down to business. Agreed, we will continue the interrogation after I have some proper theories. I want you to work as an informant, and I want you to help me take down the HPSC. And if I accept? You will be paid and allowed to continue your vigilante activities. I have an addition that might be a bit much. What is it? I am, as you probably know, in contact with the former League of Villains. They aren't living in the best place. I am asking for permission to move them to my former residence without you reporting them. Why would I do that? The League itself has been disbanded, but the members are still together, mainly because they joined the League due to bad homes or lack of homes. I understand your need to help them, but I need more than they have tragic backstories to not report them. One of them can help legally take down Endeavor. The glint in Nisa's eyes increased tenfold. You have my attention. As you can probably guess, this doesn't leave this room. Dabi is Toya Todoroki, Endeavor's oldest son, and has agreed to help take Endeavor down. I accept your offer. Is there any important pieces of information you have currently? There is a major event coming up, but I can't tell you about it without risk. Oh, someone. The Meta Liberation Army is currently running Daika City and are using several schools as indoctrination camps. One of these schools is Aldra. If you want proof, hack them. Don't go to the school, they'll try to delete the footage. I'll get to doing that. It's been too long since I've burned a school down. Any other helpful advice before you leave? Don't go to KFC, you're part rat, so there is a high chance of you ending up in the deep fryer, Izuku said before running out of the door. That was terrifying, but at least he could still do vigilante things. Izuku opened the door to the dorm building. He was the first one here, so he started unpacking. Izuku looked around his dorm room. The only thing Izuku brought from his old home was his computer setup and some of his notebooks. Izuku looked at the thing he was the most proud of in his room. Izuku had been saving money from selling his All Might merch and from robbing drug dealers. What did he buy? Something useful like a new phone? Something practical like clothes or more weapons? Maybe something silly like a burrito plushie? No, Izuku used most of his remaining money to buy a soft-served ice cream machine. It was currently sitting on a table in the corner of the room. Izuku put googly eyes on it so it could stare into his soul. Izuku jumped into his bed and decided to nap until his classmates got there. Izuku woke up to his classmates being loud. He didn't particularly mind being woken up this time because he wanted to see Ida get upset over not being the first one here. Izuku went to the common room. Why are you guys being so loud? You woke me up. Izuku said. Midobro, when did you get here? Kirishima asked. 4, Izuku said and glanced at Ida. Ida looked like someone had removed his left pinky's fingernail. Midoriya, it is unhealthy to neglect sleep. If you want to be a good hero, you must be well rested. I know, I need sleep. I want to talk to a few people, so I'm kidnapping them. Izuku grabbed Ida, Melissa, and Shinso. Izuku dragged the 3 of them to his room. Why did you drag me here? I must finish unpacking my possessions, Ida said. I just wanted to tell you guys that Shinso knows about my vigilante activities, so does Nizu. How did Shinso find out? Melissa asked. Endeavor tried to kill me again while I was on my way home. I had to save him from a falling building. My voice modifier fried after I was done beating Endeavor for trying to kill me when I was holding a civilian for the 3rd time. Shinso's eyes widen imperceptibly. What are you going to threaten him with? Shinso becomes nervous. I probably won't need to, but if I do, Izuku turned to Shinso. If you tell anyone about my vigilante identity, I will reveal that your last birthday party was Dora-themed. Why would you know that? Plus it was a dare from a friend, Shinso muttered. And who would believe that? Izuku started talking to Melissa. Shinso raised his hand. Yes, Shinso? I didn't actually know you were a vigilante. The light drained from Izuku's eyes. What? I didn't recognize you from your voice. Why didn't you say something sooner? I was curious. Considering the outfit you were wearing, you're Tanuki, right? Yes. I've been wondering something for a while. Why'd you kill that villain that was fighting All Might? He was my dad. He could give and take quirks, and instead of helping people, he became the most powerful villain in the world. Melissa let out a squeak. Izuku turned to her. What? All for One is your dad? Izuku forgot that All Might had probably told her about AFO by now. Izuku heard a whisper from Shinso. Holy crap, Koldenjuso was right. Wait a second, you're on that forum? Izuku asked. You know about the forum? What are you guys talking about? It asked. A forum that was made to talk about the exploits of our vigilante friend. I have a guess of who you are, but my attention span has reached its limit. Do you want ice cream? Izuku said. You bought an ice cream machine? Melissa said in surprise as she spotted the soft-serve machine. Yes, I did. Izuku said with pride. Where's the cones or bowls? Shinso asked. Izuku visibly blue-screened. You have something to put the ice cream in, right? Izuku ran to the kitchen in the common area and grabbed some cups. Izuku ignored the call of Kaminari and entered his room. Yes, I do have something to put the ice cream in. Izuku got everyone ice cream. The group was talking and laughing, then Ida took a bite of his ice cream. A bite? Ida just took a chomp out of his ice cream and continued like nothing happened. That explains a lot actually, Achiko said. After that traumatizing experience, Izuku kicked them out of his room. A while later, Kaminari knocked on his door and told him they were having a room contest. All rooms same as canon except Izuku and Shinso's room was pretty blank. The only thing on his walls was a custom-ordered poster of Eraserhead. Everyone was about to leave, but Izuku walked up to Shinso's closet. "What are you doing?" Shinso said with a bit of fear. Izuku opened the closet door to see something that was basically a cat shrine. Every single square inch of the closet's walls were covered in cats. Izuku closed the door slowly. Nope, not dealing with that. Izuku liked cats, but that was clearly an obsession instead of a regular love of cats. Izuku's room got second place because of his ice cream machine. He was only beaten by Sato's baking skills. Mina tried to bring them into a gossip session, but Izuku didn't feel like participating today. Izuku went to his room and opened his window. He spent time playing Minecraft with Shigaraki. When it was dark, Izuku changed into his vigilante outfit and lay down on his bed. He slowly levitated off of his bed and flew out the window without making a sound. Hopefully that was able to fool Jiro, knowing my luck it wasn't. Izuku left the campus and went to do vigilante things, like digital vandalism. Izuku flew near Endeavor's agency. Endeavor was so self-centered that he had a giant TV on his agency that played videos of him. Izuku went to a nearby rooftop and got out his laptop. Sixth hacked Endeavor's agency. He moved a video file into queue of videos to play tomorrow. The video would play at 10 a.m. and loop for 6 hours. Sixth changed the access password for the screen and logged out. Izuku left the roof and did some actual vigilante activity. He went around saving people, dropping villains off at police stations, and throwing fruit at heroes that tried to catch him. Izuku tried to go through the McDonald's drive-thru but was denied due to not having a car. Izuku used his incredible control over his ice to make a car. Izuku used zero gravity on the ice and sat in the driver's seat. Izuku ordered his food and used Black Whip to move the car to the window. Izuku got his food and moved his fake car to a parking spot. Izuku melted the car and deactivated zero gravity. Izuku took the bag of food and flew onto a building a few miles away. Izuku started eating his breakfast sandwich. Izuku heard silent footsteps approaching. Izuku held out the coffee he bought for Eraserhead. Problem child. Eraserhead. Shouldn't you be asleep? You work 2 full-time jobs and get at most 3 hours of sleep a day. You have no room to talk. There are now more benefits for turning you in than there are for letting you go. Then why am I sitting here unrestrained? Because you gave me coffee. Fair, but the reason is because you care about me. You're just too grumpy to admit it. If you were one of my students, I would expelled you. I doubt it. I have to go, bye. Izuku jumped off the roof and flew away with his bag. Izuku pulls out his laptop. Sixth, can you deactivate the trackers and transmitters? Sixth starts typing on the laptop. While Sixth is busy, Izuku starts talking. You can come out now, Hawks. Hawks landed on the roof. Izuku's eyes didn't leave the laptop screen, his hands moving to Sixth's will. Why do you keep following me? I'm not following you. This is the 10th time you've been following me. It's just the 2nd time I've called you out. Hawks looks around in confusion. Thanks, Sixth. Izuku walked up to Hawks and stuffed the McDonald's bag in his hand. You look like the commission hasn't let you eat much. Take the chicken nuggets. What are you talking about? Just eat them. I've already deactivated the bugs on you as well as the trackers. Hawks started eating the chicken nuggets like they were the best things he has ever eaten. Maybe they were. Izuku really wanted to tear down the commission, but Nizu wanted to do it the mostly legal way instead of beating up the leaders of it, so he would have to wait. He could kidnap Hawks if he removed the trackers. Izuku waited until Hawks was done eating to start running. Izuku had told Hawks to chase him. Izuku reactivated the devices on Hawks midair and closed the laptop. Izuku started using Black Whip to outmaneuver the Birdman. Izuku dived into an alley, started moving through the maze of alleys. Izuku eventually lost Hawks and headed back to his dorm room. Everyone on the bus, you're taking the provisional license exam today. Izuku hadn't thought about the provisional license exam at all. He normally had more important things to do like vigilantism and pranking endeavor. He could probably get through on his own, he didn't want to carry his class. What were the tests again? Something about avoiding ball and rescue. Izuku could leave the class with Melissa while he passed, but did he really want to do that? I didn't have enough time to come up with a comedic plan, though I guess I could let the class reps lead today. You're just tired because you didn't get the chance to steal Shota's coffee, Hisashi said. You deserve the void that the lack of coffee creates in you. Every moment you aren't fully aware, every second you struggle to stay standing, you deserve every second of the torture you will go through. Shota, what the heck? Nomuri shouted. He keeps stealing my coffee, he deserves the suffering of not having any. Shota said. That speech is the most passionate you've ever been in your life. Himiko said. Shut. Izuku looked up to see the bus approaching the building where the exam is taking place. Aizawa unloaded the bus and started talking. All right, gremlins, this is where the provisional hero license exam is being held. If you fall, you have a 25% chance to be expelled. Unless you're problem child, he has a 100% chance of being expelled if he fails. That is the punishment for stealing my coffee. Since I am legally required to do this, go beyond. Plus ultra. A very loud boy wearing the Shiketsu uniform shouted. Who's this guy? Inasa Yorashi, he failed the exam with me because of my attitude during the UA entrance exam, Shoto said. Yorashi, what are you doing? Another Shiketsu student asked. I'm sorry, I love UA and I always wanted to say that. Yorashi said, bowing so low his head bashed against the ground. Then why aren't you in UA? Did you fail the exam or just not apply? One of Izuku's classmates asked. Yorashi took first place on the recommendation exam but denied his acceptance. Eraserhead said. Some of the class started muttering in confusion. Yorashi looked at Class 1A. When he saw Shoto, he glared at him. Izuku was one of the ones who noticed. Do you have a problem with peppermint? Izuku asked. There was a hint of anger in his voice. His father is Endeavor. Yorashi said with hatred. What's Endeavor's given name? How would I know? It's public information. His name is Enji, now tell me. Does Enji sound anything like Shoto? No, but the look in his eyes, it was just like Endeavor's. Eward was. Have you ever considered that people can change? Have you ever considered that Shoto is his own person? Shoto isn't Endeavor. If all you can see about someone is their parent, are you sure you're cut out for heroics? Maybe you just need some more conditioning, but common sense isn't something that should have to be taught. If you're going to judge someone based on their first impression alone, then I could say you're an over-enthusiastic idiot with no sense of decency who decides how people fit into his little world based on factors they have little to no control over, and from that conclusion I could also say that you are a quirkist and have been handed everything because of a powerful quirk. I know that you are. Most likely not quirkist and that you have probably trained a lot, but using that standard of judging people, it's not much of a stretch. So if you're going to hold a grudge, then go brood in the timeout corner where no one has to hear your unfair judgment, Izuku ranted. Problem child. He needs to hear the truth. If no one tells him he's wrong, then he'll never see the error of his ways. Yorashi once again slammed his head on the ground. I'm sorry for my improper judgment. See? That was much faster than waiting for them to sort out their differences. Eraser? Is that you? Please tell me that isn't who I think it is. Rest in pieces, past self's last fragment of mental stability, Shota said. Who are you? Mina asked a lady who Izuku was pretty sure was Mrs. Joke. I'm Eraser's wife. A few of Izuku's classmates were shocked. I'm single, Eraserhead responded. You love me. Being near you is the only thing worse than problem child stealing my coffee. One of your students stole your coffee? Are they suicidal? I'm not the only one who steals your coffee. I've caught Nizu stealing some at the same time as me. Izuku said. Nizu doesn't even like coffee. Eraserhead said. But he loves tormenting his staff. Eraser, is that the kid? Class, this is Mrs. Joke. She teaches at Ketsubutsu. Her hero name is based on her existence. Why you bully me? Mrs. Joke asked with fake sadness. She must be a good friend of Eraserhead for him to joke around with her. She's a nuisance. Shota responded. He's a liar. She was his closest friend outside on me and Hisashi Nomuri said. Izuku is approached by a student from Mrs. Joke's class. Hi, I'm Yoshindo, nice to meet you. He said with fake kindness. He held out his right hand for Izuku to shake. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I would say nice to meet you too, but it wouldn't be mutual considering how fake that smile is. If you're going to try to deceive someone, learn to do it properly. Instead of using his right hand to shake Shindo's hand, Izuku purposely used his left hand to make it awkward for Shindo. After that encounter, they were brought to the area where the exam was being announced. The first part of the provisional license exam is basically dodgeball on steroids. Each person will be given 3 targets to place on themselves. They must be clearly visible. Everyone will also be given 6 balls to throw. If a target is hit with a ball, it will turn red. When all 3 of your targets are hit, you are out. When someone gets 2 people out, they pass. It only matters who hits the last target. When a person passes, their targets will turn green. A very tired man announced. Due to recent villain activity, only the first 100 people to eliminate 2 opponents will move on to the next round. Can't have potential heroes dying because they weren't fully ready yet. This sent the crowd into an uproar. They clearly thought more people would be able to pass. Before the exam started, Izuku went to his class. Alright class, I just wanted to let you know that we will 100% be targeted. People watched the sports festival and definitely know our quirks. I'm telling you this so that you can have more information, and I'm ditching you guys, but you can figure things out on your own. What? Why would you leave us? Melissa asked. Yes, Izuku responded. That didn't answer my question. Melissa said. The walls to the building they were in fell down to reveal a large area with several zones. There was a city, some rock spires, a hill with a waterfall leading to a large lake and more. As soon as the signal to start was given, Izuku ran to the city area. He'd be able to use the buildings to bounce around like Gran Torino. He was one of the first people to arrive. Izuku stayed on the rooftops like the vigilante he was. He snuck around on the rooftops. He found some guy with strange lumps around him. He had what looked like large fingers floating around him. 2 of his targets had been hit. Izuku saw the giant fingers turn someone into one of the lumps. Izuku took aim and sniped the boy's last target. The ball hit so hard it knocked the boy over. When he was announced to be out, the lumps around him turned back into people. The people started trying to attack each other. Izuku couldn't get a clear shot, so he left the people to duke it out. Izuku was bouncing around the buildings. Izuku found a building with its blast doors activated. Izuku crashed into the covered window and broke through it. He was surprised to see Shoji, Tsu, Jiro, and Momo in the room. Hello there, Jiro said while trying to sound unbothered. General Kenobi, Izuku said before jumping out the window. A couple of people had already passed the first part of the exam. Izuku quickly found someone with all 3 targets on their front. Izuku threw 3 balls at them with rapid speed. Izuku's targets turned green and he headed off to the waiting room for the next section. All of Class 1A made it through, even if Kaminari took 100th place. The next part of the exam will be disaster rescue. A large-scale villain attack has destroyed several buildings, trapping civilians beneath the rubble. The civilians are paid professionals from the Help Us company. If they think you are doing something improperly, they will deduct points. You start with 100 points. If you have below 50 points at the end, you fail. The terrain moved to a destroyed city. Go. Izuku asked Momo for an earpiece for communication. After receiving the earpiece, Izuku followed Jiro and Shoji so he could rescue anyone they could locate under the rubble. They quickly got to work. Izuku made sure he knew where the medical area was set up. Izuku didn't have his mask on. He was going to need to use his innocent smile to help reassure people. Jiro pointed him in the direction of someone trapped under rubble. Izuku found a very short man who looked like a child and a woman who was probably pretending to be his mom. The woman had one of her legs stuck under some rubble. Izuku quickly approached the pair. Hello ma'am, I'm a hero. Do you have any injuries other than your leg? Izuku said while giving her a reassuring smile. I don't think so. Mama! Help Mama now! The full-grown man screamed. Izuku removed the rubble off of the lady. I don't have the proper medical supplies to treat a broken leg. I'm going to call someone over so they can bring a stretcher. Izuku called notified Momo of the situation. Mama needs help now. Help her. Help is coming, I can't move her by myself. Don't worry, your mother will be fine. Izuku got to work on comforting the two people. A stretcher was brought and the mother taken away. Izuku was right behind them while giving the not child a piggyback ride right next to her. Izuku continued talking to the person on his back as they made it to the medical area. When the woman was set down, Izuku let the child off his back. Izuku ran back into the city to continue helping people. He occasionally got yelled at by civilians for doing something slightly incorrect, but things were going well, until Gang Orca and a bunch of people in matching costumes burst in. Izuku moved to be one of the people stopping the fake villains from getting near the medical area. He mostly worked on stopping the small fry, but he did get to kick Gang Orca when he got to close. Eventually Yorashi and Shoto made a fire tornado to take out Gang Orca. Not long after the defeat of Gang Orca, the exam ended. Izuku was checking the list of people who passed. All of Class 1A passed. I actually passed this time. Shoto said. See, Shota, it is quicker to tell people how they are incorrect rather than waiting for them to figure it out. Izuku said. I'm more surprised Troll Doll passed. He's not the best at dealing with overly sensitive extras, Kaken said. Screw you, Katsuki, Hitoshi responded. After the provisional licenses were passed out, Class 1A was back on the bus. Izuku noticed Shoto writing something in his conspiracy notebook. Izuku started reading it. Izuku almost choked when he saw the theories that Shinso was the secret love child of Aizawa and Mrs. Joke. Izuku knew about the theory that Shinso was Aizawa's secret love child, but he wasn't expecting Mrs. Joke to be a part of it. Shoto was currently trying to find a way that Aizawa and Mrs. Joke's quirks combined into brainwashing. I hope he doesn't remember that I am good at analyzing quirks. Shoto's head snaps to him. Hey Izuku? Why does Shoto have the ability to read minds at the worst possible moment? Extra. Toga meets her future self. Izuku was minding his own business, just going for a walk before being ambushed by a very energetic blonde girl. Izuku, you haven't talked to me in forever, Toga said to Izuku when she tackled him. Izuku was barely able to keep his balance. Toga, why would you do that? Izuku demanded. It's been forever since you spoke to me and I wanted to talk to you. I too have been tackled by a hyper Toga, Dabi said. Oh come on, you were fine, Himiko said. Toga started dragging Izuku around, chattering all the way. I want to talk to her, Himiko said. I feel like that would be a bad idea, Hitoshi said. But Tamura was allowed to talk to his past self. Himiko pouted. I'm about to feel regret, Izuku said. Hey Toga? Do you want something, Izuku-in? You know how I said I'm not the only one in my head? You mean before I started living with Dad Vlad King? You call him Dad already? Izuku questioned. Toga blushed with embarrassment. Just get on with it already, Izuku-in, Toga said in embarrassment. One of them wants to talk to you and I am making the poor decision to allow it. Okay? Are you gonna tell me what they're saying? Izuku sighed internally and gave Himiko control. Don't make me regret this. I will. POV switch. Hi there, small me, Himiko said, very much in her own voice, not Izuku-in's. Mini Himiko jumped in surprise. I wanted to talk to myself? Mini Himiko asked. Yes, I feel so tall now. Do I really not grow anymore? Mini Himiko said in pure sadness. Nope. Himiko pulled out a vial of blood. Do you want to prank some people? Let's go, Mini Himiko shouted. Mini Himiko drank the blood and turned into Izuku. They started with minor pranks. Mini Himiko walked through the one common room to Izuku-in's room. A few seconds later Himiko walked to Izuku-in's room. Wait, Midoriya? Didn't you just walk through here? Yamamoto asked. Himiko gave her a confused look. No, I just got back from my walk. Himiko said in Izuku-in's voice. Himiko walked to Izuku-in's room and opened the door. She heard someone coming after her and shut the door. She opened the window and dropped Mini Himiko out to come through the front door. Himiko sits by the open window. Yamamoto opens the door. Hello Momo, did you need anything? Himiko asked. No, it must have been déjà vu. Momo? What are you doing in my room? Mini Himiko asked. As soon as Yamamoto turned around, Himiko was out the window. What the heck? Yamamoto asked. Himiko quickly ran around a corner just in time to see Yamamoto's head sticking out the window before she was out of sight. Himiko was trying not to laugh. Mini Himiko met her at the front door. Let's go chug Eraserhead's coffee in front of him. Himiko said. I have never heard of an idea so horrible. Mini Himiko said. Let's do it. I regret everything, Izuku sighed. I knew you would, Dabi said. Too bad. Deal with it. Himiko responded with glee. I have unleashed a monster, Izuku said. You could have done worse. You could let Shoto have control and make conspiracy theories with the other Todoroki, Shota said with slight fear. Oh, I should do something that would convince Shoto that you have a secret twin. Himiko said delightedly. This is why I have only let someone else control my body once, Izuku said. Both Himikos proceeded to pull pranks and gaslight people into thinking they were crazy. Toshinori was almost out of time. He was barely making it through classes nowadays. He was an idiot, but he knew that he would have to retire, but the feeling of not helping people when he had the strength to was awful. Nizu had convinced him to reveal his weak form to the class. If he was retiring, he was going to use his remaining hour with One for All to save people. The news about his upcoming retirement spread like wildfire. His agency was overworked with all the messages coming in. When Toshinori entered the classroom, he was bombarded with questions. Why are you retiring, All Might? Young Siro asked. What happened to make you retire so suddenly? Young Melissa asked. A few more students asked questions, but Toshinori held up his hand to silence them. For the first question, there are two reasons. The first one is that I'm getting old. I've been a hero for far longer than most, and I've started to slow down, plus I've been overworking myself. I am almost 60 after all. Toshinori answered. You're 60? The class shouted. There were a few exceptions, such as young Todoroki and young Midoriya. Almost 60. The other reason I'm retiring is this. Toshinori let go of his buff form. Once the smoke cleared, the class went into a panic, but Toshinori managed to calm them down. He explained his injury to them. Young Midoriya raised his hand. Yes, young Midoriya? Does this mean I can call you Small Might now? After heroics class, Izuku and Melissa were walking back to the dorms together. You didn't seem surprised when All Might shrunk. Melissa said. I already knew. Izuku responded. How did you know? Melissa asked in surprise. Ask my uncle. Also, All Might's really bad at hiding things. He literally buffed up right behind 3 people at a convenience store. Who is your uncle and why does he know everything? Melissa shouted at him. You'll figure it out soon enough. Go choke on a pufferfish. Melissa froze for a second. Wait, at the sports festival when I was in Recovery Girl's office with All Might. Yes, I did know that I insulted All Might to his face, Izuku answered. Where is your sense of respect? In a universe where he taught you how to keep your bones intact. Since you gremlins have somehow ended up getting your provisional licenses, we're going to be talking about work studies. Aizawa announced. In order to tell you, we have the big 3 here to tell you what they learned on their work studies. Mirio Togata entered the room first, quickly followed by a hyper-Nijire Hato who was dragging Tamaki Amajiki with her. Hato immediately started questioning Izuku's classmates about anything she finds interesting. She asked Shinso if he was Aizawa's kid. Aizawa shut her down after that. Mirio decided that talking was pointless, so he wanted the whole class to fight him. Izuku's hand snapped up. What's your question, green boy? You're going to be wearing your hero costume, right? Izuku asked. No, it would give me an unfair advantage. I watched the 3rd year sports festival. You are going to wear your costume or I will throw Mr. Aizawa into your classroom while he is sleeping. Fine, but I think Mr. Aizawa is about to kill you. Class 1 was standing in the training ground where they would fight Mirio. Mirio was standing in front of the class, waiting for Aizawa to start the fight. Goat? Aizawa said. A few of the classmates started running. I never started the fight. Aizawa said dryly. You said go though, Kaminari complained. I said goat. Go. Mirio vanished into the floor. He started popping out behind the long-range fighters and taking them out before falling into the floor again. When Mirio appeared behind Melissa, she had turned around and had her arm pulled back. Mirio phased through her punch and defeated her. Izuku jumped back. Mirio appeared in front of him, facing where his back had just been. Izuku grabbed Mirio's punching arm and was about to throw him to the ground, but Mirio phased through him mid-throw. Izuku was hit in the gut and pretended to crumple in on himself. Mirio proceeded to take out the rest of Izuku's class. After the fight was over, Mirio explained that he was that strong due to the training he had with his previously problematic quirk. Just before the end of class, Aizawa told them that if they were on work studies they would be absent from some classes and would have to turn in their homework later. After class, Izuku and Melissa were dragged off by Mirio. You both were able to predict my movements. I'm sure sir would take you for work studies. Everything had been going well for Izuku in the last few weeks, so of course things had to go wrong. Mirai Sir Night-Eye had always planned for Mirio to inherit One for All, so when he heard from a certain rat that All Might had already passed it on, he was unhappy to say the least. So when Mirio appeared in his office with the two most likely suspects, he was surprised by the convenience of the situation. Now he just needed to find out who actually had it. He had his suspicions. After talking to them for a bit, he managed to figure it out. Midoriya didn't have any sign of being nervous when he randomly brought up their quirk registry. Shield, however, was a nervous wreck. That, combined with All Might's connection to David Shield and how the name Stockpile was way too obvious to be One for All, only made it more likely that Shield had One for All. Mirai accepted Shield as an intern and sent Midoriya back to UA. A few minutes after Midoriya had left, Mirai turned to Shield. You are not deserving of that quirk, you have no claim to it, you will give it to someone more suitable for it. Izuku was freaking out. He wouldn't be able to get to Eri until the raid if he isn't with Sir Night-Eye. He didn't know where Eri would be, only that he found her on patrol with Mirio. He would have to ask Nizu for the day of the raid off. But he needed to get Eri out now. But he couldn't do that without risking her safety. Calm down, Izuku. Instead of freaking out, you need to plan how to get into the base. Uncle Yoichi said. Right, I need to stalk some of his henchmen to get their blood. Izuku said. The store. Fifth exclaimed. What store? Most of the people in Izuku's head asked. The store that Sir Night-Eye found the guy buying a toy for Eri. If we follow Night-Eye we can find the store and ambush the guy on the way back. Fifth shouted. Impossible. Fifth said something useful. Second said. That's our key to saving Eri, Izuku said with excitement. Extra. EndeavorCooker.mp4. Natsuo Todoroki was walking down the street like he would on a normal day. He didn't have anything to do today. However, he felt his MMO sour when he saw the agency of his sad excuse of a father. Natsuo glanced at his watch. 9:59 a.m. Natsuo started walking away, but he looked at the TV on Endeavor's agency when the video of him saving people was cut off. He looked at the new video and watched in shock. Have you ever wanted to make some popcorn but the microwave is just too boring? The TV said, well, we've got the solution for you. Introducing the limited edition Endeavor Cooker. This handy appliance is perfect for cooking any event. Just turn up the rage meter and hold out your meal of choice. Be sure to wear oven mitts, this thing gets hot. The video cuts to a side view of Endeavor getting excited at the sports festival. A man with a blurred-out face holds out a bag of popcorn. Once the bag of popcorn was done, the voice started talking again. The video cut back to the product. And when you are finished, turn the rage meter off or simply pour water on it. The video cut to the man pouring water on Endeavor at the sports festival. The Endeavor Cooker. Only 100 have been made, so get them now at .com. The video cut to the vigilante who had called out Endeavor in Hosu. When I was at the sports festival I was very hungry, then someone activated the Endeavor Cooker, best popcorn I've ever had. The vigilante turned into a random person who had their face blurred out before vanishing. The video once again switched to the product. The Endeavor Cooker, a revolution in popcorn history. Then the voice started saying any warnings very quickly before the video repeated. Natsuo was on the ground laughing. He wanted to check if this was real. He opened Endeavor's merch store and it was there. Natsuo absolutely needed to hold that over Endeavor's head. He purchased the Endeavor cooker and went on with his day. Izuku saw when Melissa started acting strange in class. She was a lot less enthusiastic and was generally feeling glum. She had to have met Eri and had to let her go with Overhaul. Izuku felt bad for Melissa. She had never had to deal with being forced to leave someone behind. Izuku was ready to start his plan. Izuku made his way to Nizu's office. "Hello Midoriya, it's not time for you to report anything, so what do you need?" Nizu asked, curious of what his informant wanted. "I need a fake work study." Izuku responded. "And what is the reason for this?" "I need an alibi to stalk Sir Night Eye." "You didn't even try to make it sound good," Ejiro said in surprise. "Being honestly is so manly." "Any reason for this?" the maybe rat asked. "It's related to the thing I can't tell you about yet." "No Nizu, Night Eye didn't do something. Stop trying to plot his downfall." "How boring, I've been wanting to tear someone down for ages." "Fine, I'll say you have a work study with me to improve analytical skills and the like." "You could always convince Present Mike that he's being stalked by rubber ducks." "What a pleasant idea, Tanuki. Your work study starts tomorrow. You can skip classes as long as your homework is in by the end of the week." "Pleasure doing business with you. I'll bring in my weekly tea sacrifice the same day as my homework." Izuku left Nizu to commit whatever unethical act he was planning. Now he just needed to follow Night Eye for a few days. Izuku watched as Sir Night Eye went to his agency. It had been a few days since Izuku had started following him. Izuku hadn't found the shop yet, however he did refamiliarize himself with the location of the Shai Hasaikai base. He remembered what the building looked like and the general area, but now he knew its exact location. All Izuku was waiting for was for the encounter between Sir Night Eye and the person who was high enough ranking in the Shai Hasaikai to give stuff to Eri. It took a couple of days for Izuku's luck to finally turn around. Izuku was hiding on the roof across from the toy store. Izuku saw the member of the Shai Hasaikai leave. Izuku waited for Night Eye to leave the building and walk away from the man. Izuku started following the man. When the man started walking through alleys, Izuku took his chance. Izuku shapeshifted into a random criminal he'd gotten blood from and entered the alley. Izuku brushed past the man and stabbed him with a syringe. By the time the man looked at him, Izuku had a syringe full of blood hidden in his pocket. "Why didn't we just attack him?" Kaken asked angrily. "Because Sir Night Eye could see his future. If we prevented him from returning, there wouldn't be a raid on the Shai Hasaikai." Hitoshi said. "We might not get another chance to infiltrate the building," Kaken argued. We can avoid the cameras and the guards on the upper level. Once he comes back to the upper level, we can take him out and hide him somewhere." Izuku started following the man again. Once the man entered the Shai Hasaikai's compound, Izuku pulled out his laptop and Sixth got to work on hacking the place. Sixth ended up looping the camera feed and opening the security room window. Why is a window operated by a computer? Izuku floated up to the window and entered the building. Izuku knocked out the security guard before tying his mouth shut and locking him in a closet with some of Izuku's new motion-triggered sleep bombs. Sixth set the cameras to normal and observed the compound. These cameras only covered the upper level, but they were still useful. Izuku watched as the man came from the hidden basement. Izuku watched the camera until the man went to bed for the night. Sixth set the cameras back to loop and Izuku lifted up one of the ceiling tiles in the room. Izuku floated into the ceiling and moved to where the man's room should be. Izuku quietly removed the ceiling tile and looked at the sleeping man. Izuku sat in the roof for hours, occasionally eating a cinnamon toast crunch Pop-Tart when he got hungry. Eventually it was morning. Izuku slowly descended into the room. He used zero gravity on the man before moving him into the closet. Izuku placed another motion-activated sleep bomb before letting a little bit of sleeping gas into the closet so the man doesn't wake up soon. Izuku is ready for phase 2. Izuku drinks the blood he stole from the man and turned into him. Izuku left the room and started walking around, greeting the Shai Hasaikai members that passed by him. Izuku found the entrance to the basement and pressed the hidden button. The door opened. Izuku started relying on the map he had memorized from the Shai Hasaikai's database. After a long time of casually walking, he found Eri's room. He approached the guards. "Boss wants the kid." Izuku said. Why didn't he send chronostasis? Guard 1 asked. Boss had him working on something. Why'd he send you? Guard 2 asked. I was close, and I'm not one to question the boss. We'll have to verify it. Guard 1 said. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Do you really want to waste the boss's time? He's probably already angry that I'm taking so long. Do you want to make him wait longer? The guards started panicking slightly. Go ahead, take her to boss. Guard 2 said with panic. Izuku entered the room and grabbed Eri by the hand. Pretend to be scared. Izuku whispered to Eri. Izuku started walking in the direction of Overhaul's lab. Izuku turned the corner and went the opposite direction of the lab at the next turn. Izuku started moving towards the emergency exit. Izuku started hearing loud noises, then the alarms went off. The heroes are here. Everyone to your battle stations, a voice said over the intercom said. Izuku picked up Eri and started running towards the exit. Izuku kept his speed down so he wouldn't hurt Eri. Izuku occasionally ran into a shy Hasaikai member, but he kicked them into a wall before they could do anything. Izuku and Eri were almost at the exit, just a few more turns and the exit was gone. Overhaul and Chronostasis were standing at the end of the hallway. Izuku watched Overhaul carefully while analyzing the situation. That wall is where the map said the emergency exit was. Overhaul must have blocked it off with his quirk. That means it might be there if I kick the wall down. I need to be careful, I can't risk Eri. So there was a traitor in our midst. Chronostasis said with a blank voice. Eri, because of you more people will die. Overhaul said. Eri started wiggling in Izuku's arms. I'll come with you, Mr. Chisaki, please just let him go. It's too late for that, Eri, he already forfeited his life because of you. Hisashi, please let me kill him. No killing, we can make him suffer more if he's alive. Hisashi responded. It's okay, Eri, this Walmart brand bird won't be able to do anything to me. Izuku said quietly. Izuku jumped away from the spike that shot out of the ground. Izuku used erasure on Overhaul so the spikes would stop moving. Chronostasis pulled out a gun. Izuku dodged the bullet sent at him. No one in the Shy Hasaikai has an erasure-type quirk. Who are you? Overhaul asked. Keeping the transformation up is just a waste of energy now. May as well show who I am. Izuku dropped his transformation, revealing the vigilante beneath. TSK, this might be a problem. Chronostasis, use them. Overhaul said, recognizing the vigilante that killed All for One. Izuku saw Chronostasis open a briefcase and put something into his gun. Izuku dodged the red bullet. Izuku kept dodging bullets until Chronostasis stopped shooting. Izuku shifted Eri onto his back before using Black Whip to make sure she doesn't fall. It's kind of scary how useful your quirk is, fifth Izuku told the man. During Izuku's moment of distraction, Overhaul made a wall to hide himself from view. Overhaul started sending waves of spikes towards Izuku. Izuku avoided what he could and broke what he couldn't. By the time the onslaught ended, the hall had turned into a giant room with large amounts of rubble blanketing the ground. Izuku looked around and spotted Chronostasis. Izuku rushed to the human clock. When Izuku was nearing Chronostasis, the man pointed his gun at Izuku's face. Izuku's eyes widened at the gun. He still has a bullet left. Izuku hardened his body and enhanced it with one for all. The red bullet bounced off of Izuku's hardened skin. 2 strands of Chronostasis's hair moved to strike Izuku but fell away at Izuku's red-eyed glare. Izuku melted the gun and used Somnambulist on the man before throwing him at the wall. The unconscious man fell to the ground. Izuku jumped away from a hand about to collide with his side. Izuku watched as Overhaul approached the unconscious Chronostasis. You wouldn't mind giving your life for my cause, would you? Overhaul said before using his quirk to fuse with Chronostasis. Rude, he didn't give him time to answer. Izuku noticed a figure phase through one of the walls. Mirio's here. Izuku once again dodged a few spikes. Is making spikes all you can do, Toucan? Izuku shouted. The ground started shaking and pillars of stone started rising from the ground. Izuku started bouncing up the pillars while avoiding spikes that were close to impairing him while avoiding Mirio's attempts to grab Eri. Overhaul broke through the ceiling and onto the street above. Izuku quickly caught up. Mirio once again tried to grab Eri from him. Izuku erased Mirio's quirk and grabbed him with Black Whip. Izuku blasted away from Overhaul and towards the heroes. Izuku set Mirio on the ground before handing Eri to him. Eri, this is a hero student, he'll protect you. I have to go stop the Birdman from hurting people with his temper tantrum. Izuku jumped away from Eri and Mirio. Now that Izuku didn't have to worry about Eri, he could go all out. Izuku used hardening to basically make his fingers into claws before using them to rip through the concrete to get to Overhaul. When Izuku got to Overhaul, he was charging to where Eri was. Izuku jumped towards the raging Fruit Loops mascot. Overhaul held out an arm to turn Izuku into a puddle of blood. Izuku grabbed the arm with Black Whip and kicked Overhaul away. The tearing sound brought back bad memories. Izuku disintegrated the detached arm of Overhaul, glad that Eri couldn't see, and that the press hadn't shown up yet. Izuku watched Overhaul use his quirk to remake his arm. Izuku dodged another barrage of spikes while making his way to Overhaul. As soon as Overhaul was no longer hidden behind the spikes, Izuku erased his quirk before axe kicking him into the ground. Izuku picked up Overhaul and threw him into another wall. Izuku blinked and jumped away from the oncoming spikes. Overhaul launched himself at Izuku. Izuku smashed him into the ground. I'm out of Eri's sight right now. If I'm going to take out Overhaul, I'm going to cause some fear. Izuku used Transform to partially transform his face. His hair turned black and he generally looked more like an adult. He removed his mask. He activated Erasure and slightly opened his mouth, revealing his fangs from Transform, and put the psychotic smile on his face. He started walking towards Overhaul. The man looked somewhat scared. Izuku started releasing dozens of Black Whip tendrils from his back before binding Overhaul with them. Overhaul now looks terrified. Izuku combined Cremation with Black Whip. As the blue flames started rushing along the Black Whip towards Overhaul, Izuku released a bit of Somnambulist right below Overhaul's nose. Izuku deactivated his quirks and let the unconscious man fall to the floor, hopefully to nightmares. Izuku put his mask back on before grabbing the man and dragging him through the field of spikes. As Izuku got close to the heroes, a very tired Ryukyu got in his way. I come bearing gifts, Izuku said before he tossed Overhaul at the Dragoon hero. Izuku sped by her and appeared a few feet in front of Eri. Eri jumped a bit at his appearance, as did Mirio. Izuku knelt down in front of Eri. I hope your new life, Eri, Izuku said before floating away. Melissa was in her dorm room after the raid on the Shai Hasaikai base. She wanted to stay in the hospital with Eri, but Mr. Aizawa had sent her home. She was currently laying in her bed trying to sleep, but her mind was too full of thoughts about Eri. Is she okay? Izuku saved her, but she was still in that place for so long. What if she panics again? It was scary when she started glowing when Izuku ran back to Overhaul. Luckily, Mr. Aizawa was able to deactivate Eri's quirk, but Eri had to go to the hospital for quirk exhaustion. It took a long time, but Melissa managed to fall asleep, or at least, she thought that's what happened. Melissa looked at the dark void around her. At first she didn't see anything, but then two men came into her vision. One was tall with curly white hair, but she couldn't see his eyes. He was standing over a much smaller man with the same hair color. The tall man was looking down at the short man who was in a fighting stance. They seemed to be saying something, so she started to listen in. I can't let you keep hurting people, brother, the small one shouted. Melissa tried to hear what the older one said, but she couldn't. It seemed to be muffled. The younger man turned to look at her while the older man disappeared. The strangely familiar green eyes stared into her soul. So you're finally here, the small man said. Melissa tried to speak, but she couldn't. She looked down to see that masked over her body was dark mist. The only part of her she could see was her nose and her hair. We don't have much time. I'm Yoichi, the first holder on One for All. You are currently in One for All, the small man Yoichi said. Isn't Yoichi the name of Izuku's uncle? Yoichi chuckled a little bit. I too was unaware I had a nephew until he said something, but I believe it. He looks so much like All for One did when he was young, just green. I do need you to ask home something for me. I can't respond, moron. I don't have a mouth. Bold of you to assume you need a mouth for us to hear you. Isn't this an invasion of privacy? You're the one broadcasting your thoughts. You could just stop. How am I supposed to know how to do that? I need you to ask my nephew how he has one for all. Melissa's thoughts screeched to a halt. No thoughts, head empty. Looks like we're out of time. Good luck on the rest of your work study. Yoichi said, and if Sir Night-Eye tries to make you give away one for all, feel free to tell him that he has no father figure, no friends, and definitely no. Melissa woke up with a start. She rubbed at her temples because of her mild headache. It took her a few minutes, but she remembered what happened overnight. She got dressed in casual clothes as it was now a weekend. She went into the common room and found Izuku sitting with Shinso and Ida. Melissa walked up to Izuku. We need to talk. Izuku glanced at her. Is this about Yoichi? Melissa nodded. Well, I offered an explanation, come on. Izuku said while motioning for Shinso and Ida to follow them. Izuku, this is an important conversation. Melissa said, I said I'd tell you guys everything, and I meant everything, including the history of that power. The four people entered Izuku's room. Izuku got them some ice cream and started talking. I think I should start at the beginning, the very beginning. Izuku said, What do you mean by the very beginning? Shinso asked. What I'm about to tell you starts at the dawn of Quirks. It started with two brothers. Izuku proceeded to inform them of the history of One for All and All for One. All Might was the eighth holder of One for All. This is where things get complicated. Thanks for spilling a national secret, Izuku, but how does it get complicated? Melissa asked. When I was a child I was diagnosed quirkless, as you all know. I was what most people would call a late bloomer, but that is completely false. The villain that I killed, his name was All for One, and he was my father. I got that already. Shield basically shouted it when you dragged me here the first time. Shinso said, I still do not agree with your choice to murder your father. You should have let him be taken to prison. Ida said. Izuku held his hand up. I'm not done. This got the other three to quiet down. You know my father's quirk already. My mother's quirk was called Pull. She can pull small objects to herself. I was born with a combination of those quirks. You can steal quirks from afar? Melissa asked in shock. No, you know how on clothes you can end up ruining them by pulling a loose thread? I could do that to quirks. Apparently it just completely shatters the quirk. Izuku said, thinking about what happened to Kaken. Anyway, All for One took that quirk from me and most likely replaced it with an unnoticeable quirk. I went through my life thinking I was quirkless. Then the last year of middle school came around. I thought you got your quirk before that. It is unacceptable to lie to classmates. Ida interrupted. No more interruptions or I'm flooding all of your rooms. Izuku stated, annoyed at the interruptions. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. It was the last year of middle school when things looked up for once. It was a bad day. The bullying at school had been awful and I was attacked by a sludgy villain. I was rescued by All Might. I wanted to ask him a question, but he was about to leave. Like the stupid kid I grabbed All Might's leg as he jumped away. Izuku glared at Ida, who was about to speak. I ended up causing him to drop the sludge villain. All Might landed on a rooftop. All Might ran out of time and deflated in front of me. Izuku skimmed over everything until he got to One for All. All Might offered his power to me. I obviously accepted. Melissa raised her hand. Let me finish, then I'll answer questions. To simplify some things, I got One for All and got into UA by breaking bones left and right. It wasn't until after my internship with Gran Torino that I stopped having to break bones to use the quirk. Bakugo stayed in Class 1A because he didn't attack after the battle trial was over. No one died at the USJ. I'm just going to skip to All Might's fight with All for One. All Might defeated him, but his weak form was revealed and All for One was taken to Tartarus. The League of Villains occasionally appeared, but they only seemed to be there to remind people that safety wasn't guaranteed. Eventually All for One escaped and disappeared. 5 years after the graduation of Class 1A, All for One returned, but it was so much worse than anyone could have imagined. The League and All for One released new Nomu onto the world. They were somewhat intelligent and extremely deadly. Even worse, the nomifications spread like a disease. Random people would get sick and turn into a Nomu. Only All for One was safe, and him alone. After a week, Spinner and Magno were dead. After a month, the small survivor group I was in was the most people you would see in one place. Izuku said, taking a breath. None of this makes any sense. Melissa said, I don't know how long it had been, but Shota found all for one. Shota? Shinso asked. Eraserhead. We fought him and the Nomu around him. I managed to kill him, but at the cost of my own life. I died, I think. But the useless quirk All for One had given me had grown in power by using One for All as an energy source. I woke up as a kid again, and I lived my life. So here I am now. You expect us to believe that? Shinso said. Melissa sighed. I do. How else could there be two One for Alls? A lot of wait, what? Shinso asked. I forgot to mention, Melissa here is the 9th holder of One for All in this timeline. This does not explain how you have multiple quirks. Ida said. Some of them are easy. Izuku said, Float, Black Whip, Smokescreen, Danger Sense, FA Gene, and Gear Shift were all stockpiled inside One for All from the previous users. The other quirks are from the people who were with me in my survival group. Don't ask, I don't know how. This makes no sense, any of it. Shinso said. If you would mind telling us, what quirks do you have? Ida asked. I have the quirks that came with One for All, Erasure, Voice, Somnambulist, Zero Gravity, Hardening, Half Hot Half Cold, Explosion, Transform, Cremation, Decay, and another one I won't tell you about because I plan on keeping it as a trump card. Wait, can you name the people in your group? Melissa asked. Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, Uraraka, Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo, Toga, Dabi, Shigaraki, and the person I won't tell you about. Why were you hanging around two villains? That is very unsafe. Ida said. Ida, the world had basically collapsed. Do you honestly think we cared about previous status? We needed to get along in order to survive. And it was 3 villains. Toga became a villain in that timeline due to her physical needs being neglected, but I stopped that here. I'm confused. Melissa said. Good, I'd be concerned if you weren't. Wait a minute. Bakugo was in your group without killing you? Melissa asked. He mellowed out some in UA, and his mom figured out that the therapist he went to was Quirkist. Enough of that though, Mina's probably going to hold a gossip session today and I don't want to miss it. Izuku said before dragging everyone out of his room. Alright everyone, it's time to spill the tea. Who wants to go first? Mina announced at the start of the gossip session. The people in attendance were Mina, Momo, Melissa, Uraraka, Tsu, Kaminari, and himself. Are we talking rumors, embarrassing secrets, or random things about our classmates? Izuku asked. All of the above. I'll go first. Momo said, you all know that a little while ago Midoriya was going around pranking people but he had an alibi every time so he couldn't get blamed? Yes, it was so confusing. Mina said. I figured out how he did it. Momo announced. Did you now? Izuku asked with a smug grin. I found your accomplice. It was not a secret twin like Todoroki though. It was a student in class 1C, Toga. She has a transformation quirk. Wow, you got it right, but the real question is, why did Todoroki think I had a secret twin? I never saw that in his conspiracy notebook. His what now? Uraraka asked. He has an entire notebook of conspiracy theories, similar to your notebook about every single piece of media 13 has ever been in. Izuku said. Mina started cackling while Uraraka went pale. Let's go to rumors. Tsu said, apparently Minoma from class 1B copied Kaminari's quirk and short-circuited. The group proceeded to spill secrets and spread rumors. There were a few highlights. Like the thing that was often heard moving in the vents, most likely Nizu, to the fact that Mina sometimes melts fruit with her quirk before drinking it, to Hagakure slightly opening people's doors at night to scare them. It was a very entertaining night in general. Aizawa and All Might took Class 1A to one of the many training fields on UA property. They were met with Vlad King and Class 1B. Today you'll be doing a joint training exercise with the other hero course class. All Might announced. We'll destroy you 1A losers. Minoma shouted. And due to the rise in villain activity, it is imperative that you know how to work with people you are unfamiliar with. There will be 10 teams. Each team will have 2 members of Class 1A and 2 members of Class 1B. Teams will go against one another in a battle. In order to win, you must capture the enemy team and place them into your cage. Whoever has more free team members by the end wins. Just remember that the main purpose of the exercise is to work together, so victory is only a small factor on your grade. All Might said. Izuku snickered at the pure despair on Monoma's face. And here are the teams. All Might announced before the teams popped up on a screen. Team 1. Yosetsu Aways. Senkaibar. Yuga Oyama. Mina Ishido. Team 2. Burashiza. Setsuna Tokage. Siyu Azui. Izuku Midoriya. Team 3. Tasuka Kendo. Yukota. Tenya Ida. Achiko Uraraka. Team 4. Kinoko Komori. Tagaru Kamakiri. Mashareo Ojiro. Denki Kaminari. Team 5. Juro Shishida. Nairenjiki Shoda. Hijiro Kirishima. Koji Koda. Teams. Pony Tsunatori. Kozai Tsuburaba. Rikido Sato. Mizo Shoji. Team 7. Shirhai Kurwaro. Tetsu Kyokujiro. Antasiro. Team Manga Fukudashi. Juzo Hananuki. Fumikage Tokoyami. Shoto Todoroki. Team Kojiro Bando. Nito Minoma. Toru Hagakure. Hitoshi Shinso. Team Reiko Yanagi. Hiryurin. Melissa Shield. Momo Yayorozu. Izuku got with his group and looked at the people there. There is no possible way that this is a coincidence. Izuku said, every single one of us has green hair. Green gang for the win. Tokage shouted. The matchups are on the board. All Might shouted. Izuku looked at the board and facepalmed. I think they forgot to scramble them. Team 1 versus Team 2. Team 3 versus Team 4. Team 5 versus Team 6. Team 7 versus Team 8. Team 9 versus Team 10. Izuku looked back at his team. Tokage and Shiozaki, we need to know the quirks of the enemy team. Aoyama's quirk is Belly Button Blaster. He can shoot a laser out of his belly button, but it gives him stomach pain if he overuses it. Izuku said. It's actually called Naval Laser Karo. Tsu interrupted. Mina's quirk is Corrosive Goo. She can control how corrosive the goo she makes is and can make it on any part of her body. It's called Acid, Tsu said. What about your classmates? Izuku asked. Tokage had figured out what was going on and decided to join in. Away's quirk is called Sticky Hands. He can stick anything together on an atomic level if he is touching them. It's called Weld. Shiozaki said, looking done with Tokage. Kaibara's quirk is called Spinny Body. He can rotate any part of his body at high speeds. It's called Gyrate. If he can rotate any part of his body, can he hold his arms out and rotate his torso to fly like a helicopter? Izuku asked. You have one too? Karo, Tsu asked Shiozaki. Unfortunately. Tsu looked at Izuku. When did you get Aizawa's capture scarf? Karo. I had someone in the support department make a copy. Shouldn't we make a plan now? Shiozaki asked. Izuku looked at her. Yes, here's my plan. Team 1 versus Team 2. Team Green. Melissa POV. Melissa watched the monitor with mild curiosity. She wondered what Midoriya's plan was. He could easily win on his own, but he wasn't the type to leave his teammates out of things. Melissa was looking around the security cameras for something interesting and saw Tsu being chased by the 2 Class B students. Tsu wasn't going full speed. Why wouldn't she go full speed, unless they're being led into a trap? Melissa looked back at the cameras to see only the guy with spinny limbs chasing Tsu. Melissa spotted the welding guy being dragged by Izuku. The welder was trying to weld Izuku to the ground, but the concrete kept ripping off the ground and sticking to his boots, making Izuku higher off the ground until his captive couldn't reach the ground to weld him to. Izuku tossed the welder in the cell before breaking the concrete attached to his boots. Melissa looked back at Tsu to see her throw the spinny guy at a mass of vines. The thorny vines wrapped around his limbs. When he tried to rotate them, the thorns injured his arms. Melissa figured he was as good as captured and saw Aoyama being assaulted by small floating things. The room had audio, so she could hear a female voice saying, "Is that all your belly button blaster can do?" Aoyama became insulted enough to pass out. "This is a joke, right?" The female voice asked. "Did he just pass out from me calling his quirk belly button blaster?" Melissa just watched Aoyama being dragged away while the fight continued. Only Mina was left on Team Mina had covered a very large area with acid. It was clearly somewhat corrosive. Izuku and Tsu appeared on the edge of the acid field and started throwing chunks of concrete at Mina. Mina started dodging like the dancer she was. She was so focused that she didn't see the floating hand behind her. The hand chopped Mina's neck. Mina looked at the hand on her neck, then fell unconscious due to the brick that slammed into her forehead. Mina was thrown into the cage and Team 2 was announced the winner. I'm too lazy to write the less important fights, so you get a summary. Team 3 versus Team 4. Team 4 victory. Note: Komori is the deadliest person in the school. Team 5 versus Team 6. Team 5 victory. Note: Tsunatori might be traumatized by the rat swarm. Team 7 versus Team 8. Team 8 victory. Note: Fukudashi can blow things up. Run. Team 9 versus Team 10. Melissa POV. Melissa was currently planning with her group. They hadn't come up with anything significant. We need something they won't expect, Rin said. It was at this statement that Melissa thought of something incredible. Yamamo, I need you to make a lemon grenade. Shinso POV. We need to make a strategy. Hitoshi said. As if we would ever make a plan with you losers. Class 1B is better in every way. You could never be of any use to a plan. Monoma said. What's your name again, Tsubaraba? Hitoshi asked. It's Monoma, as expected. Class 1A is Stu. Shinso took control of Monoma and turned to Bondo. Any ideas for a plan? Shinso asked Bondo. Melissa POV. Melissa's team was going the chaotic route. All of them were armed with flashbangs and actual grenades, but the grenades looked like regular lemons with pins in them. Once the round started, Yamamo and Yanagi left together while Melissa and Rin moved together. Rin was knocked down. After less than a second, Melissa had already turned around with a Ofa-boosted kick. Melissa hit something that was very much not visible. Melissa moved to an area that just had a lot of dust kicked up and managed to grab Hagakure due to the dust making her movements more obvious. Melissa turned around to see Rin stuck in a layer of glue that was covering the street. Melissa ran in the direction of her team's cage but looped back to see Bondo removing Rin from the glue to move him to their cage. Hagakure tried to alert Bondo, but Melissa managed to find where her mouth was and cover it. Once Bondo was on his way, Melissa threw a flashbang in front of him. While he was blinded, Melissa knocked him over and grabbed Rin. She then fled to the cage to drop off Hagakure. Rin and Melissa separated now that one person had been captured. Melissa wandered off and ran into the annoying blonde. Once the blonde spotted her, he turned into steel, so Melissa threw a few grenades at him, 5 to be precise. He started ranting about how useless Class 1A must be to throw lemons at him. Melissa hid behind a building as the grenades blew up. Melissa peeked around the corner to see the blonde in a crater in the side of a building. Luckily, he was still metal. Are you okay? Melissa asked. The blonde decided that her being concerned for his safety meant that she was being arrogant. Class 1A really is full of arrogant cowards, aren't they? You bring weapons to face Class 1B because you're scared of us, yet you believe that it could do anything to us. What is this idiot going on about? The blonde boy started throwing nuts and bolts at her before they became massive. Melissa started dodging and moving closer to the blonde. That green boy is the pinnacle of the arrogance of Class 1A, strutting around like he's hot stuff and ordering people around. That got Melissa angry. Some random person insulted the person who helped her keep her arms intact and helped the entire class get better. Melissa went on the offensive. She was becoming more aggressive, moving fast through the barrage of massive nuts and bolts. The blonde was still insulting Izuku. There were 2 bolts coming at Melissa that she couldn't dodge. She shoved her arms forward to try to move them out of her way. Black tendrils shot out of her hand and slapped the bolts aside. The tendrils moved around in an uncontrolled fashion. Melissa was screaming, not just in fear. One of the tendrils had collided with her middle finger and broken it. Melissa, how are you doing? A voice shouted over her screaming. What do? Melissa was quickly cut off by a fog invading. It was quite relaxing. She quickly snapped back to reality. She looked in front of her to see Shinso walking up to her. Are you all right? Yes. Not really, but we're in the middle of an exercise. Melissa punched Shinso in the gut with her good hand and started dragging him to the cage. In the end, Team 10 were the victors. Melissa was taken to Recovery Girl. Almost everyone in the observation room had either no idea what was going on or thought that Melissa was a certain chaotic vigilante. Only 3 people in the observation room knew what was happening, and none of the teachers were in the know. Katsuki was going to blow something up. He'd done it, he'd gotten into UA, then Deku had to show up and ruin everything. Deku got him sent to general studies, then Katsuki was forced to see a shrink. At least the shrink agreed with him after he told him Deku was quirkless. Then at the UA Sports Festival, Deku embarrassed him and got him kicked out of UA, and not even the other useless hero schools would let him in. Deku ruined his perfect future of being the #1 hero. Katsuki was going to kill him. He was going to punish that useless Deku for this, but he couldn't do it yet. Deku had gotten stronger with that useless quirk he'd been hiding. He must have been laughing at Katsuki for so long. Katsuki needed to get stronger, and what better way than fighting some villains? For the first time ever, Katsuki stayed up late and left the house. He wandered the streets until he found a villain. He was tall and had a horn on his head. He was carrying a bag and had just walked out of a store. So we got a robber, huh? He's not doing anything good, that's for sure. Kenzo was buying milk after work. He had to work late and his kids finished the milk in the morning. He was headed home when an explosion hit his face. He was found the next day. He was alive, but not by much. He was covered in large burns and his horn was cracked in multiple places. He was the first victim of this new villain. Izuku had just got back from his weekly checkup with the League. They were wanted criminals, so he had to make sure they hadn't been found. He was tired, so he was sleeping on the couch when everyone started becoming loud. Izuku startled awake and quickly took in his surroundings. Mr. Aizawa was at the door and so was Melissa. Izuku remembered how Black Whip had been explained to the class a few days ago. It had been explained away as her quirk releasing energy in a different way. Some people asked about Tanuki having the same ability. Melissa pointed out that Tanuki also had some of their quirks and could have just copied her quirk and figured it out before her. A few looked skeptical and Jiro looked between Izuku and Melissa. She definitely knows. Izuku snapped back to the present as people started crowding around the front door. Izuku couldn't see what was happening, so he pushed through the crowd to see Eri standing next to Mr. Aizawa while Melissa tried to keep them from crowding the small child. Izuku quickly started dragging people from his class away and throwing them onto the couch. Eventually only Melissa and Aizawa were near Eri. Izuku started scolding the class for crowding the child when she was clearly uncomfortable. Eventually he walked over to Eri and sat down in front of her. "Hi there, what's your name?" Izuku asked. Eri seemed a bit scared but quickly calmed down. "I'm Eri." Izuku wanted to give her a hug so bad, but he didn't want to scare her, so he stayed sitting. Izuku was surprised when Eri approached him and put her hand in his hair. "Bush? What? She wasn't like this until at least my 3rd year at UA." "Huh?" Izuku intellectually responded. Some of Izuku's classmates started to approach. Izuku gestured for them to get down. Mina was the first one to get there. Izuku glared at the other people approaching so they would stop. Mina was about to say something but Izuku covered her mouth. "Speak quietly." And that's how Izuku ended up introducing his entire class to Eri. Izuku had them come over one at a time and introduce themselves. Something funny happened when Shinso introduced himself. Eri kept looking between him and Aizawa. "Mr. Eraserhead, I like your son." Mr. Aizawa proceeded to start bashing his head against the wall. After everyone had introduced themselves, Izuku moved back to the couch because he didn't drink Aizawa's coffee. Eri somehow ended up sitting on the couch beside him. Izuku blinked down at the small child on his right. She blinked back. "Hey Mr. Aizawa, I think your child likes me. She is a ward of UA, and we were just here to introduce her to everyone, so we need to get going. Eri. Can I come here again?" "Yes, you can come here tomorrow." Eri turned to Izuku. "Bye Mr. Deku," Eri said before she followed Mr. Aizawa out of the door. Izuku lay back down on the couch, preparing for another nap. Then he was suddenly the most awake he'd ever been without coffee as he sat up quick enough to give a normal person whiplash. "Mr. Deku?" Eri POV. Eri was following Mr. Eraserhead to wherever he was taking her, but she trusted him. Eri was normally very nervous about trusting people, but there were a few she knew she could. Mr. Eraserhead, Mr. Lemillion, and apparently Mr. Deku, despite only meeting him once. Mr. Eraserhead brought her to his home and started to make food. Eri went to her room. Sometimes, when no one was Rose liked to talk out loud to herself. How did I do? Did I introduce myself well? You did great. I'm glad you were able to talk to Izuku. Why'd you want me to call him Mr. Deku? If my theory is correct, he might recognize the name. What's a theory? I'll explain later. Eri kept talking to the voice in her head until it was time for dinner. Izuku decided to temporarily ignore the matter of Eri calling him a name she shouldn't know. How did he do this? He became a ceiling fan. Izuku was floating in his room with his feet on the ceiling. And he was spinning very fast. So fast that he didn't notice Shinso enter the room. Shinso looked at Izuku with nothing but disappointment. What are you? I'm a ceiling fan. Shinso looked at him. This is why I'm a coffee addict. You were addicted to coffee before we met. It was in preparation for the deterioration of my sanity that would come from knowing you exist. Betrayal. I just came in to tell you that Sato made cookies. They're in the common room. Izuku floated back to the floor. He got into a crab walk position. He tilted his head back so he could see where he was going. And scuttled to the kitchen. Izuku moved to the tray of cookies while listening to people freak out about how he was moving so fast like that. Izuku grabbed a cookie and put it in his mouth before scuttling back to his room. He looked at the now traumatized Shinso. Shinso started backing out of his room slowly. Once Shinso had closed his door, Izuku stood up and went to his bed. Izuku sat down and finished his cookie. Now that I'm not a ceiling fan, I should probably think about how Eri knew about the name Mr. Deku. Do you guys have any idea how Eri knew that name? Izuku asked. Maybe some of her memories got sent back with us? Hizashi said. If that was the case, then there would have been more people who remembered something. Shota said. Maybe it could have something to do with her having a time quirk? Shinso suggested. That's actually a decent theory, Izuku said. Or we could just ask her, you morons, Kaken said. Insulting people isn't manly, Kitsuburo Ejiro said. If you ever call me Kitsuburo again, I will murder you. Kaken said. Okay, King Explosion Murder, Nimuri said with a teasing tone. I'm going to kill you. The chance of that happening is the same chance that Shota wouldn't feed a stray cat in the apocalypse. Absolutely zero. Chiko said. Izuku just laughed as he listened to the people in his head argue with each other. He couldn't help but enjoy the chaos. Then he heard something awful from Yoichi. An octopus is just a wet spider. Then everyone in the mindscape tried to drown Yoichi. Extra. Effects of Heroics on Society by Dusty. Tamura was getting bored of sitting in an abandoned building and only playing games. So he decided to take the advice that Izuku had given him a while ago. He decided to talk about effects of heroes. He made an account on HeroTube, a very stupid name if you ask Tamura, and started his first video. Heroes have been around since not long after the rise of Quirks. Heroics, as anything important does, had a large impact on society. Heroes became a normal thing and even became a job. More heroes means more people get saved, and if the heroes are paid, they can use their time to save people instead of getting another job, right? If this was a perfect world, then yes, that's how it would be. The problem is that heroes are paid based on how much people like them instead of how good they are at their job. With this form of payment, some heroes use with flashy displays of power instead of saving people as efficiently as possible. But that's a topic for later. Due to the increase of flashy fights, people are starting to become desensitized to the actual danger of villains. Some people obviously run from villains, but as soon as a hero shows up, they watch it as if it's some sort of show. People have started to endanger themselves to watch a fight. There's always a chance of a villain using a person as a hostage. It's much easier to find one if there's an entire crowd of people watching from very close by. There's also the fact that people rely too much on heroes to do anything good. If you saw a child crying and running through the sidewalk, what should you do? The obvious answer is to ask them what they need and help them if you can. If you can't help, you should call someone who can. A lot of people would do that, right? Wrong. I'm speaking from experience. The chance of someone helping you is low. Everyone I asked for help just said, "A hero will help you," and left. They didn't even try to listen to what I needed. At least try to help, or maybe even take an unattended child to a police station or something. The point is, even though heroes are needed to stop crime, people shouldn't rely on them so much that they refuse to help someone in need because a hero will help. Heroes can't be everywhere. If you have the ability to help someone, do it. Don't wait for someone else to. Dusty out. Izuku was once again sitting in the common room of the dorms when Mr. Aizawa came over with Eri. Apparently there was a staff meeting and Mr. Aizawa decided to let Eri play with Class 1A. Though he did threaten to expel them all if something happened to Eri, so that was fun. Eri walked right up to Izuku and sat next to him. "No one's around, should I ask her?" "Just do it already," Kaken said. "Hey Eri, how did you know the name Mr. Deku?" Izuku asked. Eri was quiet for a bit before she said, "The lady in my head." "Huh. Do you know her name?" "She's in my head, so she has the same name as me." "Have you ever seen her?" "I sometimes see her in my sleep." "Does she looks like a taller version of you by any chance?" "Yes." "Please be right, please be right." "Who is Kaken?" "She said Katsuki Bakugo." "It's her." "Eri's here. I want to talk to her," Ichigo said. "Did her quirk force her back after she?" "WS." Izuku pulled Eri into a hug and started crying. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you, there were just too many of them and I couldn't get to you." Eri looked confused but her eyes widened a bit at something, probably something her older self told her. Eri returned Izuku's hug. After a couple minutes, Izuku let go of Eri and moved to stand up. "I'm going to grab some apple juice, do you want some?" "Apple juice." Izuku went to grab the apple juice, Eri following behind them. Izuku poured Eri a glass of apple juice and glanced at the very excited child. She already finished the apple juice. Izuku poured another glass before running to the fridge and putting the apple juice in it. Izuku grabbed some jelly and closed the fridge. He grabbed some bread and started looking for the peanut butter. Some Jiraiya put the peanut butter on the top shelf and he was too short to reach it. He normally would have just climbed it but Eri was here and he didn't want her to be a gremlin like him, yet. He'd wait until she was fully settled in to teach her gremlin tactics. He looked around and only saw Jiro and Melissa on the main floor. Izuku used Black Whip to grab the peanut butter. Izuku looked around again, Jiro looked startled and Melissa was panicking and looking between Izuku and Jiro. Izuku raised his eyebrow at Jiro. "Why are you surprised? You made it pretty obvious that you already knew about me, Jiro." Izuku said to Jiro. Melissa was still freaking out, but Izuku didn't care at the moment. Izuku just continued making sandwiches. Izuku slid one of the sandwiches to Eri and sat down with his own. Izuku watched in horror as Eri dipped her peanut butter and jelly sandwich into apple juice. Our Eri definitely told the small Eri to do that, Hitoshi said. "I don't see a problem." Himiko. "You put ketchup on cookies," Tamura said with mild disgust. "And you put Cheeto dust on your game controllers," Himiko replied. Burn, Dabi chimed in. "Like our skin?" Shoto. "Too much trauma," Shoto Achiko said. Izuku ate his sandwich and didn't look at the horror that is Eri dipping a peanut butter and jelly sandwich into apple juice. Eventually Eri finished with her crimes against sandwiches. Izuku grabbed a Paw Patrol coloring book that was hidden under Tokoyami's bed and started drawing with Eri. Izuku made a mistake. For the past 5 minutes he's been contemplating what he had done to get to this point. What happened, you may ask? Izuku was making some coffee and he forgot to tell Eri not to drink any, and now she was bouncing around the room. Eri liked the taste of coffee. Izuku gave up trying to calm her down and decided to join her. Izuku proceeded to chug 3 pots of coffee, and was now running across the UA campus with Eri right behind him. She was very fast and was somehow able to keep up with him. Izuku turned to look at Eri, and crashed into a wall. Izuku looked at the wall and saw a cement wall in the middle of the sidewalk. Izuku picked up Eri and used his quirk to run back to the dorms before Cementos could catch them. Izuku slid into the dorms and set Eri down. It seems her energy crashed because she walked to the couch and passed out. Izuku sat on the couch and got on his phone. Aizawa nearly kicked the common room dorm off its hinges. Izuku startled at Aizawa's entrance. Mr. Aizawa glared around the common room before spotting the sleeping Eri next to Izuku. Mr. Aizawa picked up the small child and left. Does he think I'm that bad of an influence? You are Shotosit. Melissa wasn't having a very good time. She had to go to Sir Nitai's agency, and he wouldn't stop trying to get her to give one for all to Togata. Now Melissa was generally a nice person, but she was considering Yoichi's advice. If Sir Nitai told her to give one for all away one more time, she would remind him of his lack of a father figure. She entered the agency and was assigned to patrol with Togata. Nothing major happened during the patrol. They stopped a few purse snatchers and a shoplifter who tried to steal one of the fridges that held the milk. After patrol, Melissa was once again called to Nitai's office to give her report. You are going to give Mirio that quirk. No, how many times do I have to tell you that? You have no right to that power. And you have no father figure. About time. Huh. How dare you sink so low to go to insults? This is why you are unworthy. But yet, she only stooped to your level because it's clearly the only thing you'd understand. Is that Yoichi? Oh, she can hear me now. You're awfully quiet. Have you realized how unworthy you are, or are you just this rude? Repeat after me. You literally accepted my internship request for the sole purpose of lowering my self-confidence and bullying me into giving away my quirk. I hope this isn't a mistake. You literally accepted my internship request for the sole purpose of lowering my self-confidence and bullying me into giving away my quirk. Your quirk, that quirk isn't yours, it's All Might's. Going by your logic, the quirk is mine since I was the first holder of one for all, or is it the person my elder brother took the stockpiling quirk from? I don't know. If we use your logic, the quirks isn't All Might's, it's the first user's quirk. Plus it was All Might's quirk, not Nitai's, so he has no right to it. Plus it was All Might's quirk, not yours. You have no right to decide who gets it, Sir Nitai. You brat, all you're doing is proving how unworthy you are. Just give one for all to Mirio now. Do you want him to die young? One for all is too powerful for someone with a quirk. The only reason my nephew is still alive is because he was closely related to me. Melissa froze for a moment. One for all would have killed me if I had a quirk. Oh, I forgot you could hear me, but yes. Why is he hearing my thoughts? Because you haven't learned to direct them yet. Just tell 8th's sad excuse for an assistant that if his student is given one for all, it would kill him within the month. That's fast. Are you finally going to give Mirio the quirk he deserves? And cause his death? No thanks. Are you insulting the rightful holder of one for all by saying he is too weak for one for all? It's actually the opposite. He already has a quirk, so adding a quirk as strong as one for all would kill him. That's an unfounded theory and completely stupid. I would suggest quitting. I don't know how you haven't thrown him out of the window yet. Is that a risk you want to take? Because if that's how you think of your employees, I'm quitting. Actually, I'm quitting anyway, considering the only thing I've learned is that your obsession with All Might has made you into a person with a weak moral compass. Melissa said before leaving the room. She went to Nizu and got her work study with Sir Nitai cancelled. Extra, airy? Arai. Time, original timeline, 2 months before the defeat of All for One. Death. Izuku and Shota were doing their best to be quiet. The Nomu was still below them. If they were quiet enough, it would keep moving. They had managed to get some food and medical supplies, but they had to escape to the rooftops because a Nomu was nearby. Even though Nomu could climb, they never did so unless they were pursuing someone. The Nomu started walking away from their building. Izuku almost sighed in relief, but he knew that could attract the Nomu's attention. Izuku was once again grateful that most Nomu didn't have noses, and those that did rarely had a good sense of smell. Izuku and Shota left the city quickly. They were nearing their home base far away from any city when they heard a sound that sent shivers up Izuku's spine. The call of a Nomu, not just any Nomu cry. This was the cry of a Nomu calling for backup, and it was coming from the direction of their base. Izuku and Shota used the trees to jump to their base while avoiding the Nomu running to their only safe place. Izuku saw his friends fighting a large number of Nomu at the entrance of the massive bunker Nizu had built years ago in case of an apocalypse. Izuku rushed to the fight and started killing Nomu left and right. Izuku saw a Nomu enter the base. He obviously ran after Ito kill it. Once he killed it, he looked around the halls and saw the destroyed doors and the lanterns knocked over. Izuku ran towards the living room before stopping as he heard a scream. Izuku ran towards the kitchen and rushed in to help whoever was in need. Izuku dashed through the broken door. Eri was missing an arm, her horn was glowing bright yellow, her quirk didn't rewind the Nomo fast enough. Izuku tried to reach her, even with one for all he was too slow. The Nomo bit Eri in half before Izuku ripped its head off. Izuku stared at the top half of Eri's corpse. She was only 13, she didn't get to live the life she deserved. Black Whip exploded out of him and started destroying the kitchen in his anger. Eri, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry you didn't get the life you deserved. I'm sorry your life was so violent. I'm sorry. Izuku broke down into sobs. He couldn't think of anything other than how he'd failed. His mind was so clouded that he didn't notice someone shaking his shoulder. He didn't notice when someone carried him out of the bunker. He only snapped back to reality when Tamura smacked him across the face. We need to get out of here. More Nomu might show up at any second. Eri. Tamura looked like he was about to cry, but he shook his head. We can't mourn yet. We have to wait until we get to a safe place. That day their group of survivors went from 52 people to just 15. Nizu had called Izuku into his office for an unknown reason. Izuku was currently sitting in Nizu's office and drinking tea. I know you didn't just call me here for a nice chat. What do you want to know or tell me? Your claims of Daika City being inhabited by the recreated Meta Liberation Army were investigated. There is sufficient evidence to warrant an arrest of Rikiya Yatsubashi and several members of the Meta Liberation Army, but there is little evidence on the people living in Daika City. That's bad. Around 90% of the population is at least affiliated with the army in some way. However, there is enough evidence to organize a raid on the Detnerat Company's headquarters, as most of the people working there are confirmed members of the Meta Liberation Army. I have set the raid for the weekend so that you can join in if you have to. Good. Have you informed your team that the residents and local heroes are not to be trusted? They have been informed of the possibility of everyone in Daika City being in the Meta Liberation Army. I'll watch how the raid goes and see if they'll need my help. Izuku was taking a train to Daika City the day before the raid. He was planning on finding a place to hide overnight so that he would be nearby if something happened. He got off the train and found an alley with no cameras, which was very difficult because of the Meta Liberation Army's absurd amount of surveillance, and put his vigilante outfit on. He jumped onto a roof and found a roof with good cover and sat down. He wasn't expecting anyone, so he was surprised when he heard a light thump on the roof. Izuku looked towards the noise from his hiding place and was surprised to see Eraserhead. Izuku got up and walked towards the man. Eraserhead's head snapped to him. What are you doing here, problem child? Eraserhead said with a tired expression. I'm here for backup. Nizu tells me things in exchange for tea and chess matches. Are you scoping out the area as well? Of course, that rat gives away classified information to a vigilante for tea. If you're looking for a hiding place for the night, this roof has more than enough places to hide. Fine, but I don't like it. You don't like anything that isn't coffee and causing pain to your children that you call students. They're not my children, they're brats. Eraserhead muttered as he found a hiding spot and got into his sleeping bag. Whatever floats your goat. It's boat. Not anymore. Izuku woke up early in the morning and moved to wake up Eraserhead. Izuku slapped the man across the face. Eraserhead got up and tried to attack Izuku, but he was already out of the way. Tanuki, why did you slap me? I wanted to wake you up, and I wanted to see how you would react. Eraserhead used his capture scarf to slap Izuku across the face. Despite the capture scarf being, well, a scarf, it hurt. Izuku looked at Eraserhead with faux hurt on the visible portion of his face. Izuku quickly dropped his fake hurt. You should go ahead and meet up with your team. Just remember, don't trust anyone from Daika City. A majority are with the Meta Liberation Army, even if it isn't proven. Yeah, problem child. Eraserhead jumped away from Izuku and made his way out of the city. I wonder if I will need to do anything today. It depends on who they sent. If Endeavor is here, then probably. Shoto said. The group of people in one mind started mocking Endeavor while waiting for the raid to begin. After a couple of hours, Izuku saw a few heroes run towards the Detonarat Company's HQ. Izuku observed the heroes carefully as the assault began. As expected, an announcement went out from the tower to attack the heroes. All the visible citizens started going after heroes. Izuku had to assist a few heroes that got overwhelmed by numbers, but he mostly just watched. Izuku moved around the central building and saw Endeavor using his flames to fly to the top floor of the building. Once the building started shaking, Izuku started kidnapping heroes and moving them a safe distance away. He notified Eraserhead that there was a high chance of the building coming down. Eraserhead informed the team to back off from the building. Not long after that, the building started crumbling. Endeavor and Rikiya Yatsubashi, also known as Redestro, were duking it out in the middle of the wreckage. The giant form of Redestro was somewhat burnt, but he was still capable of fighting. Endeavor wasn't doing so well. He was bruised and his hero costume was broken in some places. He was bleeding from several cuts, probably from the rubble. Endeavor tried to hit Redestro with a flaming punch, but our Redestro launched an attack that sent Endeavor flying back. Should we help him? In a few minutes. Man, I wish I had popcorn, Izuku said. Izuku heard crunching in his thoughts. Shoto, Dabi, how did you even get popcorn? Izashi asked. Imagination and hallucination, Dabi responded. Izuku pulled out his phone and recorded as Endeavor was slowly getting beaten by Redestro. By now Endeavor had a broken arm and probably a few broken ribs. Redestro was looking a bit more crispy, but not as crispy as Dabi. Izuku erased Redestro's quirk as Endeavor landed a flaming punch to the gut. The fight ended. Izuku put away his phone and snuck away. The heroes finished rounding up the people that attacked them. Izuku went back to UA to report to Nizu. A higher-up from the HCSP was looking at the test results of the quirk erasing bullets that had been taken from the Shai Hasaikai base. The man was talking to himself, seeming a bit giddy. So the main components are a mild quirk suppressant, lemon juice, and human DNA. The DNA is from a female child. From the video, a small girl was found in the base and given to the heroes. I must report this to the president. I'm sure she would be thrilled to learn of a future way to secure villains. The man took the file and presented it to the HPSC president. This is some interesting data. It would be awful if a villain got their hands on her. It's not safe out there for the girl. She would be safest in our custody. The head of the research department would love to have her. Mr. Eraserhead, I want to tell you something. Eri said to the homeless hero. What is it, Eri? Eri pulled out an apple and a pear. This apple is red and this pear is green, right? Aizawa looked at Eri with a bit of confusion because she already knew her colors a while ago. Yes, they are. What if I see red differently than you do? The color I see as red could be the same thing that you see as green, but since we were both told that this apple was red, we all call it the same color despite us seeing it differently. Eri said. Aizawa paled and looked around the dorm's common room. He spotted Izuku on the couch hiding a smile. Problem child, are you teaching Eri psychological warfare? Aizawa shouted at Izuku. No, I'm teaching her creative thinking, like how coffee is just bean juice and how tea is hot leaf water. Momo, who was nearby when Eri made her speech, was curled up into a ball on the floor. Izuku saw how her spiky ponytail stuck out from her curled-up form. Sonic the Hedgehog, is that you? Momo created a taser ball and threw it at Izuku. Izuku dodged the taser and it flew towards the stairs. An emu ran down and was knocked out by the electric charge. Aizawa looked at the emu with pure agony. Congratulations, Momo. You took out a bird that beat Australia in at least 2 wars. Maybe more if any happened in the pre-Quirk era. Now why is there an emu in UA? Izuku asked. Koda came running down the stairs and looked in horror at the emu. Koda, why is there an emu in the dorms? Aizawa asked. Koda started signing and told Aizawa that Niza decided that he needed to practice with more animals, so he had an emu helicoptered in. Of course that rat would do that. Aizawa sighed in defeat. Wait, where's Eri? Eri was in the cabinet eating applesauce. No one knows how she got up there, especially since the distance between the countertop and cabinets was taller than her. By the time she was found, there was only 2 out of the 15 containers of applesauce left. Problem child, what did you do to her? I didn't do all of this. Only creative thinking and some interesting pranks. I'm proud of you, Eri. Don't encourage her. Eri let Aizawa get her out of the cabinet, but not before stuffing the last 2 apple sauces into her pockets. Nizu was enjoying himself. He watched the camera in the 1A common room as the emu he got woke up and started running around. He got an alert that the front gate had closed. He checked the camera and his good mood left him. A commission agent was at the door. Luckily they hadn't scheduled a meeting and had no prior notice, so not only did he not have to open the gate, he wasn't even allowed to. Eventually Nizu got a call from a commission higher-up who demanded Nizu let the agent in. Nizu explained that he wasn't legally allowed to before telling the man to make an appointment and hanging up. The guy outside stood around for a few minutes before taking out his phone and leaving. Nizu was not happy when someone called to schedule an appointment. Nizu was sitting in his office with a commission agent. The HPSC grunt was criticizing UA's security due to the attacks that had previously happened. Nizu pointed out that the commission HQ was just as vulnerable to teleportation quirks as any other place in the world. Then the agent somewhat revealed his purpose there. We believe that with the attention on UA as well as the recent security failures that one of your wards would be safer with the Hero Public Safety Commission. The man said, "And who would that be?" Nizu said with anger in his smile. "The girl known as Eri is not safe here. With her abilities, villains will target her." Denied. You have no authority to remove someone from our custody, and you will not do so. You don't understand, it is for the girl's own safety. UA has proven to be unsafe. There has been 4 reported break-ins at main HPSC buildings in the last month. Any attacks upon UA have been in off-campus facilities with less security than the main campus. The girl will be coming with the commission whether you like it or not. So you plan on kidnapping her? It is called taking her from a dangerous situation. Without any legal authority and no proof of anyone currently targeting UA as the only group to ever do so has not been seen in over a month. The agent left the room angrily. Nizu had a bad feeling, so he sent a message to Midoriya. Chaos Crafters. Ratatouille. An HPSC agent has attempted to try and make me give up Eri. You are not to let Eri out of your sight, and you are to deny anyone trying to take her, especially if they are from the commission. You may use your quirk if necessary. Scourge of mental health. Got it? We should speed up Project TD. Things are getting out of hand. Izuku put away his phone and ran to the common room. He saw Eri playing with Melissa while Kaminari got more apple juice out. Eri already had Class 1A wrapped around her finger and had already started working on 1C because Izuku introduced her to Toga. Speaking of Toga, she was attempting to dance with the help of Mina. Of course the energetic ones are friends. Hooray! More pain for Izuku-kun. Himiko shouted. Suddenly a commission agent entered the dorm. He held out his ID to the students. I was too lazy to think of a name. Of the HPSC. It has been decided that Eri will be moved into the safe custody of the HPSC. The man walked to Eri and grabbed her by the arm. Before the man could move, Eri kicked him you-know-where and ran to Izuku as the man let go of her arm. Critical hit, Tamura said. Eri hid behind Izuku as the man regained his composure. Young man, you must hand her over. On whose authority? Izuku demanded. On the authority of the HPSC. And who gave you permission to remove Eri from UA? Nizu and... I'm gonna stop you right there, because I got a message from Nizu specifically telling me not to let Eri leave with anyone, no matter who they claim to be. Young man, if you don't move, your provisional hero license will be revoked. And if you want to try and kidnap Eri, you'd have to use force, because I'm not letting someone take Eri without her and Nizu's consent. As a high-ranking member of the HPSC you are. If you haven't noticed, I don't care who you are, you will not take Eri. You'd have more luck beating All Might at his prime than getting me to let you take Eri. It was at that moment Izuku felt danger sense go off. Izuku grabbed for Eri, but another agent had just grabbed her. The agents tried to walk out the door but was stopped by the door freezing shut. Before the agents could turn around, they felt their necks being squeezed by something dark. The agents tried to breath, but they couldn't. The one who had grabbed Eri felt her arm freeze. The shock made her try to break out of the ice, letting go of Eri in the process. The male agent's face was starting to turn purple due to lack of oxygen. A pink mist floated in front of the agents and they went limp. They dropped to the ground as Black Whip let go of them. Izuku picked up Eri and called Nizu to pick up the sad excuses for humans that the HPSC grunts are. Izuku, what did you just do? Melissa shouted in shock. Izuku glared at Melissa. I protected Eri from being kidnapped. I had full permission from Nizu to use my quirk to keep Eri safe, especially since they lied about Nizu agreeing to let Eri leave. I wasn't talking about that. Look who all is here. Izuku looked at the room and blanched. Several members of Class 1A were staring at him with a mix of shock and fear. Toga was still trying to dance. Mina, I still haven't figured out how to do this yet. Toga whined. Himiko, how are you so calm? Izuku just strangled 2 people. Mina shouted. He didn't strangle them, he probably just used his knockout gas. Izuku tried to sidle away while the 2 girls were talking but was stopped by Kaminari crashing into him with the apple juice. Sorry about that, Midobro, I was getting apple juice for Eri. Every head snapped to them. Izuku tried to run but Mina threw Toga at him. Seriously, Mina picked Toga up over her head and threw her the 20 feet to Izuku. Izuku crashed to the ground as Toga landed on him. Great job, Himiko, thanks for holding him down. Mina said. How did she just throw me that far? She doesn't have that kind of muscle or a strength quirk. Himiko asked. How did you throw me that far? Toga asked while she was still draped over Izuku's back. Melissa helped me drag him to the couch so we can interrogate him. Melissa moved to help but Izuku glared at her. Todoroki's notebook. Was all Izuku had to say for Melissa to back off. But then she decided that she wanted to see the complete nonsense that Todoroki had come up with and dragged Izuku to the couch. Himiko set Eri on top of him so he couldn't move without knocking her to the floor, which he would never do. There was a knock on the still frozen door. Melissa used Ofa to shatter the ice holding the door closed and open the door for Nizu. Nizu used 2 robots to drag the commission agents out of the door. It didn't take long for the entirety of 1A to be in the common room interrogating Izuku. Melissa rolled her eyes. Izuku, if you don't answer some of their questions, I will put ketchup in your ice cream machine. Who wants to ask the first question? Izuku asked. Everyone started talking but Momo had her hand up. Everyone shut up. Izuku shouted, Go ahead, Momo. Are you the vigilante known as Tanuki? The abilities you just displayed were accurate to what Tanuki has done. Yes, next. Several classmates broke out in exclamations of shock. Though the noises of the class got louder at Shoto's question. Are you the secret love child of the villain you were fighting with all might? There's no possible way that Midoriya could be related to such a heartless, Mina began. I wouldn't say secret love child, but he was my dad, yes. Impossible, you're too nice to have a dad like that. Mina said. Shoto's father has tried to kill me multiple times, but Shoto's still nice. Why did you? I've answered enough questions. Nizu knows everything and has allowed me to stay at you. You should trust the rat. Izuku pulled his phone out and ignored his class. Mina tried to snatch his phone but failed. Eri eventually got off of him and Izuku took the opportunity to jump out the window. Izuku ran to Nizu's office. Nizu. Forgot legality, I'm hacking the HPSC and releasing all their files to the public. That won't work, people have too much faith in them. It won't work without help, luckily everyone trusts heroes, I'm sure Hawks would help, All Might would as well once enough evidence is given to him. So, let's burn the HPSC to the ground. Izuku was sitting on a rooftop in the middle of the night. He had his computer out and was once again hacking the privacy violation that was Hawks's hero costume. Izuku turned all the trackers and microphones and cameras off before using Hawks's earpiece to call the bird boy to him. Hawks landed on the rooftop and looked at Izuku questioningly. If you could get away from the commission, would you? Izuku asked. No, I wouldn't. I already turned off all the technology on you. Yes, but I still want to help people. All the better. That means you need to escape the commission now before they start making you kill people. It's a bit late for that, they have a kill order on you. Then it's now or never, they know that I've hacked their stuff before, so I'm probably the prime suspect for your equipment going offline. If you go back without me they'll think you're working with me. Will you take this opportunity to escape from them? Fine, if I'm killed it's your fault. Great. Would you be willing to speak against the HPSC when I release all their files? When you what? Not now, they're probably coming here to find us. Do you wear clothes under your hero suit? It really stands out. Also, do your wings regrow? Yes to both of those, but why do you need to know if my wings grow back? Give them here. Huh. Give me the hero suit and wings, there might be a tracker on them. I'm not gonna. Do you want to escape or not? Izuku and Hawks glared at each other until Hawks gave in. Hawks took off his hero suit and revealed the full set of limited edition Hawks merch worn underneath. This is a joke, right? Izuku said as he looked at Hawks's clothes. Nope. Move your feathers on top of your hero suit. Hawks hesitantly made all of his feathers fly off of him and on top of the wadded-up hero outfit. Why did you need me to? Hawks cut off with a pained yelp when Izuku burned his feathers and hero suit to a crisp. Why did you do that? My feathers have pain receptors, you know. I did not know that, sorry. Anyway, time to go. Izuku picked up Hawks, as one does, and started bouncing across rooftops faster than Small Mike coughs up blood. Izuku stopped several miles away and got out his computer while Hawks lay on the ground trying not to throw up from all the bouncing around. Jarvis, check for any technology left on Hawks. On it. Running check. Izuku's computer said. Hawks sat up and looked at him. Jarvis? As in the AI from the Iron Man movies? How in the world did you make that? I didn't. I made a program that says, on it. Running check, a few seconds after it hears the word Jarvis. On it. Running check. Izuku's computer said. See. Izuku shut down the program and reopened the tab that he used to hack Hawks's hero suit. He made sure that there were no signals coming from Hawks before closing the computer. You're bug-free. I'm going to call up someone to see if they can take you in. You didn't already confirm that before grabbing me? League of No Dads. Identify. I did a thing. Do you want to know the thing? Spinner. Mr. Compress. No. Identify. Not even a half yes from twice. How depressing. Identify. So I may have kidnapped Hawks. Dabi. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Shigaraki. This is honestly expected of you at this point. Identify. I got him away from the HPSC and now he needs a place to live. Spinner. Why contact us? It makes no sense. Identify. You won't announce his presence and make him easy to find. I'm dropping him off anyway, I was just warning you so he isn't murdered. Shigaraki. Stop wasting our time. Identify. You have literally nothing better to do, plus you can teach him the ways of the gamer species. Shigaraki. He better be good or I'm sacrificing him to whatever volcano Kurogiri decides to warp him to. Identify. Good. Okay, we're good. I'm dropping you off at the former League of Villains' base. You're doing what? Look, they've retired from trying to commit mass murder and some have managed to get legal jobs so they can support each other. I'm sending you there because it's the only safe house I have without going through Nizu, and he will not hesitate to take advantage of the opportunity to get a favor. The League haven't been caught because I convinced Nizu that one of them could help take down Endeavor. Izuku silenced him and dragged Hawks into the abandoned warehouse that used to be Izuku's home. Izuku threw Hawks at Dabi. Go make friends, bird boy. Izuku said before running away. There were commission agents everywhere. Izuku didn't feel safe leaving Eri with someone else. It seemed Eri agreed as she never left his side, even when he had to go to class. Eri had occasionally looked off into space, probably conversing with her older self. Izuku had discussed placing a tracker on Eri just in case. She had agreed and now her shoelace had a tracker in it. Now Izuku and Eri were in Nizu's office as the Rat and Izuku were hacking the HPSC to get all of the dirt possible. Eri was playing Pokemon. It took a while but the two managed to get into the commission. Once the hacking was done, it didn't take long for Nizu to copy the files to a USB drive he had for his less legal projects. He started looking through some of the files. Izuku left to go to his heroics class. Izuku was standing outside the bathroom waiting for Eri when it happened. Nizu had just called him out of nowhere. Is Eri with you? She's in the bathroom, why? Which one? The bathroom closest to the 1A classroom. What's going on? I'm sending Nemuri over. One of the HPSC higher-ups has a warp quirk. What? Danger sense flared and an alarm sounded from his phone. He knew the sound. Eri was off the UA campus. How? Is there warp quirk instant? Izuku, I don't care if you kill them anymore. Hisashi said. He sounded like he was about to kill somebody himself, and Hisashi was always the one against murder. Izuku checked his phone to see where Eri was. The HPSC HQ. Izuku got a text from Nizu. Chaos Crafters. Ratatouille, go get Eri. I'm in the process of releasing all of the incriminating files to the police and the press. Izuku got his vigilante suit and ran towards the HPSC. If they wanted Eri, they would have to go through him, and he wasn't afraid to burn down a few buildings to get her back. Eri was sitting in a room alone. It was a square room with a bed, a toy box, and several stuffed animals. There was also a wooden chair. Where am I? Where's Mr. Deku? He's coming to get you out of here. As for where we are, not a good place. Are they like Chisaki? Eri asked her older self. Probably. Look, kid, you've already been through too much pain. I can make sure they won't be able to do anything long enough for Mr. Deku to get here. Are you sure? Yes, let me take control. Eri thought about this. Her older self was just that her. Eri would want the best for herself, right? Plus, it was because of her older self that she was properly introduced to Mr. Deku. With that, the older Eri was given control. Hey kid, you should try to get some sleep, that way you can skip to when Mr. Deku gets us out of here. But what if? Don't worry, I'll keep us safe. The younger of the two does her best to fall asleep in the mindscape, which is actually easier to fall asleep in than the real world. You just try to sleep than you do until you are woken up or until 8 hours have passed. With the child asleep, Eri planned out what to do. Eri chose violence. It's weird being shorter than Mr. Deku. Eri thought. She was looking at the camera in the corner of the room. Sad that she was too short to slap it from the floor. Luckily, the commission underestimated her strength and balance. Eri pushed her toy box to the corner. It was one of those large wooden ones. She put the chair on top and climbed on top of the seat. She still wasn't high enough to touch the camera. She used her incredible balance to climb onto the back of the chair. She grabbed the camera and jumped to the seat of the chair, the camera ripping off of the mount on the ceiling. Eri smashed the camera on the ground to make sure it couldn't record. Now that they're coming here to stop me, I can start phase 2. When Izuku put a tracker on Eri, she asked for hidden pockets for weapons. Izuku refused because the child Eri was there, but the teen Eri suggested child safety locks and got them. She had a knife and a screwdriver. She used the screwdriver to remove one of the chair legs. She moved the bed frame to the side of the door and used the hard mattress as a ramp to get the toy box on top of the bed frame. She climbed on top of the toy box and held the chair leg over her head. Eri heard the door slide open and a thin guy wearing a suit entered the room. Eri slammed her makeshift bat on the man's head. Through some combination of luck and sheer force of will, she knocked the guy out. She tried to go to the door, but it slammed down. I was supposed to use that to escape. Eri got back up and waited for the next person to open the door. A man with rocky skin entered. Eri hit him on the head, but the chair leg bounced off. Really? I have a hardening quirk. Eri tried to run, but the man picked her up. I'm staying in here until we get a new camera up and a blood sample. You're really going to experiment on us, just like I thought? Well then, a child is a lot easier to take out than an adult. Eri's horn started glowing. Using her good quirk control, Eri rewound the man to be the same age as the younger Eri. The child didn't have his quirk activated, so she punched him in the face. Why can't you get one child under control? The president of the HPSC asked. We've tried all right? 4 people were knocked out, 8 were stabbed, and anyone with a durability quirk is a child now. Get one of our heroes to get her. Why would we need a... The HPSC president was cut off by a loud sound from one of the lower floors. Izuku crashed through the wall of the HPSC building. Instead of taking things slow, he was running through the building, kicking every door down and dodging past anyone he saw. Anytime a group of agents tried to block his path, he hardened his skin and bowled them over. It didn't take long for heroes to show up, but Izuku didn't acknowledge their presence. He was on the 7th floor when Endeavor showed up. Izuku would have knocked him aside like any other hero, but Endeavor could take the building down, hurting Eri in the process. Izuku went out of his way to activate Somnambulist at full strength. Endeavor passed out not long after Izuku passed him. Izuku found Eri a few floors up. She was in a room with several unconscious people, a bloody knife in her hand. She dropped the knife and ran to him. "Mr. de Tanuki," Eri shouted. "Considering the knife, you're the older one?" "Yep, Mini-Me is sleeping, let's go, I don't want to stab more people." "Put the child down, Tanuki." A voice from the door called. Izuku turned to see the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission pointing a gun at Eri. Izuku could go for the woman, but it might put Eri at risk. He could try to cover Eri, but this lady might have some beefed-up gun that could shoot faster than he could move. Izuku picked the option safest for Eri. He gently set her down. The woman kept her gun pointed at Eri. "Put your hands in front of you." Izuku did as told. "Put these on." The woman tossed a pair of quirk suppression cuffs to him. Izuku slowly placed the cuffs on his wrists. She pointed the gun at him. It's truly a shame that quirk suppressors aren't very effective on people with multiple quirks, because that woman was smashed through several walls as soon as the gun was no longer pointed at Eri. Izuku grabbed Eri and jumped out of the building. It only took a few seconds for some heroes to start following him. Izuku did the logical thing and started flying through alleys. He remembered one of the city maps he'd looked over with Nizu. If he took a left then went right, he'd find one of Nizu's hidden tunnels through a trash can. It was too small for Izuku, but Eri would fit. Izuku put Eri in the tunnel and told her that Nizu would probably guide her. Izuku left Eri and continued running. Izuku has been running for 2 hours without a break. The good news is that Nizu managed to leak the HPSC files. The bad news was that the commission was fighting hard, but the other good news was that Nizu was fighting harder. Izuku just kept running while being chased by heroes. He started flying at some point. He somehow ended up in Fukuoka, where he was tackled out of the sky by a Nomu, a high-end Nomu to be more specific. Izuku crashed into a building. How is there a Nomu? All for One is dead. They shouldn't be able to make more. The doctor is still out there. Tomurasit. Where is he hiding? We need to get rid of him. Jaka Hospital. His base is through a door in the morgue, Shota said. How do you know? Izuku asked. I was on the raid team. We just have to make sure he doesn't get away in this timeline. Izuku grabbed the Nomu's arm and ripped it off. He had to take out this thing and get to the doctor. Izuku tried to impale the Nomu on hardened black whips, but the creature managed to dodge. The thing was talking about how excited he was to fight and how he was looking for a strong opponent. Its arm had already regenerated and it lunged at Izuku. Izuku hardened his skin with an OFA boost to hardening for extra precaution. When the Nomu swiped at him, Izuku took the hit and grabbed the arm. Izuku used hardened black whip to impale the Nomu's body and brain. Izuku dropped the Nomu and started to make his way to Jaku City. Izuku heard shrieking and the Nomu came crashing down next to him. Izuku stared in surprise. I impaled its brain, it should be dead. Even the Nomu from the future died after losing their brain. The Nomu made the same move as before, attempting to slash at Izuku. Izuku hardened and prepared to grab its arm, only for it to flip over him and try to attack Izuku's back. It wasn't enough as Izuku encased it in ice. Izuku's hardened black whip pierced the ice and the Nomu. The creature started struggling and broke the ice. Izuku impaled the brain and covered black whip with Dabi's blue flames to see if that would keep the Nomu down. The creature started to burn. Once the hole in its head was crispy, Izuku pulled the black whip out. He watched for a few seconds to see if the Nomu would regenerate and was glad it didn't. Izuku left the Nomu corpse for the heroes closing in on him to dispose of. Izuku flew until he started approaching the hospital. Izuku slowed down and landed on the ground. He needed to sneak into the hidden lab or the man might escape. Izuku used some blood to transform into someone who looked like a tired businessman. He managed to convince the person at the front desk that he was actually supposed to be there to visit someone, then he started walking through the halls. There was a point where no one was around when he was close to the morgue, so he took the opportunity to slip in. Izuku found the entrance to the lab and examined the door. Is this guy stupid? The hinges are on the outside of the door, I can just take the door off. Izuku quietly removed the door and entered the dark lab. Izuku dropped his transformation and flew to the ceiling, dark clothes hiding him. Izuku found the doctor typing on a computer at a Nomu tank. Alright, what's his quirk? It's a type of longevity. Take him out before he can let the Nomu out. Shoyuta said. Izuku did as told and sent an ice spike at the doctor's head. Of course things couldn't be simple. The doctor sneezed, causing the spike to go over his head and shatter on the ground. Izuku wasn't taking any chances anymore. The doctor jumped and moved his hand to a series of buttons on the tank. What do you think you're doing? The doctor reached his hand towards the release button. Izuku took control of the man. Izuku told the man to back away from the Nomu tank. Then Izuku got rid of the man. Izuku started going through the facility and killing all the Nomu in the test tubes. Once Izuku was sure the monster and the Nomus were truly dead, Izuku escaped the hospital without notice and leaving the lab open so that someone could report it to the police. The reputation of the HPSC was going down the drain. First, the main headquarters was invaded by a single person who took out several heroes. Then news had come out about several of their very illegal operations, including all information about Lady Nagant and Hawks. The worst thing was that the government seemed to have been given files by Nizu that had made them take action, and they were working on removing the current HPSC executives and removing authority from the commission. The commission president was smart enough to know that there would be no coming back now that the government was involved, especially since the section of the government investigating the HPSC was under quirk not to accept bribes. With her impending loss of power, the president of the HPSC decided that if she was going down, the rat was coming down with her. She commanded all of the heroes under her thumb to attack UA and get rid of Nizu. It also didn't take much to rope Endeavor into joining the attack, especially after telling him that the vigilante brat was most likely working with UA. Since she was playing all of her cards right now, she may as well put all frontal combat agents as well as the few assassins. Nizu took away her control, so she'll take away his precious school. Nizu had heard of the commission planning to attack UA, so he decided to pull out the robots to defend the school. All Might may have retired, but he still had half an hour with One for All. The biggest threat to the zero-pointers was Endeavor, so All Might would deal with him. All students excluding Izuku were being moved to the bunker underneath the school with 13 and Eraserhead to guard them. Eri was with Eraserhead as well and was to stick to him like glue. Recovery Girl was also in the bunker, but that's because she was slow. If she was faster, she could take out Endeavor with her cane. Tanuki was on a nearby building waiting for any assassins. Nizu was in his office putting the school on lockdown. Nizu's office was the most secure place in UA. That was proven when a bullet bounced off his window. Nizu looked in the direction the bullet had come from and grinned as he saw Tanuki moving in. If the HPSC wanted a fight, they were going to get one. Izuku already dealt with 5 people who tried to take out Nizu, and the main attack force hadn't even arrived yet. Izuku was unbothered by the assassins he was taking out, but he was bothered by the HPSC. Maybe I let them off too easy by just grabbing Eri and getting out. I probably should have done something to stop their attempts at retaliation, but Eri was and is more important. Izuku saw another bullet bounce off of Nizu's window and moved to locate and capture the idiot. The attack began with a beam of fire. Endeavor was the first one to show up. The man tried to fly over the UA wall, but All Might buffed up to fight him. After the first attack was launched, Nizu activated all of UA's defenses. Hundreds of robots started coming out from the underground storage, including around 20 zero-point robots. The robots didn't leave UA, but once the doors were breached, they would rain pain on the intruders. It took several minutes for the invaders to break through the wall, and by that point All Might had knocked out Endeavor and thrown him back over the wall, as well as releasing his All Might form to conserve energy. Once the wall was breached, the UA staff and the robots started to attack the idiots that thought fighting UA was a good idea. All Might was able to knock out and restrain 30 to 40% of the attackers before his time ran out. While the commission sent out everyone they had, the quality of fighters was very low. Izuku got bored waiting for more assassins and asked Nizu if he could join the fight. Nizu agreed, but before Izuku could join the battle, Endeavor stood up and blasted himself towards UA. Endeavor had just woken up from his humiliating defeat against All Might. He was planning on rushing at UA but noticed All Might still fighting. Endeavor was prideful. Alright, he wanted to get off the ground and fly at UA, But if one thing was stronger than his pride, it was his desire for vengeance against that vigilante brat. He knew that if he attacked Yue now, All Might would stop him, so he waited. He waited until All Might jumped back into Yue. He saw the man deflate. He waited a few more minutes to make sure that All Might wasn't actually going to be able to fight before standing up and using his fire to fly over Yue's wall and towards the main building. Izuku saw Endeavor about to attempt to set Yue on fire and decided that Endeavor had forfeited his kneecap privileges. Izuku erased Endeavor's quirk and watched him fall to the ground, hopefully breaking his arm or something. Luckily, the intruder alarm for Yue had been going off, so it wouldn't seem weird if he entered Yue without the alarms going off. Izuku grabbed Endeavor with Black Whip and flung him out of Yue. Izuku gave chase, grabbed Endeavor, and repeatedly slammed him into the ground. You know what Hulk did to Loki in the first Avengers movie? Yeah, that. He threw Endeavor away and glanced around to see how his teachers were doing. They were doing well. In fact, it was kind of sad how pathetic the HPSC's attack force was. Danger sense alerted Izuku to the fireball coming his way, but Izuku didn't dodge. He just thought of something funny. Izuku activated smokescreen and let the fireball burn his mask off. Izuku used the smokescreen to rush at Endeavor and took a chomp out of Endeavor's shoulder, enlarged canines coming in handy. Izuku turned into Endeavor. Once the smoke cleared, Endeavor was faced with a mirror image of himself. Endeavor would be enraged to be defeated by a fake Endeavor. Endeavor tried to launch his finishing move, Prominence Burn. Endeavor's flames turned white and started shouting his attack. Izuku turned his flames blue and punched Endeavor in the face. He kicked Endeavor's kneecap so hard it shattered, and he made sure to do the same to the other one. Started pummeling Endeavor until he was unconscious with several injuries, including 2 shattered kneecaps and a couple broken ribs. Once Endeavor was properly secured, he finished off the 40 or so commissioned soldiers that the UA staff hadn't defeated yet. Izuku ran past Snipe and took a bit of his blood. He drank it and turned into Snipe because he couldn't turn back into himself because his mask was burnt off, but it physically and mentally pained him to look like Endeavor. Izuku flew off to go to the League's current residence to grab his spare mask. Once inside, he dropped transformation so he didn't get attacked. He grabbed his mask and decided to pay the HPSC president a visit for attacking UA after Izuku had generously not done anything too violent after she had kidnapped Eri. TW, blood and gore. Don't know what level it would be considered. The police kicked down the door to the HPSC president's office. She was being arrested for her horrible actions that had been brought to light by the principal of UA. They were expecting to have a struggle of some kind. They found the president unconscious in a pool of blood. It didn't seem to be growing, but it was still there. Her left leg had a major burn on it, and there were a few other injuries, but none as major. She was rushed to the hospital in the section where villains and criminals were treated, mind you, while the remaining officers searched the room for evidence. The hospital that the woman was taken to had done several tests to see how the woman was doing. When they did an X-ray of her, they found something very unusual. They checked her quirk registry because they didn't want to believe that someone had done something like this. Whoever attacked the HPSC president had removed her left femur. Almost all of the important figures in the Hero Public Safety Commission had been arrested. With Nizu's assistance, the hero ranking system was changed to be ranked based on factors other than popularity, such as criminal takedowns, property damage, civilian injuries, civilian casualties, and the like. Nizu revealed Endeavor's crimes, and Dabi wasn't even needed for Endeavor to be stripped of his hero license and placed in Tartarus. Rei Todoroki was released from the hospital. Not long after the HPSC staff were replaced, Hawks returned to heroics. For a couple of weeks, crime rate spiked due to the chaos, but that was quickly dealt with. A certain teen with purple ball on his head looked at Toto weird, and Tanuki threw a brick at him. Shigaraki's explanations of the effects of heroes started to gain popularity, and Endeavor's former agency repeatedly was found with pictures of flaming garbage. Even with all this excitement, classes at UA went on as normal, and time passed. The chaos never truly ended though. Izuku was wandering around the city and decided to buy some ice cream. When he pulled out the correct amount of money, a crow flew past and grabbed his money. Izuku ran after the bird, but it was fast. Izuku followed the bird to UA. When the bird flew to the roof of the dorm, Izuku jumped up to catch it. He missed. He landed on the roof to find Eri surrounded by crows with money and she was giving them bread. Eri was kind of worried but she still gave the crows bread. "What is going on here?" Izuku asked. "I think we trained an army of crows to steal money for bread." The older Eri said, "That was something happening more often now. Sometimes the older Eri was in control, sometimes the younger one. They both seemed fine with it though." "How do you accidentally train an army of crows?" "We just gave them bread and they started bringing little things for more bread. One brought money and I gave it more bread and now they all bring money. Honestly, I'm not even mad that I just got robbed. I'm impressed that you managed to do this." Izuku left Eri with her business partners and went down the roof access. Izuku saw Tokoyami talking to Koda and approached them. "What are you talking about?" Izuku asked. "Darkness is arising, the crows are whispering, there are mutters of a horned queen appearant," Tokoyami said in his overdramatic way. Izuku thought back to Eri and snickered. "You have fun with that, I'm going to go draw Kaminari as the surprised Pikachu face meme." "Hello class," Izuku shouted, "with permission from Nizumi and Shoto are hijacking English class. We have an important presentation today." Izuku put the slideshow onto the TV. "Why Melissa Shield is All Might's secret love child?" Izuku shouted. Most of the class started freaking out and Melissa looked like she was going to pass out. "This is all the evidence that me and Shoto have been able to come up with for this highly probable theory. Since Shoto didn't feel like it, I will be presenting this theory to you all. First we must point out the obvious, her quirk. On the trip to the USJ I stated that there was most likely no relation between Melissa and All Might, however I wasn't convinced by myself and decided to look into it. Recently I was able to get some blood from Melissa with the help of Himiko Toga, and using the blood I was able to identify the quirk factor of Melissa with Recovery Girl's help and compare it with All Might's quirk factor." "How did you get All Might's quirk factor?" one of Izuku's classmates asked. "Recovery Girl had it on file from years ago. Anyway, if you look at the two side by side they are remarkably similar." Shoto next slide. The slide showed two sets of data, one labeled Melissa and the other labeled All Might. As you see here, Melissa's quirk factor is almost identical to All Might's. The largest difference is that Melissa's quirk factor is larger, which could be a cause or effect of Black Whip. Now with the similarities in quirk factor, let's go to appearance. They both are blonde with blue eyes. This doesn't mean much, but nothing can be taken from All Might's current appearance due to his injury making him very, very thin, and due to no reports of All Might sightings in grocery stores and the like. Since All Might came onto the hero scene, it's safe to assume that his true form wasn't All Might even back then. Therefore there is no evidence for or against the theory in the looks department. Now let's look at how they interact with each other. Actually, we don't need to. If you've seen them talk at all, you know how much All Might acts like a proud father. At this point Melissa had slid down her chair and was sitting underneath her desk trying to melt into the floor. As for why Melissa was living with the shields, my belief is that All Might's position as #1 hero put too much of a target on Melissa's back, so he asked the shields to take care of her so she could live a life without being hunted. What about the difference in appearance between how All Might's quirk Melissa's quirk? That can simply be chalked up to the influence of whatever her mother's quirk was. This concludes our presentation. With that, Izuku and Shoto moved back to their seats, and that's how rumors about Melissa's supposed heritage spread through the school. Izuku and the rest of class were in class 1A before Mr. Aizawa. Izuku decided to commit a little bit of mischief. He walked up to Uraraka. "Hey Uraraka, can you use your quirk on me?" "Sure, why?" Uraraka asked before making Izuku float. "Chaos," Izuku said before using zero gravity to make her float. Izuku used Black Whip to quickly move his body all around the classroom to slap everyone and make them float. Izuku returned to the area above his seat and retracted Black Whip just as Mr. Aizawa entered the room to see a bunch of kids floating around the room. Instead of coming in the class, he left the room. Mr. Aizawa went to 1B and grabbed Vlad King. "We're switching classes today," Mr. Aizawa said before kicking Vlad King out. Vlad King entered to find class 1A sitting at their desks on the ceiling. All their desks and chairs were upside down on the ceiling. "I wish I could retire," Vlad King said. Katsuki was very proud of himself. He'd killed so many villains that his name spread fear to them. King Explosion Murder is the perfect name for a hero of his caliber. He was on his usual night patrol when he saw another villain. He was snake-like in appearance and was putting cuffs on a hero who had just taken down a fox villain. Katsuki attacked the villain, but the reptile dodged his attack and kicked him in the head. Katsuki got up and attacked the villain again. The villain was clearly experienced considering that he was able to dodge Katsuki, but Katsuki was invulnerable, so he would win. The villain's eyes narrowed and he pulled out a knife. The knife managed to cut Katsuki, but he couldn't be taken out by a little knife. Why was Katsuki on the floor? The villain moved Katsuki's hands behind his back and cuffed them. Katsuki couldn't be beaten. He wouldn't let himself be. Katsuki was confused when the villain grabbed him and the hero and started dragging them to the nearest police station. Maybe just seeing Katsuki's brilliance was enough for the villain to turn himself in. Why did the officers take Katsuki and the hero instead of the villain? Why was Katsuki being asked questions about if this was the first time he'd attacked someone? Katsuki was proud of all his heroic exploits. Shouldn't everyone know of the great King Explosion Murder? Why was he in a cell? Name: Katsuki Bakugo. Age: 16. Quirk: Explosion. Alias: King Explosion Murder. Arrested on by pro-hero Slither. Crimes: assault, illegal quirk use, assaulting a pro-hero, murder, destruction of property, attempted murder, quirk discrimination. Statistics: injuries caused, deaths caused, 7. This villain is mentally unstable and believes that he is a hero for attacking those with quirks that make them look somewhat scary. School records indicate no behavioral problems before UA. Most likely possibly is that his behavior was dismissed because of his powerful quirk. Slither has paralytics on his knives, that's why Bakugo lost so quickly. The years passed in UA with chaos. The good kind. Izuku replaced Aizawa's coffee with decaf. Izuku threw a squirrel at Mina. Izuku trapped Monoma in the vents. Actually, all the chaos was mostly Izuku. However, Eri's army of crows had taken over a section of Mizutafu, so that was nice. Due to the chaotic nature of Izuku, his classmates picked up some of his bad habits and their class became known as Chaotic Class. Even after graduation, they were still known by their class name. Melissa grew strong enough to take the #1 hero because of her consideration for civilians and lack of property damage. Most of Izuku's classmates ended up in the top 50 while Izuku and Shinso went underground. Now that Izuku had a hero license, Tanuki started to fade away. Izuku will proudly admit that his hero name is a pun, and his class knows that the hero Fade was once Tanuki and will be forever angry at the pun. Something that took a long time to figure out was what to do with One for All. The only reason he could handle all the quirks was because of All for One's DNA, but Eri's quirk might be able to prevent the negative effects. Once Izuku had concluded that Eri's quirk would keep away any negative effects and wouldn't run out of energy due to One for All. Izuku did the smart thing and asked Eri if she wanted Ofa. After careful consideration from both Eris, they agreed. Izuku started training Eri to be able to handle the quirk. By the time Izuku deemed her ready, she was much stronger than he had been when he received the quirk. "Eat this," Izuku said as he plucked a piece of his hair and held it out to Eri. Eri's face scrunched up in the most disgusted face she had ever made in her 15 years of life. Izuku couldn't help but burst out into laughter. Eri looked at him feeling betrayed. Once Izuku finished laughing, he started talking to Eri. "You don't actually have to eat the hair. It's just how the previous user and I got the quirk." Nana was joking when she said it to All Might, but he trusted her too much and actually ate it. "You just need to be given some of my DNA, so I'll just prick our fingers and put them together." That's how Sixth gave it to Nana. Izuku hardened his left hand and poked his right thumb. Once a bit of blood came out, he poked Eri's thumb and pushed their thumbs together for a few seconds. Izuku said goodbye to his friends that had been with him for so long. "Take care, Eri. I know you want to go to UA. If at any point you get an internship offer or work-study offer from Sir Knight, I accept it and bully him if he's rude, specifically remind him of his lack of a father figure." "Sir, yes sir," Eri shouted. "Never do that again, it makes me feel old." "Aren't you like 40 years old if you count the time from both of your lives?" "I regret teaching you my ways." The entrance exam is in a month. Can you teach me how to use one for all? Fine, but it's been a long day already. I'll start teaching you tomorrow. Izuku left for his apartment while Eri went to Eraserhead's home. Izuku arrived home and lay down on his bed. I wonder how everyone is doing now that they can freely interact with Eri. Why don't you find out? Yoichi asked. Izuku sat bolt upright. Yoichi, how can I still hear you? I don't have one for all. Did you really think that we would leave you alone? If we're going to drag you with us. Himiko said in Hiro overly happy way. Izuku, Eri shouted.